Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku had Alex Mercer's power part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story, DummyWearingAHoodie, Wattpad. So let's start the video. Main character biography, name, Izuku Midoriya, birth date, July 15th, 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃 age, 15 to 16 years old, gender, male, height, 171 cm/5'7" hair color, green eye color, green BLD type, 07. Quirk entry quirk, blacklight type, transformation/mutation description, formerly Blacklight Virus. The quirk allows the user to manipulate and control the density of their body mass. The user will have enhanced strength, speed, durability, stamina, regeneration, and immunity to all known diseases. Due to the user's ability to manipulate their body mass, the user can create different weapons for combat purposes. Note to self: limit currently is unknown, as humanity has evolved since Alex Mercer's time, therefore the power and limits of the quirk is unknown. Quirk also appears to have activated due to a soul bond/soul merge, meaning the main quirk gene is very hard to identify in a scientific standpoint. Drawback: the quirk uses biomass as the body's source of energy. The more abilities used, the more biomass the user drains. Consuming or eating protein bars is required to avoid quirk overuse. 1 abilities: glide. User changes the density of their body that allows the user to travel in midair through gliding, used to bridge gaps between buildings or to reach airborne enemies. Sensory powers and thermal vision. User gains the ability to sense the surroundings using his enhanced senses, and thermal vision helps the user to locate enemies through their body temperature. Sonar senses. Upgraded version of thermal vision allows the user to sense their surroundings using not only the temperature of the people around them, but they can also determine which person is quirkless or not, thanks to the different shade of said people. Range, medium to wide. Wall crawling/wall running. User channels biomass into his palms and feet, then they crawl/run onto walls. Blade. User summons a long blade on their right hand. Allows the user to cut and slice through even the toughest armor quirks/vehicles. Range. Short claws. Users transform their hands into deadly, sharp-edged claws. Range. Short muscle mass. Transforms both users' arms into gray, stone-textured muscle mass that allows the user to increase melee damage twofold and increases the speed of every strike. Range. Short. Tendrils. Transforms both users' arms into 3-fingered hands composed of strands of biomass capable of stretching long distances. Range. Medium to long hammer fist. User trades speed for power, shifts biomass to user's forearms to allow deadly, heavy area effect attack, crush, and shatter armored vehicles. Range. Short. Flail fist. The user combines hammer fist and whip fist and turns their arm into a flail, a large dense spiked ball, akin to a morning star but is connected to the limb using a chain. Does the things that a hammer fist does but uses the chain aspect of the whip fist for range. Range. Medium to long shield. Allows the user to create a shield on their forearm into a durable shield that absorbs damage on impact, preserving the user's health completely until it breaks. Range. Short. Whip fist. User transforms one arm into a thin, flexible, blade-edged arm that can be used to attack at excellent range or WHP through entire crowds of villains. Range. Medium-long. Consume. The user uses the biomass within their body to absorb the BLD, flesh, or any part of another person's body, allowing them to view the other person's memories. Disguise. Allows the user to copy the DNA structure of another person user had copied through consume and replicate the person's physical appearance. This ability also allows the user to copy the quirk of the person's DNA they had copied. Note: when the user uses disguise in changing clothes, the biomass within their body moves and mutates to replicate the properties of the fabric of the clothes they want to disguise in. 6. Devastator. A super attack that causes a massive area of damage to their surroundings at the cost of the user's stamina and hunger. Different devastators in every weapon used. Advice to self: avoid using move in a narrow space or near civilians. Pack leader. User utilizes their biomass in summoning a singular or herd of hunters. Hunters vary in types and sizes. Hunters regular, brawler hunters, leader hunters, and more to be discovered. 2 armor, alternative to shield, where the user covers their whole body into dense biomass for protection from explosives and gunfire. Status, haven't awakened yet. Quirks copied through consume 1 shock absorption, copied from a 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗲, gives the user the ability to reduce the effectiveness of physical blows by absorbing the shocks produced by them. Status, active, evolved. Shock nullification. 2 super regeneration, copied from a 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗲, allows the user the ability to regenerate any sort of injuries on the user's body, such as missing limbs, at incredible speeds. Status, active, evolving. 1 erasure, copied from Shoda Aizawa. Eraser head, allows the user to cancel out the quirk of anyone they look at. Status, active. 3 pop-off, copied from Minor Mineta, allows the user to produce sticky spheres from their heads that they can pluck painlessly. Boosts tendrils. Status, passive, altered. 4 half-cold, half-hot, copied from Shoto Todoroki, gains the ability to generate ice from the right side of their body and flames from the left side. Boosts users' immunity to cold and hot temperatures. Users' ice and fire are colored red due to the adaptation to blacklight. Status, active. Blood curdle, copied from Stain, Hero Killer, formerly Stendhal, allows users to temporarily paralyze by ingesting samples of their BLD boost consume. Status, active. Dragon wings, copied from Nomu, Tsubasa, allows the user to grow a pair of red, dragon-like wings from his back that allows the user to fly. Status, active. 4 transform, copied from Himiko Toga, allows the user to take the physical form of another person as well as imitate their voice. The user pulls this off by ingesting the BLD of the person they wish to transform into. Boosts disguise. Status, active. Unnamed mind reader quirk, copied from random villain, allows the user to read the minds of another person through telepathy. Status, altered, active, evolved. Hive mind allows the user to send their consciousness to a nearby member of their pack, theoretically can use it to infiltrate the mind of those who had consumed the user's BLD. Explosion, copied from Katsuki Bakugo, allows the user to create explosions using their nitroglycerin-like sweat. Boosts glide and increases damage. Status, active. 1 earth flow, copied from Ryuko Tsuchikawa, 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝗵𝗄, allows the user to freely manipulate the earth for a variety of effects. Boosts pack leader. Status, active. Muscle augmentation, copied from Goto Imasuji, muscular, quirk that gives its user the ability to amplify, manipulate and augment their muscle layers inside and outside their body, granting them increased immense strength, speed, and durability. Unlocks armor. Status, passive. Double, copied from 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃, twice. Allowed user to create an exact duplicate of anything living or not. Boosts pack leader and disguise. Status, active decay, copied from Tamura Shigaraki, allows the user to destroy anything or anyone their hands touch, making it crumble to dust. Status, altered with claws. Search, copied from Tomoko Shiratoko, ragdoll, allows the user to monitor and observe up to 100 people at a time. Status, transferred back to ragdoll. 1 all for 1, copied from all for 1. Allows the user to steal quirks from anyone they touch for personal use and transfer stolen quirks to anyone. Boosts consume. Status, passive. Combined quirks, zone erasure plus sonar senses, a wide-range quirk that disables everyone's quirks, may it be allies and enemies alike. 2 sticky grenades explosion plus pop-off, allows the user to create and throw sticky black spheres at a target and detonates it at will. 2 burning flail fist plus half-hot half-cold, enhances and elongating the spikes of the user's flail fist and allows said spikes to generate a heat as hot as 35,359. 92 degrees Celsius. Sonic boom explosion plus glide. The user generates nitroglycerin and mixes it with the eruption of the released BLD pressure to perform a quick pounce, best used for quick eliminations. It's not bad to dream, All Might said in his skeletal form while walking towards the door. He stopped as he reached the door and looked back at Izuku, who had his head looking down. But you need to be realistic, he says as he walks out and shuts the door behind him. Forgive me, young Midoriya. All Might thought as he went down the building, not looking back at the green-haired boy. As the door closed in front of him, Izuku kept his head down as silent tears flowed down his freckled face. His dream, his only dream, was to be a hero, to help and save people with a smile on his face. Just like All Might. Just like the #1 hero. Just like the symbol of peace. Just like the person who saved him against the sludge villain. Like the person whose leg he held onto. Just like the person who was injured from his fight 5 years ago. Just like the person who he told his dream and broke his heart. Just like the person who had told him he can never be a hero without a quirk. His eyes widen as he realized his just like everyone. His just like every single person who doubted and made fun of his dream. His just like every single person who didn't believe that he can be a hero, even without a quirk. His like everyone. His like the doctor. Sorry kid, but you should probably give it up. His like his mom. I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm so sorry. His like Kaken, take a swan dive off the roof of a building. Kaken's voice lingered on his mind. What kind of friend makes fun of his quirklessness? What kind of friend would beat, burn and hurt him? What kind of friend would tell him to kill himself? What kind of friend would want him to kill himself? Then it hit him: no one. No friend would make fun of his quirklessness in front of other people. No friend would threaten, hurt, and burn him. No friend would use an explosion quirk on his face. No friend would tell him to kill himself. And no friend would want him to kill himself. For Kaken, Katsuki Bakugo is not his friend. He was never his friend. He will never be a friend to him. To him, he was nothing but a pebble on the street. To him, he was nothing but a crybaby. And to him, he was nothing but a useless, quirkless Deku. Swan dive off the roof of a building. He looked around his surroundings and realized he was still on the rooftop of the building. He mindlessly walked near the edge of the building and looked down the streets. He saw cars moving, people in different shapes and sizes walking and talking to each other, and heroes doing patrols and casing villains. Take a swan dive off the roof of a building. He thought of all the humiliation he received just for being quirkless as he took another step closer to the edge of the building. Take a swan dive off the roof of a building. He thought about all the pain and suffering he got in the hands of his friend as he took was one more step closer to the edge. Take a swan dive off the roof of a building. He took another step and let his body fall and feel the breeze of the wind as the ground looked closer every second. 5 As Izuku fell closer to the ground, the surroundings began to move slower. Like the gods were making sure he see what he had chosen. For with the time slowing down, he looked around and saw people began to panic as they saw him falling. Some froze and some ran to find a nearby hero. He smiled sadly. If they only knew that he was quirkless, they would just continue to what they were doing and ignore him like every else in his class does. Hell, his classmates would even be happy when they found out that the quirkless freak jumped off the building. They would celebrate and make it a holiday. Only a couple of feet till he hits the ground, he closed his eyes, seemingly accepting his fate, and waited to the impact. Where are you, Izuku? Izuku Midoriya said as he looked at the clock on the wall. Her son should have been home an hour ago and she is getting worried. Izuku is not the type of student that will stay out late or hang out with his friends, unknowing to her that Izuku had no friends since he was quirkless. For maybe there was a villain attack on his way home. And he watched the hero fight. That thought didn't really help in making her feel relieved that her baby hadn't come home yet. Ever since Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless and saw how her son felt depressed about not having a quirk, she became protective and paranoid about her son's safety and well-being. Though she doesn't admit it, but she knows that Izuku had become distant and she couldn't blame him. Who wouldn't? After she apologized to him when he asked him if he can be a hero like All Might instead of supporting Izuku's dream, she wouldn't be surprised if she found out that his son jumped off a building. 9 And that thought made her even more nervous. What am I thinking? Calm down, Izuku. A ring on the telephone jolted her out of her thoughts. She didn't know why, but she felt scared of answering the call. Please be Izuku. Please be Izuku. Inko took a deep breath to calm herself, failing miserably, then shakily picks up the phone and answered the call. Hello. Me Midoriya residence, Inko Midoriya speaking. Izuku was surprised as he opened his eyes. He was not falling anymore, but he was lying down on the floor. He didn't feel the impact of the fall, which confused him. Is that the feeling of dying? Who would have thought death could be painless? 2. He stood up and took a look around his surroundings. He was standing on a building rooftop with debris and surprisingly blood and guts everywhere that almost made him throw up. Almost. The sky was gray and it was raining, but he wasn't getting wet. Some buildings were burning and some collapsed. The place looked like there was a war that happened, and it looked like no one had survived, or that's what he thought. 3. So we finally meet. The voice made Izuku jump in surprise. He looked at the direction of the voice and saw the owner of the voice. There a man was facing away from Izuku that slowly turned to look at his direction. He was looking at Izuku from up and down with narrowed eyes. Studying Izuku, and it made him take a step back. The man was a tall, pale man with grayish-blue eyes. He was wearing 3 layers of clothes, a button-up white shirt with a protruding collar kept partially buttoned, a plain gray hoodie, and a black leather jacket with a red interior, 2 horizontal white lines on each sleeve, and a red tribal design on the back that Izuku noticed when the man was facing away from him. He also wears plain blue jeans and black shoes. Hello. Izuku said, failing to sound calm. The man didn't respond and just walked close to Izuku and looked directly in his eyes. Izuku tensed as he saw his grayish-blue eyes. It was intimidating yet calming at the same time. It felt familiar but unfamiliar at the same time, and that confusing. Izuku Midoriya, the man said, making Izuku tense even more. He knows my name. Of course, I know your name. Izuku's eyes widened like saucers, but immediately sweat dropped. I said it out loud, didn't I? The man, to his surprise, gave a small smile. I am you after all. 8. Those words confused him. Who wouldn't? A guy who looked nothing like him. He clearly sees that the man looks like an American while Izuku is Japanese. He looked at the man with confusion written all over his face. How can he be this guy? The man saw this and grinned. Well, I'm you and you're me, but at the same time I'm not you and you're not me. Those words just confused Izuku even more. Before Izuku could ask what he meant, the man interrupted him. I think what I'm trying to say is I'm you in your past life and you're my reincarnation, he said. 11. Izuku simply jaw-dropped as all felt clear now. That's why he felt a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling toward the person in front of him. He's is the reincarnation of Alex Mercer. Nice to meet you, he said, holding his hand out for a handshake. Likewise. Izuku took Mercer's hands and shook it while keeping eye contact with his past self. He was amazed to see and meet his past self, and it was really cool to see himself in his past life. 3. Both of them felt something on their hands and quickly looked at their hands. They were both surprised to see black tendrils coming out of Mercer's arm and began to slowly crawl up and attach to Izuku's hands. /N. Think about it like how the venom symbiote move without a host. 18. It then began to sink into Izuku's arm that made him let go of Mercer's hand and looked at his hand. He then felt something spread within his body. It feels weird in a good way. Wow. That felt weird. Izuku muttered, still looking at his hand. Yeah. That was interesting. The hooded man said. He was still contemplating about the event that just happened. Seems like the virus has merged with your soul, he whispered to himself, not realizing he said it out loud. For Izuku, hearing this, looked at him incredulously. What virus? And what do you mean it me merged with my soul? He said / yelled to Mercer, who was still in thought. Alright. The Blacklight Virus. The evolutionary chimeric mutation causing virus that can reproduce only inside the living cells of a biological organisms. It's the virus helped me survive through diseases, physical attacks, and even a nuclear explosion. Mercer said before pausing for a second to see if Izuku is listening. To his amusement, was muttering something under his breath which made Mercer's sweat dropped. Does this happen often? Mercer coughed lightly, breaking Izuku from his muttering state. 11. Izuku looked at him and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry about that. Just a bad habit. Yeah, figured, nodded Mercer. Though you gotta get that habit out of you if you want to be a hero. Izuku wide-eyed looked at Mercer as if he grew a second arm. He frowned and quickly looked away. How can I be a hero when I'm quirkless? Mercer cut him off, which the boy nodded. He grabbed the boy's shoulders to face him straight in the eye. Kid, quirk or no quirk, if you had enough training you can be a hero. 2B but All Might said, he nervously said before he was cut off by Mercer once more. What All Might said. Why would it matter if he said you can't be a hero? It's not his decision if you want to be a hero, and ITF isn't that 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗄𝗏's decision either. He paused and took a deep breath. He looked back at Izuku, who had jumped to the volume of his voice as he released his shoulders and composed himself. Sorry, what I'm trying to say is if you want to be a hero, then be the hero you always wanted to be. Train and study hard to rub it to their faces that you can be a hero and to prove them wrong. Alex Mercer said to him, giving the boy a small smile. 16. I don't have a quirk. How can I protect people if I can't protect myself? The green-haired boy whispered, looking down, remembering the times Bakugo uses his quirk on him and the sludge villain attack. Izuku was helpless without a quirk. If he can't defend himself, how can he defend others? For he heard Alex sigh and he looked up to his past self. As I said earlier, if you train your mind and body, you can be a hero to defend yourself and other people. As for being quirkless, Mercer smirked as he crossed his arms. Who said you were quirkless? If I remember correctly, the Blacklight Virus had merged with your soul, and if I'm not mistaken, it already mutated in your body, turning itself into a quirk thanks to your mom's X chromosomes in your DNA. /N. The virus is infectious and mutated Alex's body mass. I was thinking that since Alex died while still having the virus, I thought that the virus will stay in Alex's soul, which will merge with Izuku's and mutate his DNA. That made Izuku's eyes widen. I have a quirk. I can be a hero. 12. The taller man put his hand on the boy's head, ruffling his curly hair, and smiled. Yes, Izuku Midoriya, you can be a hero. Those words that came out of Mercer's mouth filled Izuku with an overwhelming amount of hope, joy, and also filled the space in his heart with the acknowledgement and support that he needed for the last 10 years of his life. 7. Izuku couldn't help himself and tackled his past self in a hug and cried his heart out. But this time it was not a cry of loneliness, anger, hopelessness, helplessness, but a cry of appreciation, joy, and hope of becoming a hero. Mercer, for his part, was surprised of the sudden contact but hugged the younger boy. He saw that the boy really needed it, and he knew that the boy will become the greatest hero, that he will surpass his tormentor and that blonde buff. But Mercer also knew that Izuku will be the hero he can never be, and by giving by giving the quirk to the boy, he can become the new symbol of hope and redeem him from his past actions that he really regretted in the last second before his death. Oh, sorry. Sniff, so sorry about that. I'm just very happy right now. Izuku said, letting go of the hug, drying the tears on his cheeks and eyes. Mercer just smiled and ruffled his hair. DMN. Can't believe that this cute thing is me in another life. He mused. 15. He was cut off from his thought as Izuku looked at him once again. Anyway, how do I use the virus or quirk you gave me? The boy asked him as he took out a notebook from out of nowhere. Mercer blinked at the display and gave the boy an amused look. Yup, he's definitely me. 16. Mercer chuckled. Well, you just need to focus on manipulating the mass and weight of the muscle mass of your body. I think you know what. Don't worry about it, since you will have my memories of using it after our souls fully merged with each other. You won't have a hard time using it, he said, making Izuku confused and surprised. Fully merge? Didn't our souls already merged? Izuku asked the hooded man while scratching his head. No. It was just the soul with the virus that merged to your soul. I know, because I can't feel the power inside my veins anymore, he said, looking into his hand and flexing his fingers into a fist. You mean the tingling feeling all over my body the moment the tendrils sank inside my hand? Mercer nodded, confirming his statement. So that's how a quirk feels like, he whispered to himself, making Mercer chuckle. Yes, that's how it feels to have a quirk, or in my case, a virus. But anyway, We need to merge soul for you to get all, and I mean all my memories. Even the memories of the people I consumed. He then held out his fist, signaling for a fist bump. Izuku looked the hand and looked at Alex. What will happen to you after our soul merged together? He was nervous and Alex can see it. He sighed and looked at his emerald eyes. I'll probably fade. He saw Izuku took a step back. Look kid. If we don't merge souls, you won't be able to control it before the entrance exam and possibly you won't be able to wake up in time to participate in the exam since after we merge souls you'll wake up. Time works different here kid. And if I'm not mistaken it has been a week after you jumped down the rooftop of that building. For Izuku's jaw dropped about the revelation. He has been unconscious for a week. It looked like he has just been an hour or two. If he don't wake up now he won't be able to get to the exam. But if he merged souls with he'll fade. He can't take that. He can't take that the first person who believed in him will be fade away and leave him alone. It hurt him. It hurt him more than how all might crushed his spirit. Thinking of Alex fading in front of him brought tears in his eyes. Come on Izuku. Alex's calm voice broke him out of his thoughts. Even if I fade, I'll always be with. I'm you and you're me remember. He said making every doubt that was in Izuku's mind disappear. Izuku then gave him a teary smile and slowly fist bumped with him. 28 There was a quick spark when their fists made contact but it didn't hurt them. Izuku can feel the tingling sensation coming from his fist climbing his body while Alex can feel his body getting sucked and exiting his outstretched fist. They then both saw that Alex's body began to fade from down his feet up to his face as particles began to float his fading form. Before he could fully fade out of existence, Alex gave Izuku one last smile. Promise me that you will become the hero that I can never be. He paused and waited for Izuku to answer and seeing the boy nod he continued. Well then, goodbye and take care of everyone you love and those who you wish to protect. Be the greatest hero there is and I will always be there for you. As that being said Alex Mercer has completely faded. Seeing that Alex is no longer with him, looked up in the sky of his mindscape. After 5 seconds, he suddenly clutched his head using his hands as all the memories came in him. Seriously Alex. Not even a waning. When the pain stopped stood up still clutching his head. And then blinked when he heard a voice enter his ear. Welcome to the top of the food chain, it was Alex. 17 He couldn't help but smile as he saw from the Alex's memories he said that before getting absorbed by a guy named 𝗎𝗪𝙢. Looking more into that memory he realized, man that guy was brutal. Kinda like Bakugo. He chuckled at his new nickname for his former friend. So how do I go back? Izuku wondered and cursed himself for not asking Alex how to go back in the real world. However he doesn't need to worry as he felt a pull in his body and after a second he was falling once more. And he was hearing another voice in his ears. It was soft and sounds familiar. The voice was crying and saying something that he couldn't hear clearly. He closed his eyes, used his quirk to enhance his hearing to listen to the voice. Whatsu? You? What are you saying? Who are you? Whap. Izuku, you're clearly not Alex, so who are you? Wake up Izuku, wait. Previously, wake up Izuku, wait. 2 Izuku can hear his mom calling him, pleading for him to wake up. Well, he was awake but for some reason he didn't open his eyes and just listened to his mom's sobs. It made him feel guilty but he just out of reflex kept his eyes closed. Yes, every time his mom would cry back when he was diagnosed quirkless Izuku would keep his eyes closed and wait for his mom to leave his room to cry himself to sleep. He can't help it. He can't stand seeing his mom's crying face, especially knowing he was the reason of her cries. I'll be waiting, sweetie. So please wake up, Izuku. He heard his mom cry to him before he felt her kiss his forehead. After that he heard footsteps walking away from him and a door opening then closing. Then there was only the sound of liquid dropping in a bag and a beeping sound coming from a device close to where he was. There he realized that he was in a hospital. He wanted to open his eyes but another sudden rush of memories flow into his head and it hurt as hell. He once again inwardly cursed Alex for not warning him about the pain. It feels like he was messing with him. As the pain slowly subsided he saw Alex's past, how Alex got his powers. From how he woke up from the dead in a morgue up to the moment when 𝗎𝗪𝙢𝘢 slashed him again and again until he was no longer breathing. 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗲 brutal, 6 with the pain gone, he felt tired like he had been running a marathon and going back to the starting line to restart the race for 10 more tries. He chose that moment of tiredness to fall asleep. He'll just wake up by tomorrow. Next day, it has been a week since 𝗵𝗃 received a call from the hospital that Izuku was took in after falling off a building. It broke her to think that her son would try to end his own life. She almost flooded the whole hospital for crying looking at Izuku's bandaged body. But she couldn't blame her son knowing that he had been in pain after all the pain, mockery and discrimination he received from his peers. If it wasn't for the 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁's mother, she would never stop crying. 10 As to why 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was also in the hospital is because 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was also admitted in for a completely different reason. The same day Izuku jumped off the building, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was attacked by a sludge villain that almost killed him if it wasn't for All Might who was passing by. 6 To be honest, 𝗵𝗃 didn't give a SHT about 𝗵𝗃𝗃 after she found out that he was the one who tormented her son, and she was glad that he was attacked by the villain. Karma is a beach. But she never said that out loud since 𝗵𝗃𝗃's mom is her best friend. Also since he's Izuku's childhood friend, well at least that's what she thought. 3 She was walking through the hospital's corridor as she remembered the moment where she apologized to Izuku when he asked her if she can be a hero like All Might. She regretted the words that came out of her mouth, and she knew that those same words broke her son's heart, which made their relationship to crumble. And because of those words, Izuku had grew distant towards her. 𝗵𝗃 can admit that she was not really supportive on Izuku's dream, and she wished that she had. If she had told Izuku that he can become a hero like All Might, her son wouldn't be as distant and secretive as he is now. She just wants her son to be safe, but she hurt her son's feelings because of that. She wished that she could turn back time so that she could change her answer on her son's question. But there is one thing to that. She can't. She can't change the fact that she didn't believe and supported her son's dream of becoming a hero. She could change the fact that she broke her son's heart and may have caused him to jump off the rooftop. She just hoped that Izuku would be able to forgive him. Izuku, as she enters her son's hospital room, she froze on her tracks on what she saw. Izuku is awake, sitting up looking outside the window. His looked like he's deep in thought. Izuku, she shakily called out to her son. Izuku looked at her direction, and at that moment she saw her son looked the same but looked different at the same time. He was giving off a different calm and mysterious aura with the same passion. She teared up when her son just looked at her eyes and smiled brightly. After jumping off a building, her son just smiled like it was nothing. Like it was all a dream. Like it never happened. Hey mom. Good morning. Izuku said, giving her mom a bright smile. How long have, whoa. He was cut off when his mom tackled him into a bone-crushing hug. Izuku. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I didn't believe in you. I'm sorry you jumped off a building. I'm sorry I can't give you a quirk. 𝗵𝗃 sobbed in her son's chest as she hugged him tightly like it was the end of the world. Before she could continue, she felt Izuku's arms wrapped around her, hugging her back, which made her sob more. Izuku didn't say anything and just comforted her mom. When 𝗵𝗃 stopped crying, he chose that moment to speak. Honestly, he was still upset of how unsupportive his mom had been. But he knew that he can't stand his mom. Supportive or not, she is still his mom. She will be and will always be the person who loves him even in his quirkless condition. It's okay, mom. I understand. I've forgiven you a long time ago. Izuku pats his mom's back, making her look at him. I understand why you said those words and I can't blame you. I'll admit I was upset of what you said and hoped that you should have at least supported me instead of apologizing for the thing you can't control. He wiped a tear that was falling on her cheek and looked at her directly in the eyes and smiled softly. It's all in the past, all we can do is move forward. Yup, he couldn't stand her. He loved her too much to be upset. 7 𝗵𝗃 hugged her son even closer and cried for a couple of minutes. She calmed herself, and that's the time the doctor came in to check on Izuku. Oh, looks like you're awake. The doctor looked at Izuku, who bowed slightly and gave him a smile. He then looked at 𝗵𝗃, who broken up from the hug and gave her attention to the doctor. Good thing you're here, Mrs. Midoriya. I was about to call you about the test's results of young Izuku here. he said as he walked closer to the Midoriyas, stopping a few feet from the pair. 7, as I said from our conversation last week, it is a miracle that he survived that fall considering that he fell from a building taller than 𝗵𝗃 lady in her quirk form. And what surprised us as well is when the medic went to the place where your son landed, they were shocked to see your son in a crater with only having minor injuries and a couple of broken bones. The doctor said shocking both Izuku and 𝗵𝗃. One Izuku, because he was sure he would have more injuries but maybe it's because of his new quirk. 𝗵𝗃, because she didn't know that her son created a crater upon landing. A sea crater. For the doctor then opened a folder and looked at its contents before looking back at the Midoriyas. We have made some tests 2 days ago. And the results are unimaginable. It shows that even after what happened to your son we saw no sign of the injuries and you said that he's quirkless. 𝗵𝗃 nodded while Izuku just stayed quiet. Well, you see, after some tests and x-rays, we found an extra toe joint on both of your son's feet, but the DNA tests found an anomaly in his body mass. So you mean? 𝗵𝗃 said and unconsciously held Izuku's hands which hold hers as well, comforting her. Does Izu? Her thought was cut off as the doctor continued, seemingly reading her mind. Yes, Mrs. Midoriya. After the fall, I believe your son developed a quirk. An interesting one if you ask me. The doctor said, making 𝗵𝗃 tear up once more. For she looked at Izuku, who was coincidentally looking at her with a look that made her think that he knew he had developed a quirk. He then gave her a smile that she last saw 10 years ago. Before she could ask her son the last words that the doctor registered in her mind. An interesting one if you ask me. She looked back to the doctor. What do you mean, an interesting one? She asked the doctor, who gave her a serious look. Well, you see, Mrs. Midoriya, your son's quirk is quite similar to a certain person's ability that had happened in the pre-quirk era. The doctor paused and flipped a page in the file and gave it to 𝗵𝗃, who took it and analyzed the page. There she saw old documents that may look like centuries old now. She saw 3 pictures. First is a picture of a man in a hood who was lying in a stretcher with BLD all over his leather jacket. The second picture shows the same man flying or gliding in the air, releasing what looks to be red gas or fluid out of his hands and feet. And lastly, a picture of the same man carrying a taxi cab on both his arms with black masks/tendrils covering his arms. That man is Alex Mercer, aka the prototype. He is known for his codename, Zeus, and he is known to be a carrier of the Blacklight Virus, the same virus that caused a pandemic in Manhattan in the year 2009. He is known to manipulate his body mass to enhance his physical capabilities and gives him an arsenal of weapons that came in a form of claws, blades, giant fists, and a WHP-like hand. With these weapons and abilities, he was able to defeat infected abominations and even withstand a nuclear explosion. The last sentence caused the Midoriya's jaws to drop. No one, even All Might, can't walk away from a nuclear explosion. However, after the explosion he had disappeared with no trace. Rumors says that he was defeated by a person named 𝗵𝗃, another person with the same abilities. But we are not sure if those are true. Before the doctor can continue, Izuku chose the moment to talk. That rumor is actually true. He was defeated by 𝗵𝗃. He said, nervously, getting a look from both the doctor and 𝗵𝗃. He took a deep breath and continued. Alex Mercer fought and was defeated by 𝗵𝗃 by absorbing him to get his powers and memories. 𝗃 absorbed him to destroy all the infected creatures that were causing destruction all around Manhattan to save humanity. He finished, releasing his breath that he never knew he was holding. Izuku waited for the doctor's questions, but it was his mother that talked. How do you know that? 𝗵𝗃 asked her son, still confused about the information. She then saw Izuku looked at her and gave her a soft smile. It's because I'm the reincarnation of Alex Mercer. I was Alex Mercer in the past. He said, raising his hands, channeling the Blacklight Virus through his hands. Both 𝗵𝗃 and the doctor looked at his hand and wide-eyed when black thin tendrils began to sprout out of his palms and wrapped around his fingers, hands, and arm. His whole arm then turned gray with a bulky, stone texture. If you're asking how I know, it is because I talked to him, he said while flexing his finger while retracting his hands back to its normal form. He looked back his mom and doctor, who are still looking shocked about this new feat. He shrugged. I'll explain how I talked to him. 8. After Izuku told them the conversation with Alex Mercer while leaving out the reason why he jumped off the building. He might hate all might by saying he can't be a hero without a quirk, but Izuku was not that vengeful to talk about the hero's actions to make the two adults' thoughts about the hero change. When he finished telling the story to the adults in the room, they were giving him surprised and shocked looks. And he couldn't blame them. He was shocked and surprised himself. Fascinating. This is an extremely rare case of quirk developing through soul merging with your past self. Well, to be honest, your case is the first, the doctor said while jotting down notes on a notepad. With Alex Mercer's soul merging to yours, you get his abilities while eliminating the complications of having the Blacklight virus as it mutates with your DNA, transforming it into a quirk with a less damaging drawback. Speaking of which, what are its drawbacks? The doctor asked Izuku, who started to think. Before he could talk, they all heard a loud growling sound and Izuku began to blush. The doctor gave him a warm chuckle. It looks like it uses the food you eat and your stamina as fuel. 13. Why yeah, I guess I am little hungry and tired right now, Izuku said sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. It's true, he is starving and tired. The doctor just chuckled and walked towards the door. I'll call for some protein-based food for you, replenish the hunger and fatigue you're feeling. I will also give your mom a simple recipe for a protein bar for you. He paused as he reached the door and looked back. You have a strong quirk, young Izuku. You are basically immortal with the hyper-regeneration and durability of yours, easily rivaling All Might's quirk, if not stronger. I hope you use it properly and responsibly, because with a quirk like that you can become the greatest hero that you wanted to be, said the doctor as he exited the door. Izuku felt proud as his quirk can rival or even be better than All Might's. 7. He felt overjoyed when the doctor said that he can be a hero. Now that he had a quirk, he can prove himself to those who made fun of him and doubted his dream, especially Katsuki and All Might. 6. He unconsciously clenched his fist at the thought of those two. He would love to see the faces of those two once he used his quirk in front of them. But he can't for some reason. He doesn't want to show them that he had developed a quirk. He doesn't want to end up like Katsuki, arrogant, reckless, crude, and has a freaking ego as tall as MT Lady. He wanted to be himself. A hero that will be there when you need it and will save you with a smile. He knew he can and will be a hero. He was cut off from his thoughts as his mom held his hand and gave him a teary smile. For, the doctor was right, Izu, she said as she sniffed. With your quirk you can be the hero you wish to become. Again, I'm sorry for not believing in you. To make up for it, I will support you in my best abilities, she said, hugging Izuku, which returned the hug. She felt happy for her son. She would do her best to be the supportive mother she was once 10 years ago. Thanks, Mom. I will do my best to make you proud. I will become the hero that will help and protect people with a smile. Izuku said, like what the doctor said, I'm gonna use this quirk properly and responsibly. And to become a hero, I need to enter the entrance exam in UA. His mom nodded at him and placed her hands on his face. Yes, the entrance exam is in 8.5 months. You still have time to train and practice your quirk. By the way, what will you name your quirk? We need to update your quirk registry. Inko asked Izuku, curious on what he would name his quirk. Izuku thought for a second, then smiled and looked at his mom. I'll call it Blacklight. 5 times skip quirk entry, name, Izuku Midoriya, birth date, July 15th, age, 14 years old, gender, male, height, 171 cm, 5'7" hair color, green eye color, green BLD type, O12 quirk, Blacklight Transformer/mutation quirk, formerly Blacklight Virus, allows the user to manipulate and control the density of his body mass. User will have enhanced strength, speed, durability, stamina, regeneration, and immunity to all known diseases. Due to user's ability to manipulate his body mass, user can create different weapons for combat purposes. Other abilities, glide, user changes the density of his boy that allows user to travel in midair through gliding, used to bridge gaps between buildings or to reach airborne enemies. Sensory powers and thermal vision, user gains the ability to sense the surroundings using his enhanced senses, and thermal vision helps user to locate enemies through their body temperature. 3 wall crawling/wall running, User channels biomass into his palms and feet, then he crawls/run onto walls. 3 Blade short range. User summons a long blade on his right hand. Allows user to cut and slice through even the toughest armor quirks/vehicles. Claws short range. Users transforms her hands into deadly, sharp-edged claw. 1 muscle mass short range. Transforms both users' arms into gray, stone-textured muscle mass that allows the user increase melee damage twofold and increases the speed of every strike. Theory: with proper training, user will possible upgrade muscle mass into tendrils. 𝗵𝗲 ability. Hammer fist short range. User trades speed for power, shifts biomass to user's forearms to allow deadly, heavy area effect attack, crush and shatter armored vehicles. 1 shield short range. Allows user to create a shield on his forearm into a durable shield that absorbs damage on impact, preserving user's health completely until it breaks. 1 whip fist mid-long range. User transforms one arm into a thin, flexible, blade-edged arm that can be used to attack at excellent range or WHP through entire crowds of villains. Armor, alternative to shield, where user covers his whole body into dense biomass for protection from explosives and gunfire. Consume and disguise. Unlike Alex Mercer's full body consumption, user only need BLD to consume, where user will be able to copy the DNA structure of the owner of BLD and replicate it to be able to disguise user into the owner of the BLD consumed. Theory: user may be able to not only copy the appearance of the person but also the quirk of the user. 34 Devastator. A super attack that causes a massive area damage to their surroundings at the cost of users' stamina and hunger. Different devastators in every weapon used. Advice to self: do not use move in a narrow space or near civilians. Pack leader still in work. User uses 1/3 of his stamina to summon large humanoid attack dogs to fight alongside him. 5 Izuku closed his hero journal after writing his own entry. It's been 3 days after his talk with the doctor and his mom. After the talk, Izuku and Inko went to register his quirk, and to say that the doctor who told him he can't be a hero was surprised was an understatement. The doctor bowed to him while repeatedly apologizing for not thinking before talking. Izuku was happy that the doctor apologized and he forgave him and asked a request to not inform the school principal that he had developed a quirk. The doctor was confused at first but did so nonetheless. Then after that, both mom and son went how and celebrate by eating his favorite dish, katsudon. 13 Remembering that last one put a smile on Izuku's face. He felt happy looking at his notebook, but after a minute he opened his notebook and ripped off his quirk entry and put it in a small box for 2 reasons. First, is to prevent it from getting destroyed like his last notebook courtesy of Onkatsuki Bakugo. And the other reason is to prevent Bakugo from taking his notebook and finding out he had a quirk. Him having a quirk will make the Pomeranian explode, figuratively and literally. Not that he's scared of getting hurt for hiding his quirk. It's just that he doesn't owe his former friend an explanation and he doesn't owe him anything. Speaking of Bakugo, he kinda stopped bothering Izuku since the day after the quirk registry. 10 Flashback. That morning he went back to school and was surprised that none of his classmates had made fun of him as he entered that classroom. They just looked at him as he entered and went back to what they were doing. It didn't surprise him because the hospital had informed the school about his accident, but not his quirk. So they probably don't want to cause trouble since he just got out of the hospital and began wary of Izuku since he gained a growth spurt, easily rivaling Bakugo's height. 3 Izuku just shrugged off the attention or the lack of to his return and went straight to his seat and started to write the lessons the class had in his absence. It was 15 minutes before the bell when Bakugo and his lackeys entered the classroom. Izuku knew Bakugo entered because for one, the whole class began quiet all of a sudden, and 2, that he can feel the blonde's aura/rage directed at him. 5 If he was the same quirkless Izuku that he was weeks ago, he would begin shaking and stuttering just feeling the blonde's aura. But after merging with his past self, Alex Mercer, he felt calm, confident and reserved. He felt that not only Mercer's soul had merged but also his personality, though the muttering is still there but he is working on it. So that's why he just ignored the killing intent directed at him and continued writing on his notebook. 2 Bakugo to his part looked pissed off when he saw that Deku didn't even show any reaction to the killing intent that he was giving. And to him it looked like Deku didn't even acknowledge the fact that he was even there. This enraged the blonde and started stumping his way towards the greenette's seat. 7. He stood in front of Deku and was about to blast him using the explosion that started popping on the palm of his hands when the green-haired boy started to talk. Trying to use your quirk on me again, Bakugo. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Izuku calmly said, still writing on his notebook, making everyone in the class tense with the different tone in his voice. Not to mention the lack of stuttering, shaking, and kaken in his words. However, that didn't stop Bakugo from scowling. What did you say, you quirkless nerd? He screamed, making the whole class minus Izuku flinch of its volume. Not getting a response, he then grabbed Izuku on the collar of his uniform. Wanna say that to me again, Deku? He said, yanking the greenette closer to him so that he would be face to face with Deku, just to see the nerd not even reacting to his actions, which pissed him off even more. Before he could attack the greenette, Izuku raised his head calmly and glanced at his palms that was popping with tiny explosions and looked back at Bakugo straight in the eye. The eye contact made the ash-blonde teen's spine shiver and felt uneasy as he looked at Deku's eyes that was missing the fear and nervousness it had the last time they talked. Hence, it had the look of calmness, confidence, and indifference. 2. I said, trying to use your quirk on me again. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Calmly said the boy, who was now standing straight, making Bakugo's eyes widen as he realized that Deku was now as tall as him. Izuku then grabbed his hand that was on the collar of his uniform and gripped it, making the blonde wince for the strength the quirkless nerd is putting on his hand. Since using quirks in public is illegal, I'm sure you are aware of that law, since you're the best student. After all, you wouldn't want UA to find out that you use your quirk in public and let alone hurt and threaten a classmate. I would see your name getting blacklisted from you. Heck, maybe in all the hero schools here in Japan. Wouldn't want your clean record get marked, would you, Kaken? He said, which made the explosive teen pale and loosen his grip on Deku's collar as he let go of Bakugo's hand. Izuku looked around and saw the shocked faces of all of his classmates. Even their homeroom teacher was shocked hearing the once nervous boy's words. That made Izuku smirk inwardly and took a seat and went back to writing as the bell rung, indicating the start of homeroom. 10 flashback indie after that, it seems that Bakugo had stopped attacking him. But that never stopped the blonde from throwing insults about his quirklessness and how he is still a Deku. He also told him to not apply to you, since he said that no quirkless Deku will become a hero, which of course he ignored, enraging the blonde. 6. Izuku didn't really care what the blonde said, and to be honest, he didn't even want to waste time on the blonde since he needs to train his new developed quirk, Blacklight, to get a hang of it once again, as he was as Alex Mercer. He was currently laying on his bed staring at his walls that are unsurprisingly lacking too much All Might posters. After he was discharged from the hospital, he removed most of All Might posters and action figures, still feeling bitter about his idol breaking his heart. They're only leaving a single All Might action figure in his Silver Age costume, along with a couple of action figures of Endeavor, 13, Best Jeanist, and Edgeshot. His wall that were once filled with All Might posters now contain rock bands from the pre-Quirk era that Alex likes to listen to, like Linkin Park, and paintings that he created when he got home. The All Might themed carpet and curtain are now changed into simple yet nice to look at carpets with a red and gray color scheme. Same goes for his curtains. 57. Looking around, he felt contented by the new look of his room and went back to looking at his phone as he was searching for a place where quirk usage is allowed. He could try at the school gym since quirks are allowed there, however he wasn't planning to show them, especially Bakugo, that he wasn't quirkless anymore. Not until he entered U. For the entrance exam, that is. He can't try in his house since he knew that his quirk is more destructive than those explosions that Bakugo releases. So he had no choice but to find a place to train and practice his quirk so that he would do decently and hopefully cause as little damage as his quirk tend to uncontrollable. Looking at the doorknob that he broke twice. As he swiped up and down for locations that allow quirk usage, he spots a place not far from his house. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, Dagoba Beach Municipal Park. Saturday 5:45 a.m. Izuku read the sign as he arrived at the location where he would train his quirk and abilities. He began to walk down the staircase of the Dagoba Beach and looked around the beach/junkyard. It was definitely a junkyard. There was piles of junk that ranged from tin cans to even pickup trucks. Yup. This is a perfect place to train my quirk, he said to himself as he reached the beach. He began to think of the type of training he would do and the abilities he would be practicing to further 𝗵𝘃𝗲 them, like how he was back as Alex Mercer. Izuku was cut off from his train of thought when he heard waves crashing to each other and looked up towards the ocean. Wow. I know this place basically became a junkyard, but I could say this place has potential to look appealing once. He said, looking at the clear blue ocean with awe. Izuku felt relaxed and saddened to see a appealing sight covered by piles of rubbish, and no hero even made a move to clean the place. Then again he realized that heroes like 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗍 only want fame and endeavor just focus on capturing villains. All Might could have cleaned the beach, but with his condition Izuku wouldn't be surprised. With that thought he looked at all the piles of junk and back to the ocean. There he made his decision. If no one wants to do it, then I will, he said as he used disguise to change into his plain t-shirt with the word t-shirt and black gym shorts. Izuku practices disguise frequently and found it as a very useful ability to have, and didn't blame Alex for using it in infiltrations and hiding against the Gentech operatives. It was very easy to change clothes as long as he wore the clothes for a couple of hours to let the biomass absorb the components/properties of the clothes so that he can replicate the components using his biomass. It confused him how the fabric gets absorbed, but hey, he gets to change faster. 9 Who wouldn't like to change faster, right? At that same time, all the female population in the world sneezes. 17 Izuku began to pick up the smaller junk and garbage like tin cans, soda bottles, ice cream cups, and place them in a plastic bag that he always brought in case he needs to go get groceries. He picked up glass shards from shattered bottles and car windows. He continued picking up the small junk for hours and came back and forth from the beach to the nearest convenience store to buy garbage bags, since the plastic bags were filled up fast and there is a whole beach filled with junk. He placed the garbage bags filled with smaller junk up the staircase of the beach and lined them up for the garbage truck to get them. He wiped his sweat rolling on his chin and looked at the beach. It would take me a month or two just to get the smaller ones out of here, Izuku thought as he picked up another garbage bag full of plastic bottles and soda cans and took it to the staircase. An hour later and he removed the smaller junk from the first pile of 100 piles of junk. He began to smile as he saw that from just a pile of small junk he can say that the beach had changed. Small change, but it's a start. He began to walk home while wiping his sweat using a towel, not seeing a pink-haired girl with green-yellow eyes that looked like crosshairs looking at him first and to the pile of junk with interest. These parts will be good for creating my new babies, the girl thought as he knelt down to grab a part of a broken television, forgetting about the green-haired boy. That night after dinner, Izuku leaned back to his chair as he had just finished writing a new entry about 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗍. He stretched and placed his hands at the back of his head. He began to think about what he did in the beach. Cleaning the beach was not that bad since he was doing it as an act of heroism and training. The beach needs a makeover to make it look like it wasn't a junkyard and more of a beach. And Izuku was willing to spend a month or two just make it look better than its current state. Because that's what heroes do. However, a thought began to enter in the greenette's mind. What will he do after he cleaned the beach within 2 months? What will he do for the next 6 months? Then it hit him. He had no plan after cleaning the beach. He pulled his side drawer and took out his quirk entry. He read and analyzed his skills. There he saw offensive, blade, claws, hammer fist, whip fist, muscle mass and devastator, defensive, armor and shield, mobility, glide, wall crawling and wall running and reconnaissance, enhanced senses, thermal vision, consume and disguise, and still needs work, tendrils and pack leader. As he read all of his abilities, in a separate paper he began to write on what to do to 𝗵𝘃𝗲 the abilities once more. After 30 minutes of writing the ways to them, he lay down on his bed mentally exhausted. He found ways to use the skills he already know to use, such as muscle mass and claws, and leave ones he needs to study more, such as consume, tendrils and pack leader for you. When he gets in, he's confident that he will be able to get in. Like Bakugo, Izuku also aced the mock exams. But Bakugo doesn't need to know that. It would make the blonde teen furious. Not that Izuku cared, but it is such a drag to listen to Explodey Boy's rant about Izuku being a dek, and he can't be a hero without a quirk blah blah blah. All that 𝗧𝗵𝗲. As for the fighting style, he saw in Alex's memories that he consumed a street brawler when he first got the virus. That's where he learned how to fight. So, Izuku wouldn't need to go find a dojo to learn how to fight from scratch. Learning a fighting style just from your past self's memory seems to be cheating, but it's okay. He was quirkless for 14 years and suffered so much pain and stress. Izuku won't bother taking a shortcut in mastering his quirk if he wants to catch up with his peers. 2. Just wait till the entrance exams, Bakugo. I'll make you eat your words. Izuku thought before drifting to sleep. He had a long day tomorrow. 2. The next day, Dagoba Beach Municipal Park, Sunday, 5:30 a.m. Izuku woke up and took a quick shower before going to the dining room. He ate breakfast that was already served since his mom had an early shift from her part-time job. After eating, he washed the dishes before going outside for a jog to the beach to continue his cleaning and training. It took him 20 minutes to get to the beach. When he arrived, he began removing the junk while channeling and adjusting the density of his biomass on his legs as he sped towards the piles of junk to start his training. It was one of the tricks he thought to make himself faster and to help his kicks become stronger. 7. His theory was proven true when he crashed face first into the pile, making a loud sound that made the nearby birds flew. He quickly stood up to check if he got injured and was right when he saw his right arm had BLD on it, but no wound to be found. Looks like my regeneration really is enhanced. Izuku thought as the BLD on his hand began to seep into his skin, giving him a tingly feeling. After making sure he had no other injury, Izuku began to look around and saw a large freezer without one doors a couple meters away from him. He would use that as a training dummy to check how strong he can punch with his new quirk. Musclemas, Izuku thought, and started channeling blacklight on his arms, and black tendrils began to burst out his pores and covered the entirety of his arms, making him flinch slightly because of the sudden tingling feeling in his body. As the black tendrils fully covered his arm, it began to bulk up and turn into a gray, stone texture. His hands felt harder and heavier, but as strong and heavy as the hammer fist. He began to walk, then sprint towards the freezer. He cocked his right arm to give the object a punch. When his punch landed, the freezer was crushed like a soda can that got hit by a stone and flew a couple of meters near the ocean. Izuku's jaw dropped with the force of his punch. He looked at his arm, then to the freezer and back to his arm. A smile began to creep into his face as he looked around at the piles of junk. This is going to be fun, he said in his mind as his hand changed into claws. 3. 1. And that is all for today. Class dismiss. Izuku's science teacher said, as he collected his things and left the class. The students began to stand up and gather their belongings as they made their way home. Our green-haired protagonist stood up and began to put away his belongings into his bag. It has been 2 weeks in his training/cleaning session in the beach/junkyard, and Izuku can proudly say that he had cleaned a fourth of the junk and destroyed most of the broken appliances there using his offensive abilities. He found a way to lower the power of his punches and kicks by channeling small amounts of biomass on his arms. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, kinda like OFA, but cooler LMAO. With lower biomass on his arms as he transformed them into the offensive, his transformed arms would look thinner but still having the known features. For example, his claws would look shorter and his hammer fist and muscle mass would look smaller and smoother. 11. As he slung his bag on his back and began to walk towards the exit off the classroom, his path was blocked by the one Katsuki Bakugo and his 2 lackeys. He looked at the blonde who looked pissed for some reason. "Can I help you, Bakugo?" Izuku asked the blonde with raised eyebrows. He was not in a hurry, but he had a lot more important things to do than be in front of Bakugo. "You still trying to go to UA, Deku?" Bakugo asked in a growl while glaring daggers at Izuku, who didn't respond. "I would advise that you don't waste your time trying to go to UA, because no quirkless Deku like you is getting accepted to UA." He continued as he turned around, walking away from Izuku with his lackeys following him while snickering. 1. So what if I'm quirkless? Izuku said in a bored tone, making the blonde teen stop in his tracks and turned at him with narrowed eyes. When Bakugo saw his blank expression, the blonde scowled and yelled, "What did you say, you quirkless piece of He began stomping his way towards Izuku, who didn't even flinch as sparks of nitroglycerin began erupting on Bakugo's palms. "I think I didn't hear you clearly. Mind saying that to me again?" Izuku sighed and looked straight at the blonde's eyes. "I said, so what if I'm quirkless? That's my problem, not yours," he said, still looking at the other teen's eyes, who still wore a scowling face. "And so what if I'm applying for UA? It's my choice, not yours. And if you're worried how I'm gonna pass the practical test, well," he said as he walked past them and stopped without looking back at the trio. "That's for me to know and for you to F off," he said with a smirk and walked off, leaving Bakugo and his lackeys with angry and shocked expressions. 10. Somewhere near Mustafu. Ysei is a second-year student turning third year in 8 months in UA. Toshinori Yagi, All Might, in his skeletal form, asked someone on the other side of the line. He just got out of the grocery store when his phone ringed. Looking at the caller ID, he saw his old sidekick calling him. "Yes, All Might." His name is 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃. Hero name, lemillion, and his quirk is called permeation, which grants him the ability to phase through physical matter. A strong quirk, and if he gains one for all, he would surpass me and possibly you as well. Mirai Sasaki, also known as Sir Night-Eye. Quirk, foresight. I think he is a good candidate to be your successor since he is an optimistic kid and makes the people around him feel safe. And with his body being already having muscles, he would very much fit being the next symbol of peace, he said in a confident tone, making him sound like he was right and was never wrong. 17. The boy they were talking about is 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, a second-year high school student who is studying in the hero course. They are talking about All Might pass his quirk, One for All, a stockpiling quirk that becomes stronger as it is passed from one generation to another, to the said boy. All Might was skeptical about passing down OFA to 𝗵𝗃, but Sir Night-Eye was persistent in choosing 𝗵𝗃 to inherit his quirk and let All Might retire as a teacher in UA's hero course. One at first, All Might would usually reject this straight on. But seeing that there was no other candidate to inherit OFA, he would consider passing the quirk to this 𝗵𝗃 kid. That kid sounds promising, All Might said thoughtfully. I'll see for myself if he is worthy of inheriting my quirk. I promise to you, Toshinori. He is more than worthy. I am confident that he is. Sir Night-Eye said sternly, but All Might can hear that the man was smiling through the phone. Before All Might could respond, a loud bang was heard from a distance. All the people around was panicking and running away from the source of the explosion. A villain attack. I'll call you back, Mirai, he quickly said and hung up, not waiting for Mirai to respond. He ran towards an empty alley and transforms into his muscle form and began to run towards the crime scene. Within 3 meters he jumped, don't fear why. Because he landed in front of the villain, the same villain that empty lady fought who apparently escaped, who visually flinched. I am here. That's for me to know and for you to F off. Izuku snickered as he remembered the look on Bakugo and his lackeys' faces. They look ridiculous and he wished that he had a camera. He was walking home from the bookstore to buy a book about a certain topic in algebra. He was studying not only for the entrance exams but also for his algebra class. Izuku may be confident in his skills when it comes to book smarts, but algebra is a different subject. It's way too hard to be called a subject in school. 3. Detroit Smash. A loud voice said, which made him stop walking when he heard the voice, knowing who it belonged to. He looked at the direction of the voice and saw a group of people surrounding what looks like a villain attack, and there stands out a tall, muscular man with blonde hair and blue eyes, All Might. Izuku saw the number 1 hero holding the same villain he saw MT Lady and Kamui-Wood's capture on the day where he was attacked by the sludge villain, where All Might had told him he should give up on his dream of becoming a hero. It's not bad to dream, but you need to be realistic. He clenched his fist with the memory flashing in his mind. He may still adore the man for his heroic actions, but he can't look at him at the same admiration as he used to do. Too well, who wouldn't? If your idol, hero, and source of happiness was the one who would shatter his already broken heart. Even the fanboy/hero otaku, Izuku did changed his view of his so-called idol. He was cut off his musings when he saw All Might look in his direction with wide eyes and a guilty look in his eyes. Young Izuku. The hero thought, looking at the green-haired kid. It had been a long time since he last saw the boy, and he was surprised to see that the boy was no longer the same scrawny kid he left in the rooftop of the building. The kid was now taller, between 5 feet 6 inches or 5 feet 7 inches, and he can see from his uniform that he had developed muscles. For he was about to approach the boy when he suddenly saw his eyes. His eyes. His eyes that once had a look of admiration and curiosity were now replaced with calmness, indifference, and little hate, making him flinch a little. The boy noticed this and inwardly snorted and patted himself on the shoulder for intimidating the number 1 hero. After 10 seconds of staring at each other, Izuku looked away and started walking home, not looking back at the blonde hero. He was planning on making a sketch for his hero costume just in case he got accepted, which he will when he got home. He thought about the same as Alex Mercer's attire when they met. Same leather jacket and pants, but changing the color of the hoodie with a forest green color and changing the shoes to his usual red shoes but with straps. It may not be practical for a hero to use leather jackets, but it was stylish, and he was sure someone will also use leather jacket in their hero costume. Somewhere in Japan, a guy with blonde hair with black lightning and a purple-haired girl with an asymmetrical fringe sneezed wildly. He was stopped in his musings when he felt someone bump into him. He heard an annoyed but a soft, sorry, as the person who bumped him walked away. He also heard the person saying something like, DMNU, Shinji. It was supposed to be my day off. When he looked at the place where the person had bumped him, he saw a wallet and picked it up. He knew it belonged to the person who bumped him. He looked inside, read the name in the ID, and quickly ran toward the person to give the wallet back. Hey Mississippi, I think you dropped your wallet, he shouted as he was running towards the person, who was a girl/female. The woman turned to stop and looked at Izuku's direction with an annoyed expression, but instantly softened when she saw him. The woman had round face, purple eyes with white pupils, and has elegantly long eyelashes. Her hair was voluminous, creamy blonde hair and had them curled and flowing down her face. She was wearing a fitted purple t-shirt under a brown winter jacket with fur on the hood, fit denim pants folded up and heeled, tan sandals. Appealing is all he can say to describe the lady in front of her. He noticed a blush on the woman's face and mentally smacked himself, knowing he said that out loud again. I think this is yours, Izuku said as he handed the wallet to the lady, who took it and smiled at him. It mesmerized him and he felt his face heat up. Thank you, she said as she bowed slightly and turned away, not waiting for his response. You're welcome, he said as the lady walks away, and he too turned to go home. While walking, he thought of the lady and smiled. She was appealing, but she seems familiar. He just couldn't say where she saw her. All he can remember is her name, Yu Takayama, he said as he took a turn. In the shore of the Dagoba Beach Municipal Park, you are able to see a green-haired teen, Izuku Midoriya, sitting on the white sand, admiring the view of the sea as the sound of waves crashing into each other and distant birds can be heard in the background. It took him 3 months to gain bigger muscles and abs/N. Izuku post 9 months training in canon, though he hides it under his baggy clothes. He wouldn't want to be noticed for 2 reasons. 1. He doesn't want Bakugo screaming at him for training his body and will tell him it was useless because he's nothing but a quirkless Deku, which is annoying. And 2. He doesn't want the attention. He may be more confident than he was back, but people giving him too much attention is uncomfortable in his point of view. 7. It had been 5 months of his training/cleaning in the beach, and he had mastered most of his offensive abilities with the exceptions of the Devastators, Tendrils, and Pack Leader in different reasons. The Devastators causes too much damage in his surroundings, and it is risky to use it in a public place. Even if the beach allows quirk usage, he would risk destroying a quarter of the beach just to try out the move. The Tendrils and Pack Leader causes too much stamina, and the last time he attempted to use these moves he fell into unconsciousness. 3. He had to ask for his mom to make more of those protein bars the doctor made and request to add more protein for his quirk, to avoid exhaustion and getting unconscious. Within the 5 months, Izuku had also mastered his armor, shield, and disguise/consume with the help of 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗵, a UA support course aspirant who he met 4 months ago, and she helped him in his defensive training, also promising him to make him a voice-canceling face mask to help with his muttering. He gave a soft chuckle remembering the first time they met. Flashback, blade. Izuku thought as he morphed his right hand into a large curved dagger the size of his whole body minus his head. It was black in color of the whole blade and red vein-like lines on the dull end of the blade where it is connected to his arm. 3. He looked at it first and noticed it looked different and was heavier than the last time he used it. Looks like it upgraded. He thought and just shrugged as he turned to the direction of the unlucky object that was about to get destroyed, a grandfather clock. He began charging to the object with his blade hanging back as he ran. As he gets close, he jumped and began rotating his body midair to perform a spinning slash to the clock. As he seemingly passed through the object, he landed on one knee with his blade still behind him, outstretched. Izuku then looked slowly at the grandfather clock, which upper part began sliding down slowly separating to its lower half. He was smiling in the result of his attack but made a mental note to lessen the biomass in the dull edge of the blade. He almost lost balance midair and he would have landed face first on the sand. As he was admiring his work, he did notice a pink-haired girl standing behind him looking at his bladed arm and the grandfather clock. "So you're the one who's been cleaning this place and destroying my supplies," the girl suddenly said, making Izuku jump a bit, almost hitting the girl with his blade, if he didn't retract his quirk back. The girl looked at him with a grin. Now that they had distance between them, Izuku saw what she really looked like. The girl was short, probably between 5 feet 2 inches or 5 feet 4 inches, but has quite a mature build. She has shoulder-length, salmon pink hair in thick dreadlocks. She is wearing a plain black tank top that helped emphasize her melons, which made his face redden, with workshop coveralls tied to her waist, fingerless gloves, and has a steampunk goggles resting on her head. But what caught Izuku's attention was her eyes. They were wide and slopped upwards with some notably long upper eyelashes, their irises green-yellow with a cross in the center, making them look somewhat like scope lenses. Her eyes must be connected to her quirk. He mused. 17, that was an amazing move you did there, the girl said, walking straight to the damaged grandfather clock and took out a plastic bag out of nowhere and took some gears and parts of the clock. Izuku blushingly diverted his eyes when he saw her bend down and her beard bounced. 5, why yeah, thanks. What are you doing here anyway? Izuku asked as the girl looked at him. Oh, I was here to get some parts for the baby I am making, she said as she went to a pile of junk and pulled out a broken microwave and a hairdryer. Baby? Izuku sputtered out, confused and shocked at the girl's statement. I've been working on making a rocket boots and halfway finishing it, but I need to find some useful parts in creating a heat regulator and where to find parts but here, she said as she placed the microwave and hairdryer on a pickup truck at the top of the staircase. Oh, she means inventions. But for some reasons, many of the parts one need were shattered, crushed, folded and made into a disc, and you seem to be the one responsible, she said, looking back at him still smiling. Oh, sorry about that. I was just training and practicing my quirk. You see, I just got my quirk 1 month ago and I saw this place as a perfect place to practice my quirk for the UA entrance exams, and I kinda want to clean this place to make it appealing once more, he said, bowing his head. Nah, it's okay. I already got that part there in the truck, she said, pointing at the direction of the truck as faced him. 𝗵𝗃, by the way. Future CEO of 𝗵𝗃 Enterprises. May said, grinning widely. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, the green-haired boy said, smiling at the girl. So you're an inventor, 𝗵𝗃? He asked as 𝗵𝗃 began walking to the pile of junk and tried to pull out a broken Bluetooth speaker. I'm an inventor, all right. I'm going to apply for UA to enter the support course so that my babies can get recognized and all the famous hero support companies will buy my babies so that heroes would use my babies and I will become the best inventor in the world, she said, while taking out all the components from the speaker and placing them in a box that he took out from who knows where. Izuku observed her and gave her a look of admiration. She's so straightforward and she knows what she want to do in the near future. Did she said she was also applying for UA? Wait, you're going for UA too? He asked her loudly, making her flinch slightly. He noticed her reaction and blushed slightly. So sorry, I just got excited. So you're going to UA too, huh? I'm also going for UA, in the hero course that is, he said sheepishly. When she heard that he was also going for UA, 𝗵𝗃 turned her head towards Izuku so fast that Izuku would have swore he heard a bone crack. myheroacademia. That's perfect. She said, pointing at him, whatever your name is, will be my key into being the best inventor in the world. You will be the first person to use my babies and show the world how great of an inventor I am, she said and cackled loudly, making Izuku sweat drop when she forgot his name, but before she could talk again the boy cut he off. Sorry 𝗵𝗃𝗲, but I think I can't use your babies, he said as he scratches his head. She looked at him and narrowed her eyes, making the greenette flinch. What do you mean you don't want use my babies? Do you know how great they are? Do you know how? Before she could continue, Izuku cut her off again. No. I mean, I didn't say I don't want to use you babies, it's just that I can't use them without breaking them unintentionally. He paused to let her calm down. When she did, he talked once more. You see, my quirk is called Blacklight. It lets me manipulate/control the density of my body mass. It also allows me to transform my forearms into weapons like the blade that I used earlier. The biomass in my body also absorbs the atoms in my clothes, making it easy for me to change using my quirk. If I, for example, were to wear a bodysuit that you created, I would unintentionally damage or destroy it with my quirk, making it hard for me to use support items. He explained and panted. He got tired of just explaining his quirk. Izuku then looked at 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and saw that she was downcasted, which made him guilty. 1b But if you really want my help, I could give you a hand in creating new babies. You know, I'm something of a scientist myself, he said, still looking at her, and sighed in relief when he saw her smile wide. Well, he wasn't really lying on being a scientist. Alex was a scientist on his time and he was Alex's reincarnation, so technically he was also a scientist. 25. Well, I look forward working with you, she said, holding out her hand while trying to remember his name. He sweat dropped once again but took her gloved hand and gave her a smile. 3. Izuku Midoriya. And I look forward working with you as well, he said as he shook her hand. Flashback Indy. After that, he and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 worked together in creating her babies, and Izuku testing the durability of the babies they make. Even though Izuku wasn't really sure of being a scientist, he was surprised when he caught up in the inventing with 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and found it easy. Probably Alex kicking in again. 5. Looking back at the time he spent with 𝗵𝗃𝗲, he found inventing with the pink-haired girl fun and entertaining sometimes, especially when a baby blew up in front of her, covering her face with ash. Sure, she may be eccentric and doesn't think of what she say to others, but most of that was basically her having no friends to talk about her babies and being isolated for her extreme like of inventing. Just like him. But in his case, him being quirkless, his like of being a hero and his notebook full of hero stuff. However, that is slowly changing since he had a quirk. Only time can tell. He is now currently walking the streets thinking about the training he did for the past months. Meeting 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗏 was a blessing in disguise. Because of her frequently going to the beach, he began training his defensive abilities, and if it wasn't because of the explosions her malfunctioning, his shield and armor would have been hard to since he had no way of testing its durability, and he would never ask help from Bakugo since he didn't want to reveal his quirk yet until he got in UA. And even if he revealed his quirk to the blonde, there is chance in hell that the Pomeranian would help him train for UA. There is only 3 months left before the entrance exam, but he doesn't want to waste time. Looking back at his moveset, he still have to train his wall running/wall crawling. His glide was not as hard since he kind of used it to often to either jump towards the target or land safely after an explosion courtesy of 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗏's babies. It was actually fun to use, but he kind of freaked out when he saw a red liquid coming out of his hands and legs as he glide. He examined it and he found out those were pressurized BLD that lets him propel from through the air and disappears in thin air after being released from his body. His consume/disguise, devastators, tendrils and pack leader is still non-existent since he reserved those moves for UA. He was not going to use those more complex and destructive moves without supervision of a pro hero. As he walked towards home, he noticed an old building which looks like an old warehouse. Izuku also noticed that the doors of the entrance is broken. He took a step closer to the entrance and peeked inside. What he saw made him widen his eyes. There he saw was really an abandoned warehouse where there was a lot of crates, old forklifts and dust all around the place. One looking around, he saw that the walls of the warehouse were covered with cobwebs and has pipes sticking out of the ceiling. This place looks like I can train my wall crawling and wall running here. Seemed that this place allows quirk usage. He walked towards the wall and started to summon his quirk on his palm, making it look like a weaker version of the hammer fist, and placed it on the wall's surface, making it crack but not destroy it completely. He grinned and nodded. It's settled then. I'm gonna train my wall crawling and wall running here. He thought as he removes his hand off the wall and exits the building, not noticing a black-clad figure with a scarf that looks like loose bandages sleeping on top of a crate. As Izuku exits the building, he went straight home as it was already late noon and he still needs to study for an exam they will be having tomorrow. The next day with Bakugo. That test was hard. Who the hell needs algebra in destroying villains anyway? Thought a mentally exhausted Katsuki Bakugo as he walks in the mall toward the arcade. He just got out of school after a monthly exam that his teachers do in order for them to hone their brains as a preparation for those who would want to go to UA, which are him and Deku. 21. Deku. He gritted his teeth as he remembered how calm the 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗪 had been after his return from an accident. It pissed him off how calm and confident the nerd was during the test and noticed how Deku was the first one to finish his test before him. Katsuki will admit that when it comes to academics, he and Deku were on the same level. There were even times where they were tied in the top spot in the school ranking. But that never bothered him since most of the times he has better grades than the quirkless loser. But that doesn't change the fact that Deku, the quirkless loser, the person who trembles on the sight of Katsuki and can't talk back to him, the pebble on his road was starting to become a boulder in Katsuki's way that seems to block him in his way on becoming the only student of Aldra Middle School to enter UA. Sure, the entrance exams will be hard one for a quirkless loser since there was a portion where they need to use their quirk, but looking at how confident Deku was in applying for UA makes Katsuki wonder if he had a way to pass the tests. How will he even pass the entrance exam if he doesn't have a quirk? He's just wasting his time in trying to be like me. He'll never be past the exam, but Katsuki clenched his fist as he thought. He was sure that Deku won't be able to pass the test without a quirk, but something tells him that the loser has a way. And knowing how smart the 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗪 is pissed him off even more. He was cut off of his stupor when he arrived at the arcade. He tried to calm himself, tried to enjoy the day. He'll deal with Deku next time. Next time for sure. With Izuku. Okay. Maybe I should hold onto the wall whenever I want to stop running. That freaking hurts. Izuku said, rubbing his back that was aching after falling off the 25-foot wall he was climbing. After the test that Izuku thought was really easy, he quickly went back to the abandoned warehouse and used disguise to change into his gym clothes to practice wall crawling and wall running. For he immediately tried wall crawling when he reached the wall and found out that he was able to move in a slow pace as he climbed the wall, but he didn't mind it. Izuku already knew that it was slow to use wall crawling, using the memories from Alex's past of course, since it requires a lot of biomass and stamina to stick to walls without falling. It may not be his favorite move to use, but it was good for infiltration missions for the future, so it's still useful. Wall running on the other hand, however, was tricky. It was hard for him to master it because the move requires the user to use the same trick he used for glide, where he released pressurized BLD on his legs and feet to allow him to move up fast and balanced as if he was running horizontally. The problem was he always forget to use his hands to hold onto the wall whenever he tries to stop to look at his distance from the ground. He fell down 7 times now and that slightly pissed him off. For Izuku sighed, putting his frustrations on the back of his head and calms himself. After calming himself, he looked up the wall. Okay Izuku. One more time. He said to himself and ran up the wall once more, in his mind remembering to use his hands if he stopped. Near the warehouse, a black-clad man wearing yellow goggles with a long scarf that looked like bandages with tired-looking expression was sprinting on the rooftops. He was currently chasing a thug that attempted to rob a convenience store as he was passing by. Said man is 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗧𝗵𝗲 as the Erasure Hero, Eraserhead, underground pro hero and a teacher in UA. Well, he was before he expelled his whole class for some reasons, and he will become a teacher again after the entrance exams. That is if he don't expel his soon-to-be class. back to him chasing the thug. He is getting close to the thug and readied his scarf and quirk when the thug made a right turn and ran inside the abandoned warehouse where Izuku was sleeping yesterday. To why he was sleeping there, he had a long patrol on the night and ended up sleeping there from 4 a.m. to 7 p.m. Ridiculously long, but it was a nice sleep. Away from noises which is caused by a certain loud blonde he knew very well and wish he didn't. 3. As he entered the warehouse, he saw the thug unconscious on the ground, but what surprised him was the fact that there was a boy, not older than 16, sitting on top the thug while rubbing his head in pain. "Man, I can't believe I forgot to hold onto the wall again," the green-haired boy said, not noticing the unconscious man under him. The boy then looked at him and widened his eyes. "Oh, hello sir. What can I do for you?" the boy politely asked, trying not to freak out to see another hero up close. "You can get off the thug that you sitting on right now so I can take him to the police officers," he said in a tired voice. The kid looked at him with a confused expression and looked down. When he saw the unconscious thug, he jumped and leapt away from the thug while sputtering words so fast making a rapper run for him money. Izuku on his part hid a smirk under his scarf and looked at the boy with amusement. Before he could talk, he noticed at his peripheral vision the condition of the walls and saw that there were cobweb-like dents and craters on the floor. From what he saw, the kid had been practicing his quirk. 1. "So, you've been training your quirk, huh, kid?" the older man asked, still looking at the dents on the wall. "You know it's illegal to use your quirk in public, right?" He noticed the boy tense and looked down on his feet. 3. "Why yes sir," the boy answered, but before Izuku could say anything the boy continued. "But I need to train and MST are using my quirk before the UA entrance exam." Izuku pointed out the emphasis on the need, and it made his eyebrows raise. He didn't say anything, making it a way to say, "Go on," for the boy to continue. The boy took a deep breath and looked at the man. "You see sir, I just got my quirk a couple of months ago through soul merging." As the boy explained his story, Izuku felt mixed emotions. Impressed because of the boy's determination in becoming a hero and for the fact that he was the reincarnation of the Alex Mercer, saddened because of the boy's pain and how he was treated when he was quirkless, and furious not at the boy but to the kid named Katsuki Bakugo and All Might. He would took note to personally deal with the Bakugo kid when he got accepted into UA. He would make sure to put the kid to his place and give him a reality check. All Might, he never really liked the guy. Yes, he may be a great hero, but the fact that he brush off and crush a kid dream, not knowing if the kid was suicidal, was a red flag. And he know that the man was going to be a UA teacher, and Izuku was not happy about that. All Might didn't qualify as a teacher, and making him the teacher of future heroes can spell disaster. 5. Izuku was cut off from his stupor when he heard the thug groan and quickly used his scarf to apprehend the thug before he escaped. He then looked at the boy, who has been quiet for some time now. He then walked towards the boy and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. 1. "I'll be going, kid. Good luck on the entrance exams," he said, and turned around to leave. But before he could exit the building, Izuku looked back at the boy who was watching him leave. "By the way, what's your name, kid?" he asked with a bored expression. "Izuku sir." "Izuku Midoriya," he said as he straightened up. Izuku gave him a small smile. "I'll be waiting for you in the hero course, Midoriya," he said, and quickly leaving the building. 6. Izuku to his part was shocked. Who knew he was talking to a UA teacher, and one from the hero course? He had told the man his story, and he felt like a weight was taken away from his shoulders. He began to walk to the direction where he placed his bag as he remembered the man's last words. "I'll be waiting for you in the hero course, Midoriya." Those words made a smile creep onto his face. The man who he forgot to ask the name, possible a UA teacher, had told him that he will wait for Izuku to get into UA, to be specific, in the hero course. He felt his heart swell and he smiled wider because he had another reason to pass the entrance exam. To become part of the hero course, to meet the man who somehow believed that he can pass the exam. And he will. Izuku began to walk to the exit, but before he could completely exit the building he looked back at his work dents and crater and nodded. In a couple of months, would be taking the entrance exams. And at that time, he will no longer be a quirkless loser, and he will make sure he passes the exam and get into UA. "I will pass the entrance exams and I'll become the hero I always want to be. A hero that saves and protects people with a smile." He announced to no one in particular and left the area. He was walking quietly towards home, not noticing Izuku on the rooftop of a building. 3. I'm sure you will, Midoriya. I'm sure you will. He said as he walked off. Would you calm down, Izuku? You're going to do fine in the entrance exams tomorrow. Mei says to a nervous Izuku as she screwed back together the parts of the new baby that just exploded. Can you hand me the pliers, please? She pointed to a table near Izuku. They are currently in Mei's room/workshop. She asked Izuku to come over to help her test the new baby she had created. It is, what was supposed to be a gauntlets that allow the user to use laser beams to shoot at enemies and thrusters that let the wearer fly. An idea of Izuku inspired from a comic named The Invincible Iron Man he read a while ago. Mei was skeptical at first, but when she found out that the main character was an inventor, she snatched all the copies from Izuku's room and made a plan to recreate the armor on the hands, which were to her part was the easiest part to recreate. 6. Easy for you to say, Ms. I already took my entrance exam a week ago. Izuku deadpanned as he grabbed the pliers and gave it to her. It had been months and now, only a day before the UA entrance exams. Izuku had been both excited and nervous. If you rated in percentage, it'd be 10% excited and 90% nervous. Nah, screw that. He was 100% nervous. He may have been more confident and grew stronger, but deep inside he is still a 15-year-old kid about to take an exam for high school. He couldn't help but worry. What if I screw up and could do good? What if the entrance exam was a lot harder than what the rumors say? What if? He was cut off his mutterings when a book hit him at the face, comically making him fall down. Would you shut up? Mei uncharacteristically snapped at Izuku. She was mostly eccentric and boisterous. She rarely gets irritated, and this was the third time she snapped at Izuku. First was when Izuku forgot to bring the part she needed for a bay she was working on 4 months ago. Second was when Izuku accidentally destroyed her goggles. Just thinking about the latter and what she did to him makes him shiver in fear. What the? I deserve that. Izuku groaned out and stood up while removing the book on his face. He rubbed his aching face with his right hand. Sorry about that, he said, still wincing as he massaged his aching nose. Looks like my nose is broken. He began using his quirk to heal his nose. Izuku saw her, took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of her nose. You really need to calm down, Izuku. You'll do fine tomorrow, and knowing you, I'll bet you will finish the written portion of the test under 10 minutes. She said, giving him a small smile as she looked back at her baby and began rearranging the wires. And you really need to stop with the muttering. It will annoy those around you, and in the future it'll give away your location. She said. 1. Yeah, sorry, force of habit. He said sheepishly while making sure his nose wasn't broken anymore, and sighed in relief when he felt it was no longer broken. Sorry. I just feel nervous. No, scratch that. I'm anxious. But thanks for believing in me. He said and smiled widely. Yeah, you're welcome. Now scram. It's almost 6 and Auntie Inko will be furious when you don't go home now. She said, standing up and opening her door. The greenette just chuckled and walked towards the door. Thanks for having me anyway. See you later. Mei, he said as he exited the door and looked back at her. Wish me luck for tomorrow. You won't be needing luck, Mr. Mercer, she said, and Izuku groaned, but they both laughed. It had been an inside joke between them that Izuku was basically a 29-year-old in a 15-year-old kid's body. And Izuku having all his memories in Alex's life had always been a teasing tool for Mei, especially when she found out that one of the memories was an NTMT moment between Alex and a chick named Karen Parker. By the way, you owe me a box of chocolates bars, she said nonchalantly, making Izuku's eyes widen as plates. For what? What do you mean I owe you a box of Choco? You know what, never mind. You'll have it next week. He said, still frowning, which made Mei giggle. She knew her best friend was the best. Thanks, Izu, she said sweetly and hugged him. If Izuku was still the same person from the time they first met, he would bet he would have fainted there. But now, it didn't bother him anymore. Though he still blushed with the contact. Yeah. Whatever. See ya. He said as she let him go and started running home. He heard her yelled, goodbye, and he smiled. It was almost 6 and he still needs to prepare his stuff for the entrance exams tomorrow. The first step on becoming a hero. Tomorrow's going to be a blast. He thought as he remembered what May said. He smiled softly and ran home. I'll do my best. Time to prepare for the exam of his life. The next day Izuku woke up that day and began to do his morning routine. He began by going to the bathroom and brushed his teeth, washed his face and went to the dining area to get breakfast. As expected, he saw the table was full. There he saw was pancakes, bacon, eggs and orange juice. He also noticed a note on the top of the pitcher. 1. Izuku, I'm sorry I can send you off to UA and personally wish you luck. I had an early shift today in work. But always remember that whatever happens I will always be here supporting you. Good luck on the entrance exam and make me proud. I love you my little hero. Mom, love PS. I'm pretty sure your dad will be so proud of you, wherever he is now. 29. Izuku smiled and felt sad about reading about his dad. Though he never met him since his dad died before he was born after a villain attacked his workplace. Yes. I made it that Izuku's biological father is dead. I really don't like the ideas/theories that All for One was Izuku's dad. But I do have a plan for AFO in the future. Because of that, Inko had been working jobs after jobs to support Izuku and raise him well. He may not met his dad, but with all the stories of him loving his mom, makes Izuku think that he would be proud of him developing a quirk and training for UA. 18. Putting the note down, he started to dig in and thought about the exams. He wouldn't lie to say that he wasn't feeling nervous, but he can also say that he's excited and ecstatic to the thought to be able to use his quirk. Izuku had worked hard to master his quirk in just months to be able to keep up with his peers such as Bakugo who had their quirks for a long time, unlike him who just developed a quirk 8 months before the entrance exam. Now that the time for the entrance exams had come, he would do his best to pass it. It was not only for him but also for his mom, for his dad and most importantly, for Alex. He was the first person to believe in the Greenette's dream of becoming a hero. Izuku would use his quirk to fulfill his goal and make them proud. Also, he would want to see the hero that he encountered in the abandoned warehouse in UA. After that encounter, he looked up for heroes that matched the description: black costume, yellow goggles and scarf, which had resulted to be 𝗧𝗵𝗲 aka the Erasure Hero, Eraserhead. He was a teacher in UA and he was known to expel students who he sees no potential, and his recent expulsion was a whole class. It made Izuku even more nervous and excited. Nervous because who wouldn't? Excited because the hero met him firsthand and told Izuku that the hero would wait for him in UA. Meaning Eraserhead saw potential in him and it made him happy. After eating breakfast and quickly washing the dishes, Izuku took a shower and changed into his middle school uniform. He made sure he got everything he needed, including his UA admission form, pencils, paper, etc. He placed his backpack and went his way to the station. 2. As Izuku arrived to his destination, he couldn't help but feel all by the size of UA. It was double, no triple the size of Aldra Middle School. He saw May students from various schools going inside, differing in shapes and sizes. Mutation quirks He thought as he saw a tall guy with 6 arms attached in a web-like skin, making it look like a frog's feet walk by. Some are chatting as he saw a boy with spiky red hair and a pink-skinned and haired girl talking to each other. Some are calm and thinking to themselves seeing a raven-headed boy walk inside, and some are nervous, noting a brown-haired girl looking nervous, seeing her slightly shaking and worried expression. One seeing a nervous person made his heroic instincts kick in and decided to approach her to help her calm down. But as he was about to walk towards her, he was stopped when he heard the voice of the last person he wants to see today, Deku. A loud voice from behind him yelled, making him groan and roll his eyes. He boringly looked behind him and saw Katsuki Bakugo with his usual scowling face. Great, just the guy I want to see. Izuku thought sarcastically, hating the fact that the blonde saw him. Don't stand in my way, or do you want to die? The blonde said, walking past him and bumping his shoulder to Izuku's, which didn't even budge. Nice to see you too, Bakugo. Izuku said sarcastically while shaking his head. He never changes. He whispered and inwardly sighed. As he was about to step forward to enter, he noticed a slightly uneven walkway. He stepped to the side to avoid getting tripped. That would be embarrassing and it would be ridiculous. I mean, who the hell would trip on a crowded area? 7 In the multiverse, all Izukus from different universes simultaneously sneezed violently before tripping. 23 Here goes nothing. He enters UA and went to the room where they give the written exam is held, not noticing a pair of blue eyes watching him enter with a solemn look. 2 Young Midoriya, All Might in his skeletal form, whispered as he saw the familiar green mop of hair of one Izuku Midoriya enter the room where the written portion of the exam is being held. 1 He remember once again how he rejected the boy's dream, and he'll admit he was happy that the boy didn't listen to him and pursue his dream of becoming a hero. But he couldn't help but be worried about the quirkless boy. Toshinori know what the practical exam is about, and seeing how hard it was to pass that portion without a quirk. He sighed and began to walk towards the teacher's lounge to wait for the practical exams, slowly forming into his muscle form as he got out of the examinee's line of sight. Though I doubt you would pass the practical exam without a quirk, I wish you good luck, young Midoriya. 24 An hour later, wow, who would have thought that the written portion was that easy? Izuku thought as he head towards the waiting room where all examinees will be instructed about the practical test. Well, Izuku wasn't lying about how easy the test is for him. He basically knew most of the answers since he have memories of Alex coincidentally taking an exam with the same questions in his college entrance exam back in his time. Though the same can be said to most of the examinees in his room were sweating bullets as they answer their papers. When he reached his seat number, he groaned when he saw who his seatmate was. Wanna guess? Yup, Katsuki freaking Bakugo. Though it was kinda understandable looking around the examinees were seated with their schoolmates. I guess the seats placed schoolmates with next to each other to prevent awkwardness. Sighing, Izuku just sat next to Bakugo, who growled, "Th," seeing him, but he just ignored it and began reading the handout given to them. After 20 minutes and the seats are filled, Hisashi Yamada, aka Present Mike, walked to the podium. "Welcome one and all to my live show. Everybody say hi." He said / yelled to the examinees and placed his hand to his ear, expecting someone to greet back. The examinees just stayed quiet while some just rubbed their ears. Izuku would have responded, but he was too busy of making sure his eardrum don't drop to the ground because of the loud noise. 2 Now that's ear splitting, no pun intended. Izuku said while rubbing his finger in his right ear, trying to stop the ringing keyword, making some of the examinees snicker. Not getting the reaction he wanted, Present Mike continued. "Tough crowd. Now pay attention, listeners. We'll be testing your mettle by running a 10-minute practice run at our replica city district." As he said this, the screen behind him showed letters AG. You will be separated in groups and everyone will gather at the designated area after the presentation. That's where Bakugo said a word. So, they don't intend on letting friends or classmates cooperate with each other. Izuku looked at the blonde's direction and saw that his handout say Section B. Probably a setup so I don't get to crush you, he growled, and Izuku just snorted. Crush me? Don't make me laugh. Izuku then looked at his handout and saw that he was assigned in Section D. He kept his eyes on his handout as Present Mike continued. We'll be placing a large number of villains over the battlefield. And they'll appear in 3 different varieties, with point values scaled according to difficulty. Using each of your individual quirks, dispatch as many villains as you can. Your goal, listeners, is to rack up a high score. Izuku heard Bakugo chuckle evilly, and knowing said blonde, it's probably just him liking the idea of blowing up things. And don't think of attacking any other competitors or any of that anti-hero stuff. That's against the rules, capice? Izuku was expecting the pro-hero explain the next part when he was interrupted by a loud, stiff voice. Excuse me, may I ask a question? Izuku saw the guy, who was tall, had short dark blue hair, flattened neatly down and parted on the right side of his head, a small patch completely shaved near the base of his head, and rather square eyes which matched the notably pointed shape of his jaw. He was kinda stiff, which Izuku just shrugged off and went back and read the handout, but still listening. On the handout, there are clearly 4 types of villains listed. Such an error would be the height of embarrassment for a top-tier National Academy of UA's caliber. The reason we are seated here today is because we seek guidance on the oath to becoming model heroes. The stiff guy said, making Izuku mentally roll his eyes. 3 elites, he sighed and heard Bakugo grunt in agreement. 9. Moreover, what's with you? Yeah, you, curly-haired kid, he said, pointing to Izuku, who still haven't raised his head. Are you even paying attention? If you can't take this seriously? He was cut off when Izuku raised his head and looked at him boredly. Sorry, did you say something? Izuku said in a bored tone, making the tall guy face fault comically. The green-haired boy's reaction made most of the examinees snicker, most notably the red-haired guy, the pink-skinned girl, the bob-haired girl, a guy with purple ball as hairs, and surprisingly Bakugo, who was laughing loudly. Deku or not, that was funny, 20W. Weren't you listening? The tall boy said, blushing in embarrassment. I was. But then you started interrupting Present Mike, who was clearly going to the next type of villain when you interrupted him. Izuku looked at Present Mike, who nodded and continued. Sit down and keep quiet, you're distracting everyone. He finished and placed his right elbow on the desk and placed his cheek on his palm. 7. The tall boy was about to retort when Present Mike stepped in. 1. Okay, settle down. Thanks for the question. Examinee 7111 and examinee 1802 was right. The fourth type of villain you'll encounter is worth 0 points. Let's call them arena traps. Have you played Super Mario Bros. Before? He said, showing an image large robot/monster on the screen. You remember those things that'd go thwomp on you. There's a thing like that in every arena. Their gimmick is that they rampage when crowded. Present Mike finished and the tall boy began bowing stiffly to the amusement of the other examinees. 7. I see. Sounds like one of those stage hazards you have to slip through and avoid. This really starting to resemble a video game. He said in between bows. Thank you very much. I apologize for being rude. He said as he sit down to the relief of the examinees. Well, that's enough from me. I'll leave you all with a presentation on the school's precepts of this academy of mine. As a certain hero by the name of Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero never stops overcoming the misfortunes in life. Present Mike said and smiled. Now let's move to the main event. Plus Ulta. 2. And may all you suffer the trials to come, he said, making the examinees both excited and terrified. 5. This place is massive. Izuku said to no one in particular as he saw how large the replica city district really is. That's UA for you, make an entire city district for the entrance exams. He whispered to himself as he began to do some simple stretching to relax his muscles. He was wearing a black unzipped hoodie, a plain white t-shirt, black gym shorts and white shoes in the same design as his red ones. What? Izuku can have different colored shoes, right? 27. As he was doing this, he began to analyze the other examinees. He noticed the guy with 6 arms there flapping his arms, relaxing it, a guy with twinkling eyes calmly standing there shining, the tall guy who was stretching in a stiff fashion making Izuku snicker a bit, and lastly he saw the bob-haired girl pressing his fingers together with the exception of her pinky finger, which Izuku raised an eyebrow a bit as he saw odd circles on her fingers. 3. Probably a touch-based quirk. She looks nervous, maybe I can help her calm down. He thought and walked towards the girl. The tall guy saw this and was about to confront him when Izuku tapped the girl's shoulder, making the girl in surprise, making the girl jump a bit and looked at him blushing. Oh, sorry for startling you. I just thought you need someone to talk to calm yourself down. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Izuku offered his hand for a handshake. I'm so nervous. She said sheepishly, still blushing. I'm Ochaco Uraraka, nice to meet you, and she took his hand, shaking it. Izuku released his hand, but before he could say a word, he heard a loud horn and go from Present Mike, automatically began channeling Blacklight on his legs and booked it. Izuku already passed the gate and was met by a one-pointer which saw him. Target lock-on. Annihilate. The robot began charging at him. He just looked at it and waited for it to come near him. When it was about 10 meters, he began to channel Blacklight on his arms, Not much to form a weapon but enough to make his attack damage/destroy a metal object. He cocked his fist and slammed his fist on the robot's head, breaking its head as it collapsed. Izuku saw the result of his attack and looked at his fist with a smirk. He looked up and saw more robot, varying in points. He shot off to the location while saying, "Muscle mass," and his hands become enlarged with gray, stone texture. One down, more to go. As he charged at the robots. What speed? Thought of every person in the area. Tenya Ida, the tall guy, and Uraraka were flabbergasted like the others in the area by the speed of Izuku. Even with his quirk engine, he couldn't move that fast. They were cut off from their musings when Present Mike shouted, "What's the matter? There's no such thing as a countdown in a real battle. Ruin." With that, the remaining bunch began frantically running towards the gate to get some points. 5. As the gates open, Bakugo used his quirk explosion to propel himself to the battlefield, leaving dust and debris everywhere and making the other examinees flinching by the sudden impact. "Target lock. Destroy," said a charging two-pointer, making Bakugo grin maniacally. Getting closer, he pushed his arms forward and began producing nitroglycerin on his palms. 5. Die. He screamed as his sweat explodes, destroying the two-pointer on contact. Seeing his masterpiece, Bakugo smirked, liking the feeling of destroying robots. He had waited so long for this, and now that he is here, no one can stop him. Not so tough. Overgrown toaster. He laughed as he kicked a limb of the destroyed two-pointer and began propelling himself to a nearby building to search for more villains to destroy. "I'm going to be the greatest hero, greater than all might. And I will destroy every villain that come in my way," he said as he blasted through the window and destroying two one-pointers in the process. And that's 65. That's probably enough to the practical test, right? Izuku said to no one in particular as he wiped a bead of sweat of his forehead. It had been 7 minutes since the start of the practical exams, and so far, everything has been interesting. Flashback 4 minutes ago. At 25 points, Izuku was running the alleyways trying to move from one spot to another since his previous location had been filled by examinees. And as the examinees filled the place, he noticed that the three-pointers were nowhere to be seen. Probably since there are so many people there. Gotta find more robots too. He was cut off from his line of thought when a one-pointer had burst out a building in front of Izuku as he exits the alleyway. "Target lock. Murder," the robot said and placed a crane-like claw near its head and shot towards him. Izuku was readying his quirk to summon his claws when he heard a voice coming from behind. "Art of Stuckton," said a person from behind him as he shot a laser beam from his belt and hit the robot straight in the face. "God damn. 3 Merci. Nice team play there," said the boy with the strange belt. He has a slim figure, his face appears rather feminine, and he has long, flattened yet spiky blonde hair. The guy looked at him and winked at Izuku, which creeped him out a little. "Nevertheless, it seems we shall not cross paths again. Adieu," the guy said and booked it, leaving Izuku with a sweat drop. 2. Now that is one weird guy. Is he even French? Izuku thought and began wall running to gain high ground and spot the next wave robots coming. 11. As he began jumping from one building to another, he heard a feminine voice screaming. Though it was faint, he still can hear it. He looked down the building but see no one. As Izuku shrugged it off and turned to leave, he heard it again and searched for the direction of the voice. When he arrived to the location, he was shocked to find a collapsed building. Izuku called out and heard a faint response on the other side. He began to channel blacklight to his eyes to use thermal vision, and saw that there was someone stuck under the wrecked building. Not hesitating a bit, Izuku began channeling his quirk and summoned his muscle mass. He told the person under the wrecked building to move away, and when she moved away, Izuku punched the wall of the building strong enough to destroy that portion but weak enough to not let the whole building go crashing down them. When Izuku entered the building, he was greeted by a blur of clothes, tackling him to the ground. Thank you for coming. I was so scared," the person repeatedly said to Izuku while hugging him. Basing on the voice, he quickly knew that the person on top of him was a girl. Bonus was the fact that he could feel her BRC squishing on his torso. That thought made Izuku blush. 5. When Izuku looked at the person on top of him, he noticed that the person was invisible. Invisibility quirk. Those are rare, right? He was snapped out of his reverie when he felt his shirt become wet. He quickly assumed that the girl was crying. Izuku began panicking since he didn't really know what to do when there was someone crying in front of him and began thinking of a way to calm her down. But all he could think of was what his mom would do when he was crying. He hesitated at first, but he saw that the girl was really scared. Risking it all, still using thermal vision, he began to pat her head. "Sure. It's okay. You're safe now," he said while slowly rubbing his hands on the girl's hair in a comforting way. Seeing the girl calm down a bit made him smile. They stayed like that in a couple of seconds. Izuku stopped his hands when he felt the girl got off him. Deactivating thermal vision, he then sat up and looked at the girl, her clothes. "What's your name?" he asked her with a calm voice, not wanting to scare her more than she was now. She fidgeted a bit and faced him. "I'm 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗃. Still scared, she said quietly, almost silently, but because of Izuku's enhanced hearing he could hear her clearly. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗃, Izuku repeated in his mind. What an appealing name. He thought to himself, but when he saw her flinch a bit he knew that he said that out loud. Putting that aside, he smiled. "I'm Izuku Midoriya," he said as he stood up. "It's nice to meet you, but we still have an exam to pass. How many points do you have?" he asked her as he looked down at her and offered a hand to her to help her up. She took the hand and stood up. "I think I have 5 points. I don't think I can pass the test," she said sadly. Izuku looked at her. Before he could ask her why, she spoke up. "As you can see, my quirk is invisibility. I can't fight robots. I just got lucky with the 5 points because I snuck up on 5 one-pointers and turned them off." Izuku shocked when he heard her said that and cut her off. Wait, you say you turned them off? They have SW? He asked her, still and shook. Wait, they have on their backs. But she asked him. Izuku began to smirk, creeping her a bit. I have plan. They began to walk outside to prevent the risk of getting crushed by the wrecked building. 5 later, okay, that's 40 points. Great work, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃. Izuku said as the 3-pointer collapsed in front of him. He had thought of a way to help 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃 gain points. He thought that if he distract the robots while she sneaks up on them and turn them off from behind. She was a bit hesitant at first, but when the plan succeeded at the first try she was convinced. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃 was so happy that Izuku is willing to help her even in an exam which would be every man for himself. He didn't hesitate in helping her. She then observed him up close and thanked God for being invisible, helping her to hide the blush she was having as she stared at his face. She had to stop herself from squealing "cool" when Izuku smiled, and it began to emphasize the shapes of his freckles, making him look adorable. 2. She was cut off from her stupor when Izuku looked at her direction. So, what are you waiting for? Let's go get more points for you. He nodded to the direction and started to turn away when a hand grabbed his arm. Izuku looked at her in confusion. I think that's enough for me. You can go back to getting you points. She said to him, looking at his eyes, admiring the emerald orbs, unnoticed by the greenette. Are you sure, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃? We can still get more if you want. He asked, genuinely confused why she wants to stop. Believe me, I want to get more points. She paused to take a deep breath. But I also want you to get points for yourself. I think 40 points is enough to get in UA. Thank you for assisting me and thank you for saving me. She came close to Izuku and he felt something touch his cheek. A kiss. A kiss from a girl. A kiss from a girl he just met in the exams and help in getting points. A kiss of sign of respect and gratitude. A kiss of admiration and adoration. But he didn't need to know the last one. 7. He blushed and touched his cheek using his hand. Not really knowing what to do, Izuku just smiled at the invisible girl. I'll see you in UA. The girl turned around and began walking away. Oh, and by the way, she paused to look back. Call me Toru. Oh, she finished and began walking in a brisk pace, leaving a grinning Izuku. I'll see you in UA. Toru. And Izuku channeled blacklight on his legs and began to sprint in the opposite direction while cheering to himself that he made another friend. End of flashback. After he and Toru part ways, Izuku encountered a horde of robots varying from 1 to 3 points. He then used his muscle mass to charge into the pile of robots while tearing and destroying the robots that he ran through in the process. He got 32 points in that pile, but he didn't stop there. He went to search for more. Izuku used his wall running and ran on the building's wall in search for more robots to wreck. On his way to the center of the city district, he saw the weird guy that shoots lasers on his stomach having performance issues or a stomach ache as he was holding his stomach with a look of pain. When Izuku saw that the guy was about to get pummeled by a large two-pointer, Izuku swooped in by using glide and landing a hammer fist-coated punch to the aggressive bot to save the poor weird guy. After saying, "Now we're even," Izuku left quickly as he sprint away just like how the weird guy did to him earlier. He then began to punch and kick robots and even throw the remains of a destroyed robot to an arriving robot. While he was throwing the remains, he made sure to hit the robots and not the buildings to prevent someone from getting trapped in them like Toru was before Izuku saved her. He was currently leaning on a railing of a rooftop, scanning the ground full of examinees and robots, intact or destroyed, when he heard a loud horn and was startled by a strong force comparable to magnitude 3 earthquake. When he looked down, he saw the examinees running away from the direction of his spot. Curious about what was causing them to panic, he turned to look and was wide-eyed to see a zero-pointer toppling 2 buildings with ease. Earlier, somewhere in UA in a dim-lit room, there gathered figures of all shapes and sizes. The figures are quietly sitting staring at a large screen where all of the examinees are being showed in every screen. They were all looking at the screen with look of awe, judgment, excitement and 13. The silence were shattered by a tiny yet intelligent voice. 2. A strict time limit and a vast battleground. Nothing quite like it to bring everyone's ardor into the open and uncover their skills. He paused and looked at the screen. The ability to grasp the situation quickly and accurately, he said as the screen shows the examinee with 6 arms in a web-like pattern using his quirk in gathering information. The ability to PP a dynamic entry without ever being late to the party, showing 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗂 that is shown to have engines on the back of his legs as he speed in the bunch of robots. 10. The ability to face any obstacle with coolness and composure, looking at the weird guy as he shoots a laser to a robot while winking at the camera. How can he even see the camera? Thought of most of the people in the room. And of course sheer fighting prowess, looking at Bakugo as his blows up a 3-pointer with ease. We can gauge their respective levels of those foundational skills by the way of the point system. He finished as he looked at every examinee doing their best attacking and defending against robots. "You're right, and by the looks of it," a tired, bored voice from Eraserhead called out. "This kid has all of those skills." He finished pointing toward a green-haired kid on a rooftop and scanning the surroundings. The others agreed to what the black-clad hero said, earning a smirk under his mask. Too bad All Might was not able to see what Midori. He was quickly cut off by the person who had just entered the door. "Sorry, I got lost in the way back," said All Might in his skeletal form as he sheepishly enters the room and made his way to the front next to Nizu, the bear/dog/mouse principal, earning a glare from Aizawa. One before Aizawa could confront the number 1 hero for being late, the sultry voice of the R-rated hero, Midnight, spoke up. "Oh my, we've raked in a bumper CRP this year. We can be sure of that yet?" All Might said as he lifted the cover of a red button. The thing to test their metal is this. As he pushed the red button and a loud horn was heard in the battlefield. Back with Izuku, holy SHT. A 0-pointer. Ronin. Izuku heard from an evacuating examinee as he landed on the ground. The examinees were panicking and began running away from the 0-pointer, forgetting about the points. Izuku stood there analyzing the 0-pointer, not seeing Ida looking at him confused why the greenette wasn't running as he sped off the location to safety. "Man, that's massive. It's too risky. Even with my hammer fist I can't destroy that. I need to get out off here before," he thought as he slowly turns away when he heard it. "HOWBBW." The voice Izuku remembered in the start of the practical exam made him stop on his tracks. He slowly looked back and was horrified to see Uraraka stuck under rubble, looking hurt. "Oh no. She's gonna get crushed. I need to wait. Why am I running?" He thought as he kept running towards the 0-pointer with blacklight-infused legs. My body is moving on its own. 3. As he passes scared 𝗬𝗧𝗏 and avoids a large metal fist by jumping up until he was over a couple of feet from the robot's head, then lets himself fall as he channeled as much biomass on his right arm as he transformed it into a spiky hammer fist. With a yell, he pulled his arm to his back and punched the 0-pointer as hard as possible, resulting it getting destroyed as a massive explosion that was heard from every section of the mock city district. 2. The explosion was so loud, the examinees didn't hear President Mike say, 2 minutes left. Izuku to his part was falling and he couldn't do anything to stop himself or brace for impact since he couldn't move his arms and legs. He sprained his body due to quirk overuse, but was confused why he doesn't feel tired like how it should have been since his quirk uses his stamina to convert the protein in his body to produce the biomass he need to create weapons and use his quirk. 1. As Izuku was bracing for the impact of the fall, he was startled when he felt a hand hit him in the face and he felt weightless and started floating. He then saw 𝗬𝗧𝗏 put her hands together and with a yell of release, Izuku fell to the ground hard but not as hard as he was expecting during the fall. He was about to thank 𝗬𝗧𝗏 when he saw he on top of a robot vomiting rainbows. Izuku was unsure if the fall had damaged his brain or if he was really seeing rainbows come out of the bob-hair girl's mouth. 5. The green-haired boy was stopped from his train of thought when a loud voice of President Mike was heard around the whole city district. Time's up. Back with the UA teachers, All Might stood up from his feet when Izuku destroys the 0-pointer with one punch. He has a quirk. Did he lie to me? Did he always had a quirk? He was cut off from his trance when Aizawa's voice echoed in the silent room. 2. The most important qualification of a hero. The spirit of self-sacrifice. He said, walking to cabinet and began searching the cabinet. Aizawa then took a folder and made sure it was what he was searching for. Aizawa then read its contents. Izuku Midoriya, 15 years old. Quirk, Blacklight, allows the user to manipulate the biomass in his body to be able to create weapons and have enhanced strength, speed, and regeneration. He paused and handed 𝗍𝗬𝗏 the folder, who read the file and passed it to All Might and turned to the door. With a powerful quirk and the mastery he had using it, who would have thought that he only developed it 9 months ago? He said, hiding a smirk when he noticed all the people in the room were shocked with the exception of 𝗍𝗬𝗏, who began cackling like a madman. Oh, and 𝗍𝗬𝗏, I want him in my class, he said as he left the room, thinking that he would now have one student safe from expulsion. 3. Izuku Midoriya, I look forward teaching you, he said as President Mick's voice echoes in the whole UA. With Izuku, ow. Minute, note to self, don't use too much biomass for one attack. He said to himself as he tried to stand up. Keyword, tried, as he keeps falling to his knees. He still couldn't feel his legs due to it numbing because of quirk overuse. Thinking back to what he did, he was confused when he realized that the hammer fist he summoned was similar to Heller's version of the hammer fist, which is bulkier and has spikes coming out on the hands to cause more damage to its target. He was caught off when he began falling down again when an arm grabbed his jacket from behind to keep him from falling face first. He looked back and saw 𝗬𝗧𝗏 now putting Izuku's arm over her shoulder to support him. The close contact between the two teens made them both blush, but in 𝗬𝗧𝗏's case his existing blush brightened. Thanks for the save, 𝗬𝗧𝗏. That would have been a sick landing. Izuku said, shattering the silence. Said girl just shook her head and smiled at him. No, I should be thanking you. If it wasn't for you I would have been crushed by the 0-pointer, she said as she looked back at the now obliterated 0-pointer. That's an awesome quirk you have there, Midoriya. You punched that thing like it was just a tin can. She continued as he looked at Izuku, who was flattered by the compliment. It was nothing, your quirk is the one that's awesome. You made me weightless, as if I'm in outer space or something. He said, making 𝗬𝗧𝗏 blush even more, making her face resemble a tomato. One as the two were conversing and the other examinees were looking at the damage that Izuku dealt to the 0-pointer, Ida was deep in thought. That kid, he leapt into action to save that girl. You had no time left. And you yourself out of harm's way. The chances of passing was the main priority of everyone here, and yet despite of that, he jumped in without hesitation. He clenched his fist. If it hadn't been in the middle of the big exam, I, of course, would have done the same. 17. That was when a thought entered his mind. Wait. Maybe that was part of the test. Ida was still in thought when a voice called out to them. Go home, lads, I'll take it from here. One, it was a short, elderly woman with gray hair styled into a netted bun, a large syringe poking diagonally out of it to the left. She has a notably small nose and eyes which are usually drawn as two little dashes, and a long mouth with defined nasolabial folds. She wears a doctor's lab coat and a dress with yellow buttons, and a belt with a pink, R-shaped buckle. She wears pink boots and has a helmet around the sides of her head, a purple-tinted visor joining it over her eyes. In addition, she walks with a cane designed like a syringe that she can also use for healing the injured. Leave it to me, boys. Oh, and here, enjoy some gummies, it'll give you your energy back, she said as she passed out some gummy bears to the examinees while walking to Izuku and Uraraka. Excuse-moi, mademoiselle, the weird guy said while winking. She's a mainstay here at UA, always supporting the academy, the youthful heroine, recovery girl. 3. Recovery girl ignored the guy and just walked closer to the two teens. What seems to be the problem here, dear? She said, looking at Izuku, who stopped himself from muttering about being able to see recovery girl up close. I just sprained my right arm and my legs are numb due to the quirk overuse. Other than that, I'm fine, he said as recovery girl kissed him on the cheek, and he felt his arm and legs gain feeling but at the same time feeling tired. That should do it. And how about you, dear? She asked Uraraka, who was amazed on how Izuku can stand now unlike before the elder heroine showed up. I think I sprained my foot. She pointed her right foot that was swelling a little bit. Recovery girl kissed it and Uraraka can feel her foot heal and the feeling of exhaustion. That'll do it. Here, both of you take a gummy. It'll help you recover your energy, she said as hand them both gummy bears, which they both took and ate. Both feeling their energies back, bowed to thank the heroine and began walking towards the exit, leaving a thoughtful Ida. I see, so that's the real nature of the test after all. So he knew it all along, he thought as he grind his teeth. 3. A week later, Izuku was currently writing an entry about Uraraka's quirk to his hero journal. He found out that her quirk was called zero gravity, which allows her to make things float as long as all 5-finger pad touch the target, but too much use of her quirk leads to her getting nauseous, which explains why she had to throw up. Looking back to his performance in the entrance exams, he was satisfied on the 65 villain points he got in the exam. But he knew that those points were not the only tested by UA. Knowing that UA is a hero school, they would probably test how they would perform as heroes, like saving others or something. He figured it out while reading the handout at the meeting hall. So, basically, Izuku saving Toru, the weird guy, and Uraraka has points and he is expecting his total score wouldn't be 65 but more. Nevertheless, he was satisfied not only that he got a good score and hidden points, and he even got new friends in Toru and Uraraka. Both were saved by yours truly. 2. He even got new friends in Toru and Uraraka, both were saved by yours truly. Speaking of Uraraka, after the exams and they changed into their uniforms, he was about to walk her to her station. But she declined, saying she had to go ask something about the points she got or something. He wasn't sure, she was really vague about the information. Regardless, she promised to see him in UA and parted ways. He was knocked out of his reverie when the door of his room busted open. Izuku looked at the direction of the door and saw her mom on the floor, seemingly excited and nervous while holding an envelope with a UA stamp. Izuku. It's here, Inko said frantically as she gives her son the envelope and exits the room. Izuku looked at the envelope on his hands and stared at it for a while. He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous of what the result is, but whatever the result is, he wouldn't find out unless he chooses not to open the envelope. Taking deep breaths to calm himself, he began to open the envelope and found a disc with the letters Q on it and saw a button there. Seeing no harm and curiosity killing him, he took a last breath and pressed the button. And with a flash of white, a hologram of a certain hero had made Izuku widen his eyes. Izuku, did you pack some tissue? Asked Inko. Izuku was about to answer when his mom continued. What about you, hanky? You can't live without a hanky, dear. Inko frantically asked, not hiding her nervousness. Izuku could only laugh at her mom. Yes, mom. I packed it, he said as he tied his shoes and stood up. He was about to exit the apartment when his mom called him again, making him look at her. He saw her look at his UA uniform and to himself. He noticed her smile and began to tear up. "You look so right now. Good luck in your first day," she said and smiled with tears in her eyes. Izuku couldn't help but give her a smile and placed a hand on the doorknob. "See you soon, Mom. I love you," he said and exits the apartment in a run. He could hear her mom's voice as she said, "I love you too, Izu," making him smile and feel happy. Izuku was ecstatic to pass UA. Not only get into the hero course, but get the top score in the whole exams. Well, he knew he would ace the written exams and somewhat guessed that he got more points than 65. But what really made him excited to go UA was his new homeroom teacher. Flashback after pressing the button of the weird disc, a hologram of a person clad in black long sleeves and pants, yellow goggles and his signature neck scarf. Looking at the hologram, Izuku smiled to see the erasure hero, Eraserhead in his usual bored and tired look. But the green-haired boy knew that behind that scarf was a smile. He could see it in the pro hero's eyes. "What'o? Izuku Midoriya. How's it been? My name is Shota Aizawa aka the Erasure Hero, Eraserhead. I am here to tell you the results of your written and practical exams." Izuku watches the hero take out a paper from out of nowhere and reads the contents of it. "After checking your test papers, we are happy to inform you that you gained a score of 100 over 100, easily acing the whole written test and tied with another student in the same middle school as you," Aizawa said as it showed in the background his name over Bakugo's name. 14. It didn't surprise him to see he and the blonde were tied. He would be surprised if they didn't tie in the written test. Man, he'll be pretty pissed off when he found out about that. I can already imagine him exploding on me, figuratively and literally. 2. And when it comes to your practical test, you scored 65 villain points, easily making you qualified to enter UA's hero course. Aizawa said, and Izuku brightened up hearing that he passed and was in the hero course. He was about to jump out of his seat when the pro hero continued. However, that's not all. Izuku saw the screen changed into a recorded scene. Excuse me, hi. His eyes widened when he saw Uraraka enter the scene. What is she doing there? The moment the exam ended, this girl went to us directly to request to us about her score, as he paused and played the recording. So that's why she left. Sorry to bother you, but... Do you know Izuku Midoriya? The boy with the curly hair. Has freckles and kinda looks plain, in a cute way though. Do you know who I'm talking about? Said Uraraka while moving her hands, trying to describe his hair. Would it be possible to share some of my points with him? That shocked Izuku. 𝗬𝗲𝗏. Can you give him some of my points? He saved my life and I would have died there if it wasn't for him, she said as there was a transition in the screen showing Izuku speeding up towards the zero-pointer and punching the robot with all his might and destroyed the robot. Heroes. Yes, we fight and capture villains. However, what makes a hero isn't a person's quirk or the lack of one, but the actions that you do to selflessly ensure others' safety while putting your own in harm's way. Aizawa said as a montage of videos of Izuku saving and helping Uraraka, Toru and the weird guy is shown in the hologram screen. Sorry, Missy, you can't share points, but don't worry. I'm pretty sure you won't be needing to do that in the first place. Present, Mike says and pats her on the head. Looking back at the deeds you have done and seeing you doing them without hesitation. Me and the judges did the most logical thing to do it is to give you rescue points, he said as a screen pop out and Izuku was beyond shocked of the points he got. First, Izuku Midoriya / villain points, 65 / rescue points, 7012 second. Katsuki Bakugo / villain points, 77 / rescue points, 09 third. Ijiro Kirishima / villain points, 39 / rescue points, 35 4 fourth. Ochaco Uraraka / villain points, 28 / rescue points, 45 fifth. Ibra Shizaki / villain points, 36 / rescue points, 32 sixth. Itsuka Kendo / villain points, 25 / rescue points, 47th. Tenya Ida / villain points, 52 / rescue points, 9 to 8th. Tetsu / villain points, 49/rescue points, 10/4/9, 𝗵𝗃 𝗃𝗁𝗁/villain points, 47/rescue points, 10/1/10, 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗧𝗪𝗍villain points, 50/rescue points, 6/1, 70 rescue points. If that is added to 65, then I get. He mumbled to himself, and due to her wanting to give you her points, we decided to give her 45 rescue points. Congratulations, kid. You not only got first place but you beat All Might's record of 50 villain points and 50 rescue points by 35 points. Aizawa then pulls his scarf down and gave him a genuine smile. You passed the UA entrance exam and will be in class 1A. Welcome to your hero academia. I'll see you in class. And with that the hologram faded, leaving a crying Izuku. 3 flashback indie. After seeing the results, he told his mom that he passed and instantly regretted it. Well, let's just say in a sunny day their whole apartment was flooded in just 2 seconds. Entering UA, Izuku began jogging his way in the hallways trying to find where 1A's room is. 1A? Where the heck is 1A? Man, this place is too big, he said as he looked around searching his classroom. It took him 10 minutes to find his classroom and he was amazed of the size of the door with a large 1 written on it. This door is ginormous. Probably for students with quirks like 𝗵𝗃 𝗪𝗍𝗪ification quirk. He thought as he began opening the door. For he silently prayed to every god he know as he thought of Bakugo and the tall guy with glasses in the entrance exam. I wish those two end up in 1B, I'll be very grateful. His train of thought was cut off when heard voices he very much knew and cursed his luck. He opened the door and he heard it clearer. Don't put your legs on the desk. Don't you think that's disrespectful towards your upperclassmen? Scolded the tall guy to Bakugo, who wasn't even fazed about what the tall guy said and kept his leg on the desk. For Bakugo just scoffed. No, as a matter of fact, I don't really care. Which middle school are from anyway, you 2-bit extra? Izuku just rolled his eyes. I'm from 𝗬𝗵𝗲 Junior High School. The name's 𝗳𝗍𝗍𝗐, said the tall guy, now known as 𝗳𝗍𝗍𝗐. 𝗬𝗵𝗲. Well, aren't you an elite? Seems I've got a reason to kill you after all. Bakugo said, smirking maniacally, making Ida flinch incredulously while Izuku just decided to enter. 2. A reason to kill me. Do you really want to be a hero? He gasped and stepping back. He then looked at the door when Izuku finally began walking in. Ida walked toward Izuku. Hello, I'm 𝗳𝗍𝗍𝗐 from 𝗬𝗵𝗲. He was cut off when Izuku was tackled by a blur of UA uniform. Izuku. It's good to see you. Said clothes were Toru, the other girl Izuku saved in the entrance exam. I'm so happy you passed and we're classmates. Let's enjoy this whole year. Said the invisible girl as she squeezed the hell out of Izuku. Why right. I'm also happy to see you. Izuku said as he scratched his head sheepishly, making Toru giggle. He was happy to have at least one friend in a hem. Ida coughed, catching the duo's attention. As I was saying, Midoriya, I must hand it to you. He said, confusing the green-haired boy. You actually saw the true nature of the practical exam, didn't you? I was unaware of it and I completely misread you. I hate to admit it, but you are the better man. He said in a comically hurt tone, making Izuku and Toru's sweat drop. Izuku then saw Bakugo looking at him with narrowed eyes. Deku 3. Before Izuku could respond to Ida, the door of the classroom opened, making them look at the person there. Midoriya. I knew I saw that mop of green hair somewhere. I'm glad to see you. Uraraka said, walking close to Izuku. 3. Izuku saw her and smiled at her while noticing her uniform looks good on her. Glad to see you too, Uraraka. Oh, by the way, this is Toru Hagakure and 𝗳𝗍𝗍𝗐. He said while pointing at Toru, who still hugging him, waved, and Ida, who bowed to the bob-haired girl. Nice to meet you. I'm glad you got in. I guess present Mike was true, she said, getting closer to Izuku, making the boy back away a bit, and Toru pout. Not that they would notice though. That bastard. He gets 2 girls in the first day of school. Said a kid with purple ball for hair with hate and jealousy in his voice as Bakugo was still glaring at Izuku. One said blonde was furious of Izuku passing UA, and remember the day they were congratulated by their homeroom teacher. Flashback. This means 2 kids from our middle school got into UA. And Midoriya's acceptance in particular is a miracle among miracles. Congratulations both of you, said their homeroom teacher, and the duo bowed and left the teacher's lounge. When they got outside, Bakugo grabbed Izuku's uniform collar and pushed him to a wall. What goddamn trick did you use to pass the exam, 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗍? He was furious, not liking the fact that Deku passed the entrance exam. I was supposed to be first to enter UA from this shitty school. Me alone. You ripped my future glory to pieces and 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗄. He couldn't finish his sentence when he felt his wrist was being squeezed and hard. He looked at Deku, who was gripping his arm like it was a lifeline, making him grimace. 3. You really need to shut the F up. Deku looked at him deadly in the eyes, making him flinch a little. I got in UA using hard work and training I did for 8 months. And you're stupid if you think I can bribe the best hero school in Japan, he said, pulling off Bakugo's arm off his collar, and looked at the blonde straight in the eye. And what glory? Get a hold of yourself. You're a kid with an explosion quirk. Yeah, big deal, but in UA no one cares about you or your sweaty quirk. The world doesn't revolve around you, Bakugo. And grow up. You're looking so pathetic whining just because your quirkless classmate passed the entrance exam of UA. He continued, slowly walking away. After a few steps, Deku stopped and looked at him with cold eyes. I'm heading to UA and you can't stop me, Kaken. Finished and walked away, not seeing the raging Bakugo he left behind. 6 flashback in D, he growled, remembering Deku's face and words. It infuriated him that a quirkless loser like Deku was able to get to UA. He knew that the loser cheated his way in, but he just can't prove it. He probably bribed his way in. Whatever he did, I'm gonna destroy him like the pebble he was. The explosive teen thought as he glared daggers at the green-haired boy. 10. If you're here just to search for friends, do it elsewhere, a gruff voice said, making everyone look at the door. There was a yellow sleeping bag with a man inside it lying on the floor. Izuku had to suppress a smirk when he saw and recognized who the person was. This is the Department of Heroics, he said as he took out a juice box and emptied it in one go. Who the hell is this guy? Everyone minus Izuku thought simultaneously as the person in the stood up and began to come out of the sleeping bag and looked at the class for a moment. It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. Quite disappointing, but it's a start, he said, and looked at Izuku and nodded slightly. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleasure to meet you, Aizawa said in a tired voice. There's no way this guy hobo is the homeroom teacher, thought everyone with wide eyes except Izuku, who was staring at Aizawa, who was rummaging in his sleeping bag, looking for something. The hero then took out a standard UA uniform A/N. You know what the P uniform in UA looks like, no need for me to describe it, laughing face. Wear these immediately, and then quickly go to the training grounds in 15 minutes, he said as he handed out the P uniform to them and quickly exits the classroom. Izuku and the others quickly went to change into their P uniform and went to the training grounds. 5. Izuku being the first one to change and arrive to the grounds. There he saw Aizawa looking at him with an approving smile. Izuku gave him a smile and a bow. A few seconds later, the rest of the class arrived the UA training grounds, led by Bakugo, who was scowling at Izuku, and followed by the rest of the class who were talking to each other. Now that everyone is here, we will be having a quirk apprehension test, said Aizawa, looking at them with a bored look. A quirk apprehension test, exclaimed class 1A. What about the entrance ceremony? And the guidance counselor meeting? Uraraka asked, confused why they are in the training grounds instead in the entrance ceremony where every student should be in. The pro hero just shrugged. If you want to be heroes, there is no time for that kind of leisure activities. He looked back at the class. UA is famous when it comes to freedom for student in the campus. That also applies to us instructors, he said, still confusing the students. Softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, gripping test, sustained sideways jumps, upper body exercises and seated toe touch, he said, and faced the students. These are the activities you know from middle school. Physical tests where you were barred from using quirks, Aizawa said as he walked towards a basket full of softballs. The country still hasn't gotten around to standardizing those kinds of records or keeping track of average performance levels. Well, you can blame that on 𝗵𝗃𝗲. According to the manga, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 stands for Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, he said as he took out 2 softballs and faced the class. 3. Bakugo, how far could you pitch a softball in middle school? Asked the tired man. 1. 67 meters. Bakugo said and caught a softball. 1. Try using your quirk 𝗧𝗵𝗲. As long as you don't exit the circle, anything you do is fine. Aizawa said and took out a device from his scarf. Don't hold back. As soon as he said that, Bakugo smirked like a madman and prepared to pitch the ball. You got it, he said as he cocked his hand to his back and threw the ball enhanced by explosion. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. And with that the ball propelled to the sky while sending shockwaves that is here throughout the training ground. Die. Thought the rest of the class while Izuku just sighed and shook his head. He never changes. As the ball landed to the ground, the device Aizawa took out beeped and showed 705. 2M, impressive throw, Bakugo. It's important for us to know the limit of our quirk and how to channel it properly, Aizawa said as he showed Bakugo his results. Said Blonde smirked and looked at Izuku, who was indifferent, which made him angry for not seeing the reaction he wants Deku to show. Now, Midoriya. How far can you throw? Aizawa said as he threw a softball to Izuku. 45 meters, sir. Izuku said as he caught the ball with one hand. Go to the circle like I said with Bakugo. Use your quirk and don't leave the circle, he said and resets the device. Izuku nodded and made way to the circle. But before that, Izuku walked towards a girl with dark purple hair with an asymmetrical fringe and 2 chin-length bangs on either side. You might want to cover your ears for this one. This is going to be loud. He whispered to the girl, who was confused at first but covered her ear and earphone jacks. One. As Izuku was walking to the circle, Bakugo just scoffed at the green-haired boy. He's gonna embarrass himself, he said with a smirk on his face. What do you mean embarrass himself? Ida asked him with a raised eyebrow, curious why Izuku would embarrassing himself. He's quirkless, Bakugo said in a matter-of-fact tone. Are you sure? Uraraka asked, getting Bakugo's attention. Because he was in our section and he destroyed a 0-pointer with ease, she added, and both Toru and Ida nodded, then flinching when Bakugo looked at her in a glare. What are yo? Bakugo was cut off when Aizawa talked. Don't hold back, Midoriya, he said, inwardly smirking. Bakugo is going to eat his words. Izuku nodded, seeing the message, and started to channel biomass on his right hand, and black tendrils began to sprout from his pores and turned his whole arm into muscle mass, shocking Bakugo. He cocked his arm to his back and used all his strength to throw the ball as hard as he can. The ball propelled through the sky in great speed, breaking the sound barrier in the process, sending a shockwave stronger than Bakugo's. The rest of the class were amazed of Izuku's throw. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, the purple-haired girl, was thankful to Izuku for warning her to cover her ears. If she didn't, she would have been deaf. Way to go, Izuku/Midoriya. Toru and Uraraka cheered while Ida clapped. As the ball landed, Izuku retracted his quirk back to his body and shakes his arms since it become numb because of the throw. What the F? A quirk manifests by age of 4 at the latest. It's impossible. And yet, he has a quirk. And he didn't told me. 9 Deku. 𝗵𝗃𝗲. What was that? Explain now, you. Bakugo propelled toward Izuku with great speed using his quirk. He was about to destroy the green net, that is, when he was stopped by a strong strand of cloth. What the F is this thing? And why can't I use my quirk? Bakugo struggled and tried channeling his quirk, but to no avail. It's my special capturing weapon, a steel wire alloy woven with carbon nanofibers, Aizawa said with red eyes and his hair floating, indicating him using his quirk. As for your quirk, I erased it. Though it gives me dry eye, so I advise to you to not let me use my quirk too often. He retracted his scarf and showed them Izuku's score. 1032, 34m, 1 kilometer. That's so manly. 14, we can really use our quirks now. That's the Department of Heroics for you. This is going to be fun. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 scoffed. Fun, you say? His hair shadowed his face. So you all were planning to spend your 3 years here having a good and fun time. What happened to becoming heroes? He said, ominously intimidating even Izuku and Bakugo. Alright then. In that case, new rule. The student who ranks last in total points will be instantly expelled. He said, shocking everyone and scaring some. Our freedom means we dispense with students as we please, he said with an eerie grin plastered on his face. Welcome to the Department of Heroics. What? The guy who ranks last gets expelled? Exclaimed Uraraka. This is our first day here. And even if we weren't, that's just so unfair. Natural disasters, accidents, villain attacks, all kind of calamities can happen when we least expect it. Unfair is not a valid reason, he paused. And it's our job as heroes to reverse it all. If you were counting on a friendly chat at a local McDonald's after school, that's too bad. From now on, for the next 3 years, all you can expect from your life at UA is one hardship after the other. I expect you all to overcome these trails and climb to the top. 5. This is plus ultra style. Izuku calms himself and put on him game face on giving 𝗧𝗏, give me your best shot, look. 𝗧𝗏 saw this and smirked. This will be interesting. 5. Somewhere in you, I can't believe our class has to go to that boring entrance ceremony while not a single person from class 1A was there, said a blonde-haired guy with a smug/arrogant expression on his face as he enters their classroom. They're so high of themselves, it's just the start of the year. 3. Everyone just ignored him, but they were confused why no one from 1A was present in the entrance ceremony. They're probably doing a quirk apprehension test, said 𝗵𝗃𝗃, class 1B homeroom teacher. He knew that 𝗧𝗏 would let his class skip the entrance ceremony just to expel them. He wouldn't be surprised if he expelled his whole class. The whole class then heard a weak explosion coming from somewhere. They know it was class 1A doing their Q. So they shrugged it off. 5 minutes later, the whole class plus 𝗵𝗃𝗃 were jolted when they heard a loud explosion and felt the shockwave. 1. What the heck was that? Exclaimed a girl with dark moss-green hair, who was unintentionally split herself into pieces. I don't know, but whatever that was. It was so manly, yelled a silver-haired guy with weird eyelashes, making everyone sweat drop. One 𝗵𝗃𝗃 on the other hand was curious. That was a loud explosion. I wonder who caused that. I better ask 𝗧𝗏 after this, he thought as he continued to explain the rules of his class. Back to class 1A. Izuku stood back with his class as he watched his pink-haired/skinned classmate with horns and black scara and yellow irises, named myheroacademia, use acid on her feet to run past her partner, the weird guy in the exams named 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗍, as he lands when he landed to use his quirk once more. Izuku had to hold a sweat drop when said guy didn't even care he lose and think he was still shining. The green-haired teen had finished some of the tests and was satisfied on how he performed. First was obviously the softball pitch, where he was scored 1032. 34 second only to Uraraka, who got infinite as she made the ball weightless and let it float up to space with her zero gravity. 5 second was standing long jump, where he run towards the edge of the sandbox and channeled biomass on his legs to jump and used glide to propel to the end, clearing the test. He watched Bakugo propel himself in the air and clear the test. As soon as he lands, he sent a glare at Izuku's direction, who completely ignored him, making the blonde furious. Third was the grip test, where he passed the test, not without breaking the dynamometer. He was surprised for the fact that he wasn't even channeling his quirk, and it scared himself knowing he has to do more training to fully control his quirk. The second place was the 𝗵𝗃𝗃, the guy with the 6 arms in the exams, with 540 kilograms. Izuku had to keep himself from punting the kid who said, tentacles are hot. 11 next was the repeated side steps. Like in the standing long jump, he used his quirk to channel biomass in his legs and sidestepped as fast as he can, getting 3rd place behind Ida and the grape-haired kid named Minoru Mineta, who used the ball in his head to his advantage. Izuku was impressed on how clever he used his quirk, but he still wanted to punt him to the moon. 2 sit-ups and seated toe touch, where Izuku used the biomass in his body to make him more flexible and pass the test with ease. Distance run, where he was running side to side with Ida, only behind a girl named Momo Yaoyorozu who was using a freaking motorbike she created using her quirk creation to speed past them. Izuku was impressed. He can say that girl was smart, using a motorbike in a distance run and a cannon, yes, AF cannon in the softball pitch. 8. Izuku was cut off from his thought when Aizawa called him for the 50-meter dash. He walked to the starting line, as did Bakugo, who was still glaring at him. Izuku knew why the blonde was angry, but he couldn't care less. He has a test to pass and he wasn't gonna waste his time arguing with a guy who obviously is angry for Izuku entering UA and having a quirk and jealous because the Deku he pushed around in middle school was completely crushing him in the quirk apprehension test. As Aizawa start the timer, Bakugo, being Bakugo, used his quirk on Izuku to somewhat blind and damage the greenette's eyes to fail the test and propelled to the finish line. Izuku was startled of the attack, and if it wasn't for his quirk he would have been blind now. After shaking off the cobwebs in his head, Izuku again used his quirk and channel biomass to his legs and sprinted past Bakugo, making the blonde lose balance with the speed the greenette is in. 2. Izuku sprint past the finish line and fell on one knee as he breathed hard. DMN. I used too much biomass. He gasped out in between exhales as he took out an energy bar out of his pocket, unwrapped it, and ate it in one go. He then felt his energy back and stood up to look at his score. He got 3:43 seconds and Bakugo got 4:13 seconds. 6. When he turned to Aizawa, he saw his teacher with his quirk active and scarf wrapping on a struggling Bakugo. Looks like Bakugo got himself in trouble. I wonder why. He thought sarcastically, unconsciously rubbing his eyes. I don't care what you and Midoriya's history are, but here in UA we don't tolerate bullying. If you ever attack a classmate again, I will expel you and ask the principal to put your name in the blacklist. Not even your old middle school can do anything about it. He threatened the blonde teen, who was still scowling but was visibly shaking in fear. After releasing the blonde and applied eye drops on his dry eyes, he got the last 2 students to do the test. Aizawa gathered them and stood in front of them, still looking tired and shaking. Time to present the results, he said, making some of the students flinch, not really excited to know their scores. The total is simply the combination of your individual scores. Reciting them all one by one will take forever, so let me show you the results, he said tiredly as he pressed a button and a hologram screen pop out of the device. There you will see the results, Aizawa says, and the class scanned the results. First, Momo Yaoyorozu 14th second. Izuku Midoriya 3rd, Shoto Todoroki 4th, Katsuki Bakugo 5th, Tenya Ida 6th, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃 7th, Mizo Shoji 8th, Masahiro Ojiro 9th, Ijiro Kirishima 10th, Mina Ashido 11th, Ochaco Uraraka 12th, Koji Koda 13th, Rikido Sato 14th, Tsuyu Azui 15th, Yuga Aoyama 16th, Hanta Siro 17th, Denki Kaminari 18th, Kyoka Jiro 19th, Toru Hagakure 20th, Minoru Mineta. The students saw their results and mixed emotions felt in the training grounds. Satisfaction, relief, anger, disappointment, joy, and depression. 5. Bakugo was furious of getting 4th place and began glaring at Izuku, Momo, and the guy with red and white hair that was evenly split between colors, heterochromia eyes with a scar on his left eye, who was named Shoto Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Said teen was looking at Izuku with narrowed, analytic eyes. 1. Minoru Mineta was openly crying seeing as he was last placed. He was mumbling things about not having a chance to get a girlfriend or touch a melons. Izuku was about to dropkick the pervert when Ida began holding him back, saying, "It is against the rules to attack your classmates." 11. Momo Yaoyorozu was looking at this and shook her head. It was obviously a logical ruse to make us perform at our best. She thought and was about to say what she thought when Aizawa spoke up. Looking at the results of the quirk apprehension test, he paused and looked at his class. It is decided then, Minoru Mineta, pack your things and go to the principal's office. You are now expelled from the heroic department. Aizawa announced, shocking everyone except Izuku, who knew he would expel someone in the class. Mineta just cried and walked away toward the locker room to get his stuff. 13. I thought it was only a logical ruse. Momo said quietly, still shaken from the fact that she was wrong. She can't believe that their teacher just expelled one of her classmates without hesitating. 3. It wasn't really surprising. The class turned their head toward Izuku, who was still looking at Mineta as he walked away. What do you mean, Izuku? Toru said nervously, not really comfortable being 19th place and almost got herself expelled. I mean, our teacher is Eraserhead. And he is known to expel students who he doesn't see potential. Seeing he only expelled Mineta, we're lucky. The green-haired boy said, pointed to Aizawa, drawing looks of confusion. He saw his classmates' confused looks and continued. We're lucky because, unlike today, he expelled his whole class last year in the first day of class. Izuku finished, he and Aizawa smirk inwardly as the whole class jaw drop and paled. 27. Putting that aside, you can change to your uniforms and go back to class and grab the curriculum sheets on the table in the classroom. I'll see you all later, he said as he walked away. This is going to be a long year, he said sagely and smiled, disappearing from the sight of his students. Izuku was about to walk to the classroom when a hand gripped his shoulder. DKU. We're talking. Right here. Right now, said Bakugo as began popping explosions on Izuku's shoulder. Said Greenette just looked at him and to his hand and back to him with a bored face. I don't think so, he said boredly, flicking Bakugo's hand away and walking away. Not even looking back as the blonde's explosion echoed in the area. As he was walking, he sensed someone watching him and looked around. When he didn't find anyone, he used his thermal vision and saw a bulky figure not far from his location. Plus, knowing who it was, he glared at the figure and walked away. It's almost been a year, but I still can't forget what you said, nor can I forgive you, All Might. All right, class, tell me where the mistake is in this next example. Voice of Present Mike paused and looked at class 1A. Who knows the answer? Everybody hands up and raised them. Hi, yeah. He screeched as he used his quirk voice to make his question louder, like it even needed to become louder. So normal, the majority of the class thought as they all sweat drop. This is so boring. One Katsuki Bakugo thought as he blocked out the pro hero's voice as he looked back at the events his first day in UA. But doing so infuriated him. Who wouldn't? He was told that he was the only one in his class, no scratch that, the only one in his middle school that has potential to get accepted in UA. Then Deku had to ruin it. Not only that the loser passed and got in, but apparently had a quirk that he had been hiding from him. Bakugo looked behind him and saw the nerd busy writing the boring lesson in his notebook. The blonde glared at the greenette and turned his head back to the pro hero. You got a lot of ball hiding your quirk from me, Deku. When I get a chance, I'm gonna kill you. 13. Teacher's Lounge. At the back of the teacher's lounge, All Might in his skeletal form was looking at his old hero costume as he was lost in thought. He thought about yesterday's quirk apprehension test and saw Aizawa's class in his mind. As he was spying at Class 1A's quirk apprehension test, he saw how young Midoriya changed in almost a year after they first met. As he observed the boy, he noticed that the scrawny, crying kid was no longer there but a calm, confident teenager that seemed to know what he was doing. Toshinori had to hide a flinch as the green-haired boy looking at his direction with narrowed eyes. He saw the boy's eyes. The determination and passion becoming a hero was still there, but he can also see the anger and little hate the boy had directed at him. And he couldn't blame the kid for it. It was mostly the number one hero's fault, for breaking the boy's heart and crushing his dreams of becoming a hero. He saw the boy's broken face when he said that he can't be a hero without a quirk and regretted it. What kind of hero would he be if he can just say in a straight face that a quirkless kid can't become a hero when he was also quirkless? A sound of alarm bells indicating it was lunchtime stopped him in his trance. He sighed and went to the changing room. His Hero Foundation class is next, and there are future heroes to be trained in the fundamentals of heroism. 3. Man, Lunch Rush's Katsudon is so good. It's almost as good as Mom's. Izuku thought as he sat down on his seat. He just finished lunch and was gonna get ready for their foundational hero studies. 12. He had several ideas for who would be their teacher in heroics. But he knew it would be All Might, since the man was seen near Mustafu and Toei was his alma mater. Honestly, Izuku was kinda happy that the number one hero was gonna teach them, but looking back at his conversations with the man, Izuku can tell that the guy has no experience in teaching. He was cut off when he heard someone call to him. He looked at the direction and saw Uraraka and Ida walking towards him. "You walk so fast. What's with the hurry?" said Uraraka as she stood next to Izuku's desk. She had called him Deku since after the quirk apprehension test because of Bakugo. He explained it to Uraraka that the nickname Deku was supposed to be an insult, but Izuku really didn't care anymore and let her call him that if she want. Sorry about that. I was just getting ready for our Hero Foundation course since today was our schedule," he said sheepishly. Izuku wasn't lying, he was really excited for their foundational hero studies. Even if All Might was the teacher, it won't be a problem as long as it still helps him in becoming a hero. "I'm so excited. Say, do you guys have an idea who is going to be our teacher in heroics?" she asked while still shaking, clearly making it obvious for the both male that she was excited. "There are a lot of candidates. I couldn't think of anyone," Ida said while rubbing his chin in thought. He then looked at Izuku. "What do you think, Midoriya? Who would it be?" Izuku began to think. Well, the most obvious one would be All Might, since UA was his alma mater and he was seen often near Mustafu. My other guess is our homeroom teacher, Eraserhead. He is experienced in teaching and had been a hero almost as long as All Might, he explained, earning nods from his friends. A ring of bell indicating the end of lunch break. Later, all of Class 1A were seated, leaving a space between Izuku and Yaoyorozu since Mineta is expelled. Izuku was writing down Ida's entry in his hero journal when he heard a loud, boisterous laugh outside their classroom, making him clench his fist and sigh. "You just got to guess right, Izuku," he thought, and lazily looking at the door. "7, I am here," said voice as the door busted open. Coming through the door, like a normal person, and All Might enters the room in an awkward position, shocking the class. Well, everyone except Izuku, that is. Normal my butt. Izuku thought and face-palmed, embarrassed at the number one hero's antics. For his reaction not going unnoticed by Yaoyorozu was confused by his reaction. Normally, students would be happy and excited to see the hero, but Izuku was not excited and was somewhat annoyed that the hero is their teacher in heroics. "It's All Might," Denki Kaminari said, clearly at awe. "Wow, so he really is a teacher here," said Ijiro Kirishima, pumping his fist. "Isn't that his Silver Age costume?" asked Tsuyu Azui with a finger on her cheek, looking at All Might as he marched his way toward the front. "Just looking at it is giving me goosebumps," Mashireo Ojiro said. "1. I will be teaching you all the basics of heroics. For this class, we will be building up your hero foundation through various trials," he said after flexing his muscles, which looked stupid on Izuku's point of view. If he was his old self, he would probably taking pictures of the hero and framing them in his wall. But he wasn't, so good riddance. "Let's get started, shall we?" With this, the hero then took out a card that had the word battle on it. "The battle trials," he said loudly. "Battle/trials," said simultaneously by Bakugo and Izuku, the former with a manic expression while the latter with one raised eyebrow. "And to go with your first battle trail," he said as he pointed to the side of the classroom, and began to appear with cabinets with briefcases with numbers 1 to 20, only missing number 19. "We've prepared that we had you send in requests for to match your quirks," he said, making the students scream in anticipation. "Awesome," yelled Kirishima, who stood up in excitement. "Our battle gear." Izuku smiled happily as he looked at his briefcase, number 18. "Get changed and we'll be ready to go. Everyone gather at ground beta," he said as he exited the room as the students quickly went to the changing rooms. At ground beta, the costume you wear into the battlefield is extremely important, boys and girls, All Might said as he saw each student going out of the tunnel, entering ground beta. He smiled with pride. "And don't forget, from here on out, you are all officially heroes." For everyone beamed at the last line. All Might looked at every single student and nodded. "They all look like pro heroes." I think I'm gonna cry. He thought as he looked at the student and counted 18, missing Izuku Midoriya. Where is young Midori? He was cut off when he saw a mop of green hair exit the tunnel. All Might looked at the tunnel and saw Izuku walking to their direction. The class saw the hero's reaction and looked at the direction of his sight. When they did, the girls began to blush while one Katsuki Bakugo was glaring at the green-haired boy. One Izuku was walking towards the group with his hero costume. He wore a costume similar to Alex Mercer's. He was wearing a button-up white shirt with a protruding collar kept partially buttoned, a plain forest green hoodie, and a black leather jacket with a red interior, 2 horizontal white lines on each sleeve, and a red tribal design on the back. For his lower body, he wore plain blue jeans with a red utility belt on his waist and his signature red shoes. His costume is his way to thank Alex for giving him his quirk and to pay tribute to his predecessor. He will always be grateful to Alex, and no thanks can make up how lucky he was. 3. Though the clothes look fit, the fabric used were soft, flexible, and durable. His clothes are fire and blast resistant for some reasons. 12. As Izuku reached his class, he scanned their clothes and saw some of them look awesome, including Bakugo with his grenade bracers, which caused him to narrow his eyes. He's planning something with those bracers. I don't know what it is, but something tells me whatever that is, it won't be safe. 2. He then looked at his other classmates and had to look away when he saw some of his female classmates' costume. Who wouldn't when most of them wear skin-tight costumes, and for Toru, she was only wearing a pair of boots and gloves. Izuku had to stop a blush from forming in his face when Toru ran towards him and hugged his arm. He then confirmed that she wasn't wearing on his top as her 𝗵𝗲. Stop. 2. Wow, Izuku. You look so cool, she said, hugging him closer. Yeah, looking good, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 said, and Izuku noticed her usual pink blush began to darken and spread on her cheeks. GG's, thanks guys, he said. You look good as well, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 then blushed brighter. Thank you, but I think I sent the wrong measurements. This wasn't supposed to be skin tight. She rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. She was wearing a skin-tight black full-body suit with a pale pink design down the middle of her torso, 2 black circles on her chest, and a black rectangle below her waist, running between her legs. There are 2 more pink patches over her shoulders, both cut off by darker pink armbands that match the thick choker around her neck. She has circular wrist guards, a dark pink handle on the back of each one, wide knee-high boots with magenta soles, and a 2-piece belt around her waist, a circle embedded into the center where the pieces join up, a helmet with a tinted visor sometimes worn on her head, all of which are the same pale pink color. I don't know, I think it suits you well, Izuku said, not making eye contact. But doing so made him regret it when he saw in the direction he turned was Yaoyorozu. She was wearing a red, sleeveless leotard with white lines and an opening on her chest down to her stomach below the belly button and 2 gold utility belts around her waist. The costume is fit and it showed how gifted she was. 5. Izuku blushed, looked down as he composed himself, not noticing the pout on 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 and Toru's faces, the latter really unnoticeable since she is invisible. He then was surprised when he heard someone speak loudly on his side. Another one wearing a leather jacket. Welcome to the club, said Kaminari, putting his arm around Izuku's shoulders. Izuku looked up and saw Kaminari giving him a thumbs up, and he gave the blonde a smile. They were cut off their trances when All Might spoke up. Alright, let's see what you can do, you zygotes, he said, earning the attention of his students. It's time for the trial of battle. 1. Each and every one of you all look great, he said with a thumbs up. All Might saw his students perk up, including Izuku, but quickly hid it with a blank expression. The hero inwardly sighed. The boy's still upset with me, for he was then cut off with a question from Iida in his costume similar to 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏. Regarding the performance ground we'll be using, is it the mock city from the entrance exam? Iida asked as he made a chopping motion in the air. Wait, that's Iida. Man, he looked cool, Izuku thought. 4. You'll see, in fact, take 2 steps and you'll be there. This will be an indoor battle trial. He paused to look at their faces and continued. Villain cleanup is usually seen out in the open, but statistically, the better part of it is an indoor job. since most of the villainous acts are committed indoors. For example, imprisonment, house arrest, the black market. In hero-saturated society, he chuckled darkly, making the students shiver. Any villain with intelligence is lurking in the shadows. One All Might placed his hands on his waist and smiled. For this test, you'll be separated into villain and hero teams for a 2-on-2 battle. He was about to continue when 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍 interrupted with a question. What about the foundational training? Well, this is the foundational training, young 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍. Only this time, there won't be any robots to destroy, he said, earning a nod from the frog girl. He was about to continue when he was interrupted by questions from his students. So how do we determine who wins and loses? Is it okay to kill someone? Is there a threat of expulsion like with Aizawa-sensei's test? If we're separating into different groups, what would be the best way to do so? Doesn't my cape look fancy? I can't hear you if speak all at once, he said while shaking. In order. He then took out a crib sheet and read it. First, the hero team wins when they either capture both villains or retrieve the bomb. The villains win when they either capture both heroes or the hero was unable to capture the bomb in the time limit. Second, no young Bakugo, no killing. There won't be expulsions in my class, young Uraraka, so don't worry. You will be separated through drawing lottery to know who your teammate is. And lastly, yes, young Oyama, your cape is dashing, he said, earning nods and scowl on Bakugo's face. 6. Is that really how we'll do it? Ida asked incredulously. Izuku then spoke up. Well, in the hero works, pros are often forced to make impromptu team-ups with other heroes they might not know very well. So this is probably a way to practice that, he said, getting a nod from his classmates. I see. Always with our eyes on the future, are we? I apologize for the interruption. Ida bowed stiffly. All Might just nodded. However, since there are only 19 of you, we will compromise on Team J being in a 2-on-1 handicap match. Anyway, let's begin. He then made the students draw, and here are the results. Ochaco Uraraka and Momo Yairzubi, Shoto Todoroki and Mezu Shojishi, Hanta and Ijiro Kirishima, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenyade, Mina Ashido and Yuga Aoyama F, Koji Koda and Rikido Sato, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro H, 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍 and 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 Midoriya too, just my luck. Izuku thought as he looked at his drawn letter. And went back to his position, noticing the maniacal smirk on Bakugo's face. DMN. I just wish I don't get paired against him. Wow. You're alone, Deku. Good luck. Uraraka said as she pat Deku's back, comforting his friend. And the first 2 pairs to do combat training will be the following. All Might said as he pulled out 2 balls with letters on it. Only for Izuku's dismay, pair J will be heroes and pair D will be villains. Just my luck. Izuku muttered but sighed and calmed himself down. He looked at Bakugo and saw the smirk become a grin that promised pain. Well, just wait until I removed that smug look of you face, Kaken. This scenario has the villains inside the building first. Then, after 5 minutes, the heroes will enter as well. Everyone else will be able to watch what will happen through surveillance cameras. He said as the other students enter the viewing room, not without Toru and Uraraka wishing Izuku and Ida good luck before leaving. This will allow young Bakugo and Ida to get inside the heads of villainy. This is a practical training exercise. So go all out without a fear of injury. That last statement made Bakugo perk up. However, when things get out of hand, I will immediately stop it. He said as the villain team enters the room with the bomb. The pro hero then looked at Izuku, who was quiet this whole time. I wish you good luck, young Midoriya. He said, and the boy looked at him with a blank expression. And then looked away, giving him a nod. The number 1 hero sighed and left to the viewing room. Good luck, young Midoriya. I hope you win. Bomb room, villain team, it may just be a training exercise, but it still pains me to be a villain, though I suppose I just need to defend this bomb. Ida said as he touched the bomb, and noticed it was made from paper mache. So, Deku's got a quirk, right? Bakugo asked out of nowhere. Ida then turns to the blonde. He was confused by the blonde's question but answered nonetheless. You saw it for yourself, didn't you? The black tendrils that came out of his limbs, he said, and he continued to talk, not noticing Bakugo not listening to him. You were fooling me all this time. You nerd, I'll make you pay. 14. In the viewing room, All Might and the rest of Class 1A stood in front of screens that show the parts of the building and the villain team at the top floor and hero team outside. They saw Izuku was looking at the building with scrutinizing eyes that appeared to have transformed to have black sclera and emerald irises. So, who do you guys think will win? Kaminari asked, making his classmates look at him. I think the villains are gonna win. They can outnumber Midoriya and capture him. Kirishima said, getting a nod from some of the students. 5. Yeah, but don't underestimate Izuku. He's super strong. Toru said while waving her gloves wildly. Hagekyure's right. Deku is strong. He even destroyed a 0-pointer with one punch. Uraraka said, earning her looks of surprise from the rest and confusion from Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. 1W. The large robot in the entrance exam. Mina Ishido asked with wide eyes. She and Kirishima encountered one of those and they chose to run then get squashed by one of those. Yeah. He punched it to save me from being crushed by the robot. She said, blushing in embarrassment of getting saved in the entrance exam. If that's the case, Midoriya will probably win this without breaking a sweat, said Siro as the rest nodded. Todoroki on the other hand narrowed his eyes. Just how strong are you, Midoriya? 8. At the screen where Izuku was shown walking to the building. Before it was cut off. With All Might's yell. Okay. Hero team, start. Okay. Hero team, start. All Might yelled in the communicator. Izuku almost destroyed the earpiece All Might gave him. He shook his head to remove the ringing sound and walked towards the building and channeled blacklight to his legs and sprinted up the building. He used wall running while sliding his hand on the surface of the wall for balancing, and when he needs to stop, he would fall down. Earlier he used his thermal vision to check where the villain team would place the bomb. He guessed it would be placed in the top floor, and he guessed correctly, seeing Bakugo and Ida in the top floor. He ran to the top of the building quietly and used thermal vision to see where Bakugo is and saw him near the ground floor. Izuku smirked. Of course he would leave Ida to fight me. How predictable. He whispered and wall crawled near the window of the room where the bomb was located. He heard Ida doing some evil villain monologue, which honestly was hilarious in Izuku's part. If they weren't in a battle trials, he would crack up there. He peeked at the window and saw Ida 50 meters away from the bomb and only 10 meters away from Izuku's location. At that moment Izuku chose to strike Ida from behind. With a capture tape ready, Izuku jumped into the window and sprinted towards Ida and whispered, "Sorry about this, Ida," and chopped him on the neck with a biomass-enhanced chop to penetrate the force through his metal costume, knocking the armor-wearing teen unconscious. Izuku caught Ida's limp body and wrapped him with capture tape. He placed him next to the bomb, hearing All Might say, "Tenya, Ida has been captured." He sighed, knowing Bakugo would be blasting his butt back to the bomb room, figuratively and literally. So, he used his thermal vision to check where the Pomeranian is. And when he saw that the blonde was 2 floors below him, he set up a plan to ambush or catch the exploding teen off guard. Hopefully, capturing the blonde would be easy. One little did he know, when it comes to Bakugo, nothing is easy. 3. As soon as Bakugo heard All Might start the match, he immediately blasted his way to the ground floor, leaving Ida alone with the bomb. "Deku, I'm gonna have fun beating your butt up. All Might will be forced to stop the match when I'm done with you," he thought as he enters the second floor. Knowing the nerd, he would just enter the building and try to sneak past me. And blew past to the first floor to catch Deku off guard. As he neared the entrance of the first floor, he used his quirk to blast Deku. 2. Deku, he said as the explosion caused smoke around. He stood up straight, wearing a smug smirk, thinking he blasted the nerd from existence. But as soon as the smoke cleared, he was shocked when he saw that Deku wasn't there. "Where the hell is that now?" He was cut off when All Might talked in the communicator. 1. Tenya, Ida has been captured. He froze when he heard that. The nerd had somehow slipped past him and he didn't even notice. He clenched his fists, unconsciously using his quirk, and gritted his teeth. He was livid knowing that he was outsmarted by Deku. In a fit of rage, he used his quirk to propel his way back to the top floor with the sole purpose to destroy kill the F-nerd. Moments later, as Bakugo was nearing the door of the bomb room, he saw Deku faced backwards. Not thinking straight, he just propelled towards Izuku and blasted one of his strongest explosions to the person in front of him. He was about to talk trash to Deku when a fist made contact to his face, knocking him a few meters away. Bakugo was surprised by the contact and was knocked out of his feet. He looked at the person who punched his and saw Deku looking at him without his jacket, with a bored expression. He growled as he groggily stood up, glaring daggers at the green-haired teen. "How did you even dodge that?" he asked as he nursed his bleeding lip. Izuku just looked at him and pointed to the ground where 𝗬𝗲 had been. "If you weren't so bloodthirsty, you would have noticed that it was just my leather jacket and hoodie hung on a stone pillar." Bakugo looked at the ground and saw the nerd's leather jacket and hoodie, surprised that it wasn't even damaged from the explosion. He scowled as Deku picked up the jacket and put it on. "But knowing you, of course you would lash out the moment you saw something that is connected to me," the green-haired teen said and assumed a fighting stance. Bakugo scoffed. "So what? You nothing but a—" He was cut off when Deku interrupted him boredly. "Yeah, nothing but a pebble on my path and sht. I know, you've been saying that for 10 years. He said and smirked, making the blonde grit his teeth. "But that didn't stop me from outsmarting you, did it?" he said, making the blonde's rage increase, and lunged to him with his right fist reeled back to perform a right hook. Izuku, predicting this, leaned to his left, dodging the punch, and channeled Blacklight to his arms and grabbed the blonde's outstretched arm and performed a judo throw. As Bakugo lands to the ground, he spat out some of his spit and groaned in pain. Everyone in the viewing room were amazed on how the greenette predicted the blonde's move. "Wow. He's like a pro," Uraraka yelled. The rest simply nodded. All Might smiled at the show of skill that Izuku had been showing, from him running up the building vertically and capturing Ida with the ladder knowing. And now, outsmarting Bakugo and countering his attacks and ambush. "You always lead with a right hook. I saw you do it so many times that I can't even count how many," Izuku said as he jumped away, keeping some distance from the blonde who was beginning to stand up. "I analyzed and took noted of all the heroes I thought were amazing. And I also wrote yours in the notes you blew up and tossed away," he said as he channeled his quirk to his arms and formed his muscle mass. "And you can call me Deku all you want, but know this," Izuku said with narrowed eyes. "I don't care what you call me because that name is nothing but a name of the person who will and already surpassed you, Kaken," he yelled, making the blonde scowl even more. "Now I'm gonna kill you, Deku," Bakugo yelled, glaring at the greenette. In the viewing room. "What is he saying? There's no sound through the surveillance footage," Kirishima said, looking at the screen. "For teammates can communicate through wireless transceivers. And they all have a rough sketch of the building." He then pulled out a piece of tape. "And then there's this capture tape. The second someone's wrapped this around the opponent, that's the sign that they're captured, like young Ida earlier." He looked back at the screen. "The time limit is 15 minutes and normally, the hero team don't know exactly where the core is being held, right?" All Might said, and earning a yes from the students. "The hero side is at a pretty disadvantage in this scenario." Mina said, little nervous at the fight happening. "Yes, that's what it normally is supposed to be, but young Midoriya for some reason thought of a way to move to the location of the bomb. He was cut off by Toru. He probably used his thermal vision," she said, raising her hands. "He used it on the entrance exams to find me when I was trapped under a wrecked building." "Thermal vision. I thought his quirk was black tendrils," Yaoyorozu asked with raised eyebrows. "Well, I don't really know. Izuku wasn't really specific what his quirk was," Toru said sheepishly. They were all interrupted when Aoyama talked. "Ah, Monsieur Bakugo," he said, pointing at the screen. They all looked at the screen. In the screen, Bakugo propelled to Izuku and strike him with explosions from his palms. The 𝗲𝗏𝗃 just slapped Bakugo's hands, redirecting the attack to the side as he used a sweeping kick, making the blonde lose balance and performed a roundhouse kick to send the blonde tumbling away. Said blonde tumbled and landed on his feet. Izuku was confused when he shook his right arm and smirked evilly. What is he planning? Izuku jumped away to cover distance when Bakugo began to talk. My explosions are sparked by the sweat on my palms, which is secreting nitroglycerin that then detonates, he said as he pointed his right arm towards Deku and grabbed the pin of his bracers. Which still confused Izuku. Now, if the specs are as I asked, then I can store that nitro sweat into this bracers, and that made Izuku realize what he was planning. 1. Young Bakugo, don't do it. You'll kill him. All Might yelled through the transceiver. He won't die if it doesn't hit him. Bakugo said maniacally and pulled the pin, causing an All Might-sized explosion that rocked the whole building and destroying the side where Izuku was. The students in the viewing room were shocked of the power of the explosion. /Izuku. Uraraka and Toru yelled worried for their friend. Seeing the size of the explosion would kill Izuku. This is meant to be a lesson. Kirishima yelled, still shocked at the damage the explosion had done. All Might was speechless. He couldn't believe the size and power of the explosion, and Bakugo didn't even hesitate, unleashing it on a classmate. Bakugo was laughing maniacally. He was pleased on the result of his explosion. He just killed Deku, the pebble that was on his path, the nerd that ruined his glory, the loser that had followed him since they were kids. With Deku out of the way, no one can stop him from becoming the number 1 man. That was close. A voice in the smoke caused by the explosion said, making the blonde's train of thought stop. He widened his eyes and looked at the smoke. He survived. He thought as a rock came full speed, hitting his bracers, shattering them in contact, rendering them useless. That surprised the blonde, and he looked at his shattered and back to the smoke that is now slowly disappearing. What he saw shocked him and the people in the viewing room. There on Deku's place was said 𝗲𝗃𝗃, slightly hunched with his left arm blocking his face, and upper torso was of black and red mass acting like a shield. Deku then stood straight and the shield began to turn into black mass that retracted back to the nerd's body. He shook his left arm. That attack was impressive, you almost got me there. Almost. He smirked and black tendrils came out and wrapped around his right arm. When the tendril wrapped his whole arm, it appears that his right arm was changed into black tendrils tied and twisted together, with the end appearing to have 2 short but sharp blades. 𝗵𝗃𝗃. I would like to have to fight you more, but I need to end this, Izuku said as he reeled his right arm and made a whipping motion as it stretched and speed towards Bakugo, who barely dodged it as the blades shatter his remaining bracer. Izuku clicked his tongue and whipped his arms towards Bakugo, looking like he wants to impale the blonde. Said blonde dodge it easily just by tilting his body to the side and smirked. You missed. He taunted the 𝗲𝗃𝗃. However, he was confused when Izuku just shrugged. Did I? Deku asked. Him, confusing him even more. The nerd then smirked. I win. Bakugo scowled. He was about to retaliate when All Might's voice was heard in the hidden speakers in the room. Hero Team Yn. How? Bakugo asked and slowly looked behind him and saw Izuku's blade transformed into his hand touching the bomb. I lost to Deku. 3 Izuku retracted his arm back and it transformed back into his normal arm. He then placed his hands in the pockets of his and started to exit the room. Bakugo to his part was still shocked and was livid of losing to Deku. Out of anger he lunged toward Izuku's arm, reeled back for a haymaker. That is when Izuku just sidestepped as the punch missed and channeled biomass to his arm, summoning muscle mass and chopping the blonde on the neck, sending him to the ground in a strong thud. He looked at the unconscious blonde on the floor and turned away to exit the building, leaving the villain team to the medical robots entering the building. As he entered the viewing room, he was faced by All Might with a frown on his face. Izuku looked at the hero with raised eyebrows. Was it really necessary to hit young Bakugo with that last attack? All Might asked him with crossed arms. 9 Izuku just shrugged and continued walking. No, it wasn't necessary. He paused and stopped to look at the pro hero in a side glance, making the hero flinch a bit. 1, but I just felt like doing it. he said as he pulled out a protein bar, unwrapped it and ate it. Then went to his classmates, leaving a stunned All Might to his thoughts. Viewing room, you got us worried there, Deku. That fight was amazing. Congrats in winning, Izuku. I couldn't hear what you were saying, but that was some heated battle, man. Wow, Midori. You were so cool back there. That match was so intense it got us all fired up. Izuku was bombarded by his classmates as he entered the viewing room after passing All Might. He was taken aback from the attention he was getting and blushed when his pink-skinned classmate went to his face only inches away when he entered, making him back away a bit, while making Toru and Uraraka uncomfortably jealous. Hi, I'm 𝗵𝗃 You fight really well, said the pink-haired girl. Now that he got a close look at her, he saw that she had pink skin, pink curly hair similar to his, eyes with black sclera and yellow irises and small horns that he found cute. Wait, what? Where did that come from? Yeah. I'm myheroacademia. That was a manly fight, dude, said the boy with spiky red hair, pointed red eyes with a small scar above his right eye as he gave him a thumbs up. I'm 𝗬𝗄𝗄𝗏, but you can call me too, okay, said a girl with frog-like appearance, has straight dark green hair tied into a bow at its bottom and large eyes that he also found cute. What's going on with me? For hey, Sato here, said a tall, muscular young man with a wild build, short brown hair, squared-shaped eyes with black pupils, pair of bushy eyebrows and large, thick lips. And nice to meet you all, and Izuku said as bowed and looked at them and gave them a small smile. The thanks, I guess, he said, scratching his nape, a small blush forming on his face. Unintentionally, giving Toru, Uraraka and 𝗵𝗃 a mild heart attack for how cute he can be and a small blush on Ajui's face. Kirishima just watched in amusement while seeing his childhood friend 𝗵𝗃 seemingly crushing on Midoriya. So little 𝗵𝗃 has a little crush on Midoriya? Wait till Andy knows this, he thought as an evil smirk is seen on his face. Unconsciously, 𝗵𝗃 felt a chill on his spine and saw Kirishima smiling evilly and just knew she was doomed. 6. All right, class, hero team and villain team line up. All Might entered the room with a downcasted Iida and Bakugo walking behind him, the latter having bandages caused by the match. Izuku walked to the villain team and stood next to Iida while Bakugo didn't stop walking and went to the corner of the room. All Might sighed at this and looked at the class. The MVP of the match is young Midoriya. All Might announced in his loud voice, making Izuku and Jiro flinch in pain. So loud. They both thought as they tried relieve their ears/earphone jacks that were ringing. Izuku and Iida stood in front of the class, the latter head lowered since he didn't do anything in the match, while Bakugo was just sitting in the corner of the room contemplating about his performance. He came back from the infirmary and has bandages on his face. My right swing. Deku read me like a book. And on the top of that, he found a way to beat me. I lost to Deku, he thought while looking at his shaking hands. 6. Well, that was obvious since he won, right? Rip it? Asked Ajui, getting a nod from All Might. Yes, young Ajui. But why though? Who knows why? All Might said boisterously as he raised his hands. All Might sensei, said Momo Yaoyorozu, raising her hand, making everyone look at her. It's because Midoriya was the one who adapted in the situation and focused on the task given to him. That caught Izuku's attention. Watching the fight, Bakugo's behavior was clearly driven by some personal grudge and thus was totally arbitrary. Like you told us earlier, sensei, a large-range attack in an indoor arena is just idiotic, she said and looked at Iida. Iida was lowered his guard as even if the match started, in result to that Midoriya was able to get him from behind and capturing him. She finished and Iida nodded in understanding, promising to himself that he would be aware of his surroundings more. Yaoyorozu then turned to Izuku, who blushed in the eye contact, looked away as Uraraka and Toru pout in jealousy. Meanwhile, Midoriya had planned ahead of them. If Hagakure was saying the truth about his thermal vision, we would confirm that he knew where the opposing team is located and made a plan before the start of the match. Yaoyorozu said, getting a nod from Izuku, confirming her theory, shocking everyone with the exception of Toru, Uraraka and Iida. And because of that, he was able to sneak past the opposing team and capturing Iida. Though his fight against was too extreme, he still kept the objective in mind and found a way to capture the bomb while distracting his opponent. After that there was a deafening silence. The whole class was amazed of how well thought her analysis were. "Holy moly!" she said it all. All Might thought as he shakily gave her a thumbs up. You're correct, young Yaoyorozu. Good job." Yaoyorozu nodded and placed her hands on her hips. "We should always start our studies with what's familiar. And if we don't cheer each other on wholeheartedly, then we'll never become top heroes," she said, earning smile from Izuku. Appealing and smart. He thought to himself, well, that's what he thought. That's as when Yaoyorozu looked at him with wide eyes with a blush on her face. He inwardly face-palmed and covered his mouth and looked away with his face red in embarrassment. 13 I said that out loud. He thought, wishing for the floor to eat him to save him from his embarrassment. 3. Okay. Next teams are Team B as heroes and Team I as villains. All Might said as the said teams, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji as heroes, Toru Hagakure and Mashirao Ojiro as villains went outside to the arena. Well, not without Toru hugging Izuku and saying, "For good luck," then running outside leaving a red-faced Izuku and a jealous pile of girls, namely Uraraka, Mina and Azui, a smirking Kirishima and a curious Yaoyorozu and Jiro, who was still blushing by the way. 6. Villain Team, 4th floor, Ojiro. After seeing Izuku's fight, I'm a little pumped up, so I'm going to take my gloves and shoes too. That way I can sneak past the hero team and capture them, she said as she removes her gloves and shoes. Only noticeable object on her is the wireless transceiver placed in her ear, but to Ojiro, it looked like it was floating. Yeah sure, Ojiro said as he scratched his cheek. He appears to be a young man with a muscular build, short blonde hair swept to the front of his head, this eyes with no lower eyelashes, has a tail which is completely hairless save for the tip. He was wearing a plain karate gi, tied with a black belt, with fur on its collar, black boots with sand blue details. Hagakure as an invisible person, that's definitely a good plan. But seeing that one of our opponents has limbs that can turn into eyes, ears and mouth, I'm a little worried, he whispered to himself as he looked at the bomb and to the door. He sighed and readied himself for the villain team. Hero team. As All Might started the match, Shoji entered the door. He's a tall, muscular young man with pale gray hair swept forward covering his face, bent downwards at almost a right angle over his eye. He has 6 arms, all attached to each other by a web of skin, which are very physically strong. He was wearing a tight blue tank top, 6 white markings resembling eyes, connected at the top to a darker, more indigo-colored mask. It's designed the same as the one he usually wears. He has a belt with another, larger eye shape embedded into its center, this time yellow, below which he wears slightly baggy trousers to match his shirt, 2 darker lines running down the sides of his legs, and indigo boots. He closed his eyes and began to stretch his limbs as ears formed on his 4 other hands. He began to concentrate in every sound he hears. After 2 minutes, he opened his eyes once more and looked at Todoroki. One of them is on the north side of the 4th floor. The other is somewhere on the same floor, barefoot. Looks like the invisible girl is planning to ambush us for a capture, said Shoji, or his hands turned mouth. Todoroki nodded and walked past him. Go outside. This will be hairy, he said as waited for his teammate to leave the building. If they intend to make this a defensive game. He paused as the temperature in the room dropped instantly as a valley of ice raced into the whole building, freezing everything it passes on. 1. Then this won't be much for me, he said as he walked calmly towards the 4th floor. Entering a room, he saw Ojiro literally frozen on his feet, trying to move his legs. Keyword, trying. Ojiro then heard Toru whimper in pain and knew he had to do something. As Todoroki was walking forward, Ojiro's tail hit the ice covering his feet, shattering the ice, and jumped forward to attack the hero. He leapt and swung his tail toward Todoroki, but a wall of ice blocked his attack. He hit the ice and winced in pain as the ice from his feet is beginning to rip his skin. The bicolored hair teen saw this and smirked. He then sent another valley of ice towards Ojiro, encasing the tailed teen, leaving his head out as Todoroki walked past him. "You can take a step if you like," he said smugly, mocking the tailed boy. "However, peeling the skin off the soles of your foot doesn't look good for your ability to fight." He walked past Ojiro wearing a stoic yet smug look. In the viewing room, everyone felt the temperature drop and were shivering in the cold they were feeling. Well, everyone except Yaoyorozu, who made a heater and placed it next to her. Izuku saw this and slowly moved closer to her so that he can feel the heat coming from the heater, but careful not to get noticed. "Sharing is caring, right? As long as she doesn't notice me." Yaoyorozu, however, saw this and looked at him, making him stop moving, visible flinch, and looked away while whistling a tone, trying to hide his embarrassment. The girl just giggled softly at this. She looked at him, analyzing his face. She saw his large emerald eyes, noticed he had freckles that are shaped in a diamond shape. She noticed that he was slightly shorter than her, making her think that he looked cute. Realizing what she just thought, Yaoyorozu remembered what he said about her and instantly blushed. "So he thinks I'm appealing and smart." She looked back to Izuku, who was now looking at the screen. The raven-haired girl shook of her the blush on her face and focused on the screen. 3. Back to the arena. Hero Team Wyanin. All Might's voice rang in the arena as Todoroki touched the bomb. Ojiro inwardly cursed as he couldn't do anything to stop his opponent. "Ow, ow, ow, ow," Toru whimpered as she tried to move her feet. But doing so hurts her, making her feel like her skin is ripping itself. "I apologize," Todoroki said as he used his left hand to touch the bomb, sending heat on the object, making it and his surroundings covered in ice melt, surprising both Toru and Ojiro. "But looks like the gap between us is just too big," he said as he exited the building, leaving the villain team speechless. 2. Viewing room. Now that the arena is fully unfrozen, who do you think is the MVP of the match? All Might asked his class. "It's obviously Todoroki," yelled Kirishima. "Yeah, he froze the whole building, making it hard for the enemies to move to defend the bomb," Denki Kaminari said, backing up Kirishima's claim. Yaoyorozu was about to agree when Izuku spoke up. "I think it's Ojiro," he said, making them look at him with wide eyes. Even Bakugo, Ojiro, and Todoroki were surprised. "What do you mean, Midobro?" Todoroki effortlessly defeated the villain team. "Didn't you see that?" Kirishima asked in a confused tone. Ignoring the nickname, Izuku looked at the hero team and villain team for a couple of seconds and looked at Kirishima. "Yes, I saw that." He took a deep breath and looked at them. But that doesn't change the fact that Ojiro was the only one who did his role correctly. This gained Izuku some confused looks. He sighed and elaborated. "Well, for starters, Toru wasn't able to do anything as she was frozen in place with no way to get out of it," he said as Toru gave a sad nod as Uraraka and Mina pat her on her shoulder, not really knowing how they did it without seeing where she is. Izuku looked at the bicolored hair boy with a serious look in his eyes. Todoroki, though he was able to immobilize the villain team, in a real-life situation, he would have caused the bomb to explode when he covered it with ice. Causing it to explode, damaging the building, killing the villains. And maybe civilian hostages if it were a hostage-taking. Through the explosion or hypothermia. The last sentence made them wide their eyes. Todoroki was shocked to hear that. 3. Izuku then turned to Shoji. Shoji was almost the MVP since he entered the room as the match starts, gathered information and gave the information to his teammate. The only problem is that he just let Todoroki enter the building alone and didn't act as backup to make sure the opponents don't gang up on him if they were able to escape the ice. He finished and earned a nod of understanding from Shoji. He then turned to Ojiro. Ojiro, however, was focused on defending the objective. After getting a chance to escape the ice, he immediately went after Todoroki, even if moving his body will hurt him from the cold temperature. He paused and looked at All Might directly in the eyes. Sacrificing yourself for the well-being of others or an objective is what makes a hero, and in this match Ojiro showed that use himself as a shield to defend an objective, whether it's a bomb or a civilian. He said, smile at Ojiro, who smiled at him gratefully. All Might had to suppress a tear as he was touched and honestly terrified at Izuku's analysis. Note to self, never team him up with young Yaoyorozu. Just thinking about it sent chill to his spine. 46. Ha! You are correct, young Midoriya. The true essence of a hero is in the spirit of selflessness. Therefore, young Ojiro is the MVP. Congratulations, he said as Izuku just nodded at him and Ojiro bowed. Everyone was impressed on Midoriya's analysis and were secretly thankful that they weren't up against him, since not only he has a badass quirk but he's also freaking smart. And they were even thankful that he wasn't teamed up with Yaoyorozu. They would have been a killer combo. Said girl was impressed with Izuku's analyzing skill, and was taken aback when he used real-life situations to make his analysis. She made a mental note to also use real-life situations for her future analysis. Yaoyorozu looked at the brunette and was even more interested on knowing the boy even more. Strong, handsome and smart, she thought to herself, but instantly covered her mouth when he saw him blush. I said it out loud. She looked at Izuku, who looked away, ears red. 10. All this was caught by all the girls and were all pouting in jealousy, except for Jiro, who was just looking at Izuku in curiosity. She then looked at the girls and saw their face and raised an eyebrow and looked back at the brunette. Dude, you trying to make a HRM or something? She asked in her mind and had to suppress a smile when he caught her gaze, making her look away. She didn't understand why, but why do I feel like I want to join them? She thought as she looked at all the girls. 42. Time skip. It was late in the afternoon, when the battle trials ended. All the students were able to show their skill and quirks. Every time a match ended, Izuku and Yaoyorozu would give their opinions on who is the MVP and explain it to the class. Everyone were at awe as the duo tell them their opinions on the matches and just solidifies their thank to whoever God that made sure these two weren't teamed together. 2. After the battle trial, All Might sped away, not looking back as he tell them they did great. Izuku knew why he would do this, though he just shrugged it off and went to the changing room to change back to his uniform. Not noticing pairs of eyes staring at him with one particular pair of 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗍 eyes, looked at him with scrutiny. You may be strong, Midoriya, but I will always be stronger, said the pair of eyes and walked away. 44. As Izuku entered the changing room, he changed back to his uniform and went back to their classroom. While walking, he trailed back to his fight against Bakugo. He showed the blonde the portion of his strengths and with it he dominated the match. Even after Bakugo used his trump card, which is his stored sweat, and released a large explosion almost killing him and destroying the building area, Izuku had managed to beat the blonde. He felt good showing the Bakugo that he was not the same Deku he was once, but looking at the blonde's expression after the match, Izuku knew that his win shattered the blonde's pride. Izuku may not like Bakugo anymore, but seeing the explosive teen's depressed state and felt bad. 9. After changing into his uniform, he went to their classroom to somehow talk to Bakugo. Like him or not, Izuku can stand seeing someone feeling down. His heroic heart can't stand it. 2. Outside UA, one downcasted Katsuki Bakugo was seen leaving the campus. He was still upset of the loss he got from Deku and couldn't help but doubt himself. He had always been the better person in their middle school and Deku was the class loser. He was the praised while Deku was the ridiculed. He was the favorite while Deku wasn't. He was the diamond and Deku was the coal. He was the stronger, the faster, the smarter and braver. 6. And yet Deku was the one who surpassed him. First, the entrance exams, he got in second place while Deku got first place. Second, the quirk apprehension test, he was fourth while Deku was second. And now the battle trials, he lost while Deku was the winner and the loser was handicapped. 2. Looking back at the fight, Bakugo saw that Deku wasn't even serious while fighting him and was holding back. What if Deku give him his all? He would have been destroyed. Oi Bakugo, I've been looking everywhere for you. A voice came from behind the ash blonde teen and stopped walking to see who had called him. Turning around, Bakugo saw Deku jogging towards him. He saw the brunette wasn't even injured from all his attacks while him on the other hand had bruises on his face and his upper back because of the judo throw. Deku stopped when he came 6 feet away from him and panted for a bit and looked at him. They stared at each other for a bit and kept quiet. Bakugo, being impatient, was about to talk when the brunette beat him to it. Don't let that loss get into your head, Deku said to him, making Bakugo narrow his eyes. In the match, when you used your bracer to shoot that giant explosion, he paused and looked Bakugo in the eye. You almost got me there. If I used shield a second late, I would have lost. That made Bakugo widen his eyes. He would have won if Deku wasn't fast enough. Deku. Too. Izuku saw Bakugo soften his expression, but he knew that the blonde was still down. He sighed and looked away. Plan A didn't work. Plan B it is. He thought. So stop brooding and do better or I'll just left you behind. Izuku said in a cool tone. 3, 2, 1. He mentally counted. Huh. What the hell was that, you nerd? Bakugo yelled instantly back to himself. Works like a charm. Izuku inwardly smirked. Your win was just a fluke. You heard me. A fluke. The blonde yelled at the brunette who just looked at him with a bored expression, but inwardly Izuku was smirking widely for how easy Bakugo was. You won this time, but next time I'll make sure to beat the living 𝗧𝗵𝗃 out of you. And from here and out, I'm gonna be number one. You hear me? I'm gonna be the number one hero. Bakugo finished and turned around to leave. Izuku smirked at him and left the campus to go to the station, not seeing a pair of blue eyes looking at him with a proud expression. For, I would have chased after young Bakugo myself, but I see it unnecessary. You are enough to get his confidence back up. I can't say it in your face, but I am very proud of you, young Midoriya. I just hope you would forgive me for what I said to you on the first time we met. Said 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 skeletal form as he walked away. Unknown location, have you heard? 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 a teacher in you, said a voice in a matter-of-fact way, pushing the newspaper he just read on the bar counter, closer to a man covered with what appeared to be hands. The man covered with hands looked at the newspaper and grinned menacingly. Plus, hey, what do you think would happen once the symbol of peace got killed by villains, he said as a monstrous form emerges from the corner of the bar and roared as the man with hands chuckled darkly. Your reign of heroism has come to an end, All Might. Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! I'm late for class. Izuku exclaimed as he exited the station and ran to UA. After his confrontation with Bakugo, Izuku quickly went home and collapsed to his bed, out cold. The amount of biomass he had used on the battle trials had took a toll to his body. He didn't show it in class, but after his match he was close to passing out. He cursed himself for forgetting setting his alarm clock, and now he is running late for class. As he took a turn he stopped and gained a confused expression. What in the world is going on here? Izuku whispered to himself, looking at the crowd of reporters in front of UA. He can see groups of reporters blocking the UA gate. There he can see his classmates having trouble getting in the campus. What kind of lessons does All Might teach? Asked one reporter. Sorry. We're in a hurry, exclaimed Mina, pulling Toru into the campus. Can you give us your thoughts on what it's like having the symbol of peace standing before you at the podium of education? My thoughts. He was really muscly. Yeah. Said Uraraka in cute way. Wait, what? What do you think of All Might's turn as a teacher? A reporter asked to Ida, who was about to enter the campus. Ida looked at them and began making a speech. 1. It redoubles my awareness of the fact that I'm enrolled where I can reap the rewards of the pinnacle of hero training. It goes without saying his authority and mien are awe-inspiring, but so too are qualities such as his sense of humor. Now that we students will be constantly exposed to such an impressive role model, we will be able to study what one needs to possess in order to match the definition of a top hero, and furthermore, and so on. Izuku had to hold back a sweat drop as Ida was almost making an essay just by a simple question. What do you think of All M? Wait, aren't you the kid from the sludge guy incident? Izuku saw a reporter walk closer to Bakugo, who just sneered at the reporter and continued his way in UA. Remembering that he was late for class, Izuku had to think of a way to walk past the reporters. They all seemed to ask questions about All Might. What if he decided on what to do? He then took a deep breath and walked toward the entrance of the campus. When he was nowhere 10 feet from the gate, a reporter saw him and quickly went to him. What are your thoughts about All Might teaching your class? She asked him, pushing a microphone near his face. Izuku as planned looked at them and gave them an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, but I'm from the support course," as he said as he rubbed the back of his head. With that, the reporter then frowned and immediately left him and just pretended that he never talked to him. 5. Oh my god. It actually worked. He mentally cheered and quickly ran past the reporters and Aizawa, who was giving him an amused look. 2. Good work getting past the reporters, Midoriya, said the pro hero. Izuku was about to apologize for being late, but Aizawa just waved him off. It's okay. Just go straight to class and wait for me," he said to the green-haired boy, who sighed in relief, bowed at him and began running inside. He smiled at the retreating form of the boy, but immediately frowned when he heard one of the reporters talk. "Give us some insight on all my weight, cut the feed. Why don't you get a little more presentable, dude?" Aizawa ignored the insult and just answered them boredly. 1. The man is off duty now. You're interfering with our lessons here, so kindly vacate the premises," he said, shooing them away, then turning to leave. "Media," he thought, rolling his eyes. However, the crowd of reporters didn't listen. "We just want to speak with All Might directly. Aren't you a little too plain looking?" "Yeah, but that guy looks familiar. I just don't know how." "Come on. Couldn't you get All Might to tell us a little?" But seeing the pro hero completely ignoring them, one more persistent reporter began walking toward the entrance of UA. That is when a beeping sound was heard and suddenly a thick metal barrier fell from the top of the entrance, effectively keeping the pesky reporters out. As the reporters cursed and fumed at UA for not letting them talk to All Might, a mysterious figure can be seen in the distance as quietly looking at the crowd and the barrier. In Class 1A, as Izuku entered their classroom, he was met by Uraraka, Toru, Mina and Ida. He saw that they were blocked by the reporters and asked them questions about All Might. After greeting them, they began asking him how was the reporters outside UA and what he said to them. Izuku, seeing nothing wrong answering them honestly, he said that he told the reporters that he was a support course student and All Might wasn't his teaching him. Hearing his answer, they all fell over comically and praised him for being so smart. The greenette just chuckled at his friend's reactions. He then noticed Todoroki looking at him with narrowed eyes. When Izuku caught him, he just slowly looked away. 3. Izuku just shrugged it off and went to his seat, not without Bakugo glaring at him. Which just he raised an eyebrow at the blonde and continued to his seat. Barely been a week and 2 people already hate me, he thought, and straightened up as Aizawa enters the room with paper on his hands. Hope you're all rested from yesterday's battle trial, he said in his usual tired tone and placed the papers on the podium and looked at them. I took the liberty of looking at your marks and evaluation. That got a reaction from the class as most of them stiffened. Aizawa then looked at Bakugo and the blonde flinched. Bakugo, stop acting like a 7-year-old. You're wasting your own talent. Your bracers will be confiscated and you are prohibited from using them until after the sports festival. I saw your match and looking at your behavior I could expel you right here, right now. Bakugo was about to talk when Aizawa continued. But seeing that no harm has been done to your opponent, I'll let it slide. However, if you ever intentionally hurt a fellow UA student again, I won't hesitate and expel you. Understood? He said, using his quirk to prove his point, scaring the blonde who began sweating bullet. 1. You understood? Bakugo said in a low voice. Aizawa deactivated his quirk and looked at Todoroki. Todoroki, looking at your match, I would say your performance wasn't surprising. But I would suggest you start thinking before using your quirk like that again. Like Midoriya said in the analysis, you freezing the whole building can harm the bomb, hostages and your allies. So try not to use your quirk recklessly, he said sternly to the bicolored hair boy who just nodded. The pro hero then looked at Izuku, who had a serious look on his face. Midoriya, I would say I'm impressed of your performance. Izuku knew there was a but in that sentence. He just kept quiet and wait for the hero to continue. However, try to dodge the explosions next time instead of taking the hit head-on. Currently, I know you can make a shield using your body mass, and that got a reaction to his classmates. They were shocked and surprised to know that they have a classmate that is from a hero family. Aizawa finished his classmate's reaction. He nodded at the hero. Do you
Yes,
know
sir.
of 𝗬𝗏
He
hero
said, earning a
ingenium
nod from the hero.
He asked them. Now let's
girls
get on with
raised
the
their
homeroom
eyebrows,
notices, not really knowing
I'm sorry
who
to have to
ingenium
spring
is.
this on you all,
Izuku, however, perked up.
𝗬𝗏 said
He
in a
knew who
serious
ingenium
tone,
was,
making the
but
everyone
was
sweat
confused
like
why
crazy.
Ida asked this.
What is it?
It took him
Another
2
seconds
seconds
to
to realize what Ida was
Most
going
of them
at.
thought getting nervous
way
about what their
are you
homeroom teacher is
his
going
brother?
to say.
He
After
asked
a few
Ida,
minutes,
who looked at him.
𝗬𝗏 then talked.
You know him, Izuku.
You need to pick a class
Toru
president.
Izuku
He said,
nodded
making the
happily
whole class
and pulled out a
scream,
notebook from out of
finally,
nowhere.
something
He began
school-related.
to flip the pages
and they
stopped
raised
on
their
a page
hands
with
and
a
began to
drawing of
yell
an
out
armor
their
similar to
nominations.
Ida's hero costume.
I want to be class president.
He was the super popular
Pick me.
hero whose
Yelled
Tokyo office
𝗬𝗏.
has hired as many
That's like
as
a leader
65
position.
sidekicks.
I'll do it. He
He
said excitedly,
Mina said
unintentionally
excitedly,
going back to his
"Oh,
fanboy
you mean the
self.
position that exists
His
for me?"
classmates were
𝗬𝗏
surprised
said
on the
calmly,
green
only to
sudden
be
burst.
ignored by Aizawa.
Realizing this,
Izuku
Izuku
blushed
and put the notebook
Bakugo
away.
yelled,
Be
"Ida,"
quiet.
who gave him
They
an
were shut
amazed
up with Ida's
/ amused
voice.
look, just nodded.
This is a task
You're
laden
quite
with
knowledgeable,
responsibility where you
but
must
that's
carry
correct.
and pull
And
everyone
yes,
else's
he's my
weight.
big brother.
Just because you'd
He
like to
said
do
as
it
he
doesn't
pushed
mean
his
you
glasses
can.
up, anime
He
style.
said as he stood up.
He's unabashed.
It is a holy office
They
that
all
requires
said,
the great
Ida looked at
esteem
them and
and
trust
trust
of those
for
around
dreamily.
you.
The only
He's a
truly
beloved
worthy
pro-hero
leader will
who
emerge
prizes
from a
the
democratic
rules and
choice
guides
of
the people.
reflecting the will
And
of
I
the
aspire
people.
to be a hero
He
like
began
him one
raising
day.
his arm. He sighed
Which
and
is
gave
why
them a
this
small
must be
smile.
settled by voting.
As such, I think
He
it might
said
be too
as he
soon for
stiffly
me
raised
to
his
be in a
arm.
leadership position.
Yep, he definitely
For now,
wants the position.
Midoriya is the better man.
Izuku thought
and him
in
becoming
amusement
class
of his
president
friend's
is the right
antics.
choice.
Before Ida
Izuku
could
and the
continue,
girls looked
he
at
was
him with awe.
interrupted by
The
𝗬𝗏.
greenette was happy
Isn't
that
it
Ida
still
somewhat
too
looked
early
up
for
to
us
him.
to develop
He
any
barely
trust
knew
in
him,
each
yet
other?
he had just got the
Ribbit,
guy's
she
trust
asked.
in just a few days
And
meeting
everyone
him.
will just vote for themselves.
I think that's the first time you
𝗬𝗏
smiled,
added.
Ida. I have a
𝗬𝗏
suggestion,
said, shattering the silence.
Izuku raised his arm.
Ida flinched a little
Everyone
and
looked at
started
him.
chopping motions.
He almost flinched
What
at
if
the sudden attention.
that's not true?
What if everyone
I
gets 2
smile too.
votes each? All the time.
That way everyone
the
can
blue
vote for
argued
themselves,
back, and the
making the
person
girls
they
giggle.
deem worthy for the
Izuku
position
just stayed silent
he
and
finished
just
earning a
smiled at
nod.
Ida.
So
Three
ingenium
looked
is
at
to
Aizawa,
Ida,
who just
as
got in
Alex
his sleeping
to me.
bag.
Although
Will that be all right,
he was
Sensei?
cut off on his line of thought
Aizawa
when
just
a loud
shrugged and
alarm
lay on the
echoed
floor.
in the cafeteria.
I don't care how you do it. As long as you all decide by the time homeroom is done, security level 3 has been breached.
He said, and Ida nodded.
Attention students,
He began to
please
take out pieces of paper
evacuate.
to distribute
A
to the
voice
class.
said through the speakers.
As Izuku got his
making
piece
most
of paper,
of the students
he began
confused
thinking
and
who will be
some
right for the
paling in the
position.
announcement.
He looked
In
around
just
the
a
class
couple
to
of
decide.
seconds, the cafeteria
Obviously,
had turned
he
into
skipped
chaos
Bakugo
as the
because they
students
need a
in the
leader,
facility
not a
began
dictator.
panicking
His
and
eyes
pushing
landed
towards
on the
Ida and
evacuation site.
𝗬𝗏.
They
What's
looked and
security
gave out
level
leader vibes
3?
in his book.
Ida asked a
Ida
senior
is
student
strict
who
and
was about
𝗬𝗏
to exit
the
the
place.
place.
And calm most
It means
of the time.
someone's infiltrated
Izuku
the
thought
school
they would do a
grounds.
perfect job
This
as
hasn't
the class
happened in 3
president.
years.
Izuku
The
wrote their
senior said
names on the
running
pieces
towards
of
the
paper
exit.
and placed them in
However,
the fishbowl
due
to be
to the
counted
high
later.
amount of students
As he
crowded
sat on
in
his
the
chair,
cafeteria,
he leaned his
everyone
cheek
got
on his
stuck in
palm
place.
as his elbow rests on his
Izuku,
desk
even though
and
getting
looked
stuck
outside.
and pushed, saw that
Only
some
a matter
students
of
are getting
time
hurt due
till
to
they
being
get a class
pushed.
president.
Midoriya,
And he already knew
look
one
outside.
thing. That it
It's
won't
just
be
the
me.
press.
9.
Izuku heard
20
Ida
minutes
yell
later,
and did so
"Wah,
since he was near
I
the
got
window.
8 votes.
There he saw that the press
Izuku
from
exclaimed
earlier had
as he
forced their
stared
way
wide
into the
eyes
campus
at the blackboard.
He also
One
saw
Izuku
Eraser
Midoriya
Head and
eight
present Mike
𝗵𝗃
trying to keep the press from
𝗵
entering the school
𝗵𝗃
building.
3 𝗍𝗫 Ida,
My ankle.
3 𝗵𝗃
𝗬𝗏's yell
2
made
11
Izuku
to
look
say
at her
that he was
direction
shocked,
and saw
to
that
say
she was wincing
Uraraka
in
is
pain
cute.
as Mina
No
and
scratch
Toru
that.
tried to
To
hold
say
her
that
up.
he was shocked,
He then
is
hear
to say
more of his
Bakugo
classmates'
hates him.
call.
He was
Calm
sure that
down,
either
Yaoyorozu
or Ida would get
said
the
being
position.
stuck near Izuku.
They had the characteristics
Hey,
of a
stop
leader,
pushing.
so why
He
him?
heard Mina yell
One while
as she
Izuku
tried to
was
keep
in thought,
Uraraka from getting
Bakugo
crushed.
was shaking in irritation.
Everyone stop.
You've got to be shitting
𝗬𝗏
me. said while
Who
getting
voted
pushed
for
to
D?
next to 𝗵𝗃.
He yelled, "Come on,
causing
people."
4 heads look away,
𝗵𝗃
trying to
said,
not get
trying
caught.
to wiggle out of the
Who
crowd.
would vote for you?
Failing miserably.
Snickered 𝗬𝗏 as
Seeing that
Bakugo
everyone
glared
was
at
in
him.
panic,
I hope
Izuku did what
Bakugo
he
doesn't
thought would
find
work
out it was
and
me.
summoned
5
spotlight to his arms and legs and began wall-crawling up simultaneously and ran to the top of the exit. Only 2 votes. When he arrived he saw Yaoyorozu looking at him. Since I insisted on the sacredness of the role, they nodded at each other, seemingly knowing what to do. The raven-haired girl raised his right hand and created a megaphone and hurled it toward Izuku while having a sweat drop on her head. He turned it on and took a deep breath and yelled, the job "Everyone so badly. Calm down." That caught everyone's attention as he patted Ida's shoulder, trying to comfort the depressed brunette. If you would look outside, it's just and left his sleeping bag. There's nothing to panic about. He looked at the results and hid a smirk as he pointed to the window, and they saw the press being handled by the pro heroes. Izuku Midoriya will be your class president, but Momo Yaoyorozu will the vice president. At least act
Aizawa
like
announced cutting
because of your
Izuku from his
panicking,
trance.
someone got hurt.
He took a deep breath
The crowd
before
then
standing
looked at
up
each other
and
and saw that they hurt each other.
With
They looked
𝗧𝗵𝗲
down in
behind
shame
him
and apologized at their classmates.
I'll do my best to
now
lead
that you
and
all
guide our
calm
class
down,
as we began
calmly
our
go
journey
to the
as
designated
heroes.
evacuation
Izuku
site
said
and wait
as he
for further
bowed and gave them
instructions.
his smile.
Izuku
He then
concluded
looked
as
at
he turned the
Yaoyorozu
megaphone
and bowed
off
at her
and
as well.
jumped down. I look
The
forward
student
working
began
with you.
walking in calmly, and
Yaoyorozu
some were
had to
supporting
hold back a
/
blush on
carrying
how
an
bright the
injured
green
classmate.
net's aura is.
Izuku walked
Why,
toward
I look
Uraraka
forward
and
working
saw
with
that
you
she was
too.
being held
She
up
gave
by
him a
Ida,
smile.
who thanked him
The
for
whole
calming
class
everyone.
had to cover their eyes
Midoriya
on how
just
the two
waved it
were
off
radiating
and
sunshine.
looked at Uraraka.
Cute?
The
Can you
girls
walk?
thought
One.
Uraraka.
He
Time
asked
skipped
calmly,
lunch,
receiving a
I
quiet
can't believe
no.
I was made class
He sighed
president
and walked
I'm
closer
not really
and carried
sure if I'm up to
Uraraka
the task.
in a bridal carry.
Izuku
Poor
said
girl
as he
yelped
finished
in
his
surprise
third bowl
and
of
blushingly
𝗵𝗃𝗲.
sputtered.
He may have made a promise
It's
to do
okay,
his best
Uraraka.
as the class
I'll take you
president,
to
but he was
recovery,
still
girl.
skeptical on
He
the
said
thought
and
of
looked at
leading a
Ida
whole
and
class.
Yaoyorozu, who
Two,
just arrived
sure
to
you
their
are,
spot.
said
Ida,
Uraraka, who was
Yaoyorozu,
enjoying the
I want
taste
you
of
to
the
check
roast
for our
bowl
other
she got for
classmates
lunch.
if they are okay.
Yeah.
You'll
Also
do just
check
fine.
the other students for
Midori
injuries
/
and
Izuku,
take them to recovery,
said
girl.
Mina and Toru.
He ordered
standing
to
up
them,
to further
earning a
prove their
nod
point.
from the two.
I think you'll
Got
do
it.
fine,
They said in
Ida
unison
as he
and left
scooped
with
a
Mina
spoonful
and
of curry,
Toru, who were pouting
Izuku,
for some reason.
Uraraka,
You won this
and
round.
Mina
Mina
looked
looked
at him
curiously.
They both thought
You've
as
got
they
guts
follow
and
judgment
when
and
it counts.
Yaoyorozu.
Midoriya.
One Izuku
Same
then looked
as
at
Yaoyorozu. I
Let's
voted
get you
for
to
you
fix it
too
up.
because I knew
He
you
said
both had it in you
reassuringly
to
to
carry
the
the brown-haired
class
girl, who had
He
wrapped
finished
her
as he
arms
took a
around the
bite of his
brunette's
curry.
neck and leaned
Izuku
to
was
his
surprised
chest.
that Ida
This gesture
not only
made
because
Izuku
he
blush,
voted for him,
but
but
had
had
described him
Uraraka,
as a
he
leader.
asked looking at the
The
girl
girls
he
with
was
them
carrying.
smiled.
The
They
girl
also
looked at him
voted
and
for
gave him a
Izuku
smile.
for the exact same reason.
Call me Ochaco,
They would look
Izuku.
forward seeing Izuku
She
lead
said
their
in a
class.
whisper, her blush
But didn't you want to
spreading
be
across
class
her
president
face.
yourself?
She
Ida.
knew that she was
You've
gonna
got
miss.
to look down
That's
with the
why
glasses
she was
too.
making the best of the moment while
Uraraka
she
said
can.
bluntly, making Mina
Thank
and
you for
Toru
saving
nod
me
in
again,
agreement, while
my
Izuku
hero,
had to chuckle
she
for how
whispered,
blunt
leaning close
Uraraka
to the
can be,
brunette
and kissed
Ida
him on the
took a
cheek.
sip on his orange
3
juice
Izuku
before
to his
responding.
part, almost
Like I
passed
said,
out.
mere volition
His
has
blush
nothing to
spread
do
all
with
over
one's
his face,
actual
and his
suitability.
ears are steaming.
He paused for
Remembering
a bit before
about the
continuing.
girl's ankle,
I
he
did
calmed
nothing
himself
more than
and
follow
gave the
my
girl
judgment
a
on the
smile.
matter.
You're welcome,
He's
Ochaco,
so proper,
he said, and
Izuku
carried the girl
thought
to
to
the
himself.
infirmary, not
He was
noticing a
about to
girl
say
with
something when
raven-colored hair
Uraraka
and
beat him to it,
cerulean eyes
while
looking at
Ida,
him from a distance.
You're always going on about
7
honor and stuff.
I might be wrong, but are you
After
from
the
a rich
incident,
family?
the police arrived,
Uraraka
and the
blunt as
reporters were
always
withdrawn
asked
from
Ida,
the
who
vicinity,
flinched visibly
which
in the
made the
question.
pro-heroes
Izuku
but
had to hold
mostly
back a
erase
sweat
her head
drop on
sigh
the
in
suddenness
relief.
and bluntness
As for
of the
question,
question,
but was also
Izuku
curious.
had brought Uraraka,
Same
or
goes
should I
for
say
Toru
Ochaco,
and Mina,
to
who
recovery
moved
girl
closer
and got her
towards
to
the
3.
three.
She
I don't like
sprained
it
her
when my
ankle and
social
had to rest
status
for
is
20
being
minutes
questioned,
before going
he
back
said
to
looking
class.
down at his plate.
Though,
They
but
were
if
not
I must
safe
talk
from the
about
teasing
such
of
topic,
Mina and Toru,
then yes,
who were secretly
I'm from a family
jealous
that's been
of the
in
brown-haired
heroics for
girl.
generations. One Ida and Yaoyorozu, along with their other classmates, followed Izuku's order and brought some injured students to the infirmary. They were amazed on the Greenet's actions, and Ida just proved that choosing Izuku as class president was the best choice. So far, only Ochaco was injured in the event, and they were thankful for Izuku for calming everyone and avoided further injury. Right now, they are back in their classroom. Most of them complimented Izuku's actions, and as Kirishima said, he was really manly. The Greenet chuckled and just waved it off and said it was the right thing to do. All right, President, start us off. Yaoyorozu said to Izuku as they were standing in front of the class. Izuku just smiled and nodded. Let's start the ceremony by introducing another class official, he said and looked at Ida. Tenya Ida will be the class president and vice president's advisor. Said boy stood up in disbelief. Your role is to help the class officials keep the class in line and will serve as first in command whenever the president and vice president are not around. Izuku looked at him with a serious expression. Do you promise to accept the position and do your best to help us official in leading this class? He asked the brunette, who looked at him with determination. I accept and promise to do my best in helping the class president and vice president in leading this class into success. Ida said, bowing 90 degrees, the class clapping and cheering at Ida. Izuku and Momo looked at each other, then at Ida, smiling at the tall boy. I know you would, Ida. I know you would. Izuku thought, and the class goes on. 1. Meanwhile, at the gate of UA, 4 figures looked at the UA barrier. Well, what was the UA barrier? The barrier that locked off the reporters from entering UA was now a pile of dust. Could an
an ordinary reporter have done something like this?" said Nizu, inspecting the damage done. The others just looked on quietly. "Someone instigated this.
Was there a villain in the crowd of reporters that entered the campus? He asked no one in particular. Or perhaps this was a declaration of war. 7:35 a.m. Wednesday 1. Haha, don't even think of giving chase, heroes. 'Cause if you do, this lovely family of less than indigent circumstances gets a nice bone crushing. A large, muscle villain said as he flipped them off. You're charged with serial larceny and murder, 𝗵𝗲𝗿𝗺 headgear. Mt lady said, clutching her right arm. He's strong and fast, anything to keep him close. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 said as he was pushed back by the villain. They weren't having an easy time with this villain. Not only is he strong and fast, he also has a family as hostages. Said family are pleading for the heroes to save them. The villain continued to sidestep and taunt the heroes, not noticing a figure running towards him in great speed. Have no fear, family. The figure said. Missouri smash. All Might said as he sent a chop to the villain's head, knocking him unconscious and snatching the family from said villain. For I happened to pass by on my way to work, he said as he placed the family down. The crowd cheered for the number one hero for saving the family, while Mt Lady and 𝗵𝗵𝗃 were gloomy. I'm grateful, but... The lady started. He'll put us out of work. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 finished still on the ground. The police saluted to All Might, thanking him for his service. All Might was about to leave for UA, but a hit and run was seen in the next block. Being a hero he is, he sped off to the street, noticing his speed decreasing. He hadn't passed on one for all to young 𝗳𝗏𝗮, but he can clearly see that his power is weakening. He was still having doubts on passing his quirk to the young blonde and was somehow looking for a way to pass it on to young Midoriya. All Might don't know what came into his mind, but after seeing the boy's selfless action in the entrance exam, he wanted the boy to acquire one for all. Something about the green-haired boy was present that he couldn't see in young 𝗳𝗏𝗮. Maybe guilt, or the longing to right the mistake he had said to the boy almost a year ago. Whatever that is, one thing is for sure. I want young Midoriya to receive one for all, he said to himself before stopping at car 19. For the foundational skill of heroics we'll be studying today, it was decided you'll be joined by Class 1B and will be supervised by a 4-man team comprising of me, All Might, the teacher of Class 1B, and somebody else. Aizawa informed his class in his usual tired tone. A joint exercise. And it was decided. Might be something special then. Izuku thought as the rest of the class was filled with murmurs. What'll we be doing? On the greenette's right, 𝗧𝗏 asked as he raised his hand. Be the hero everyone needs, whether it's a flood or any other disaster. Their homeroom teacher said and took out a card that has the word rescue in it. It's the trial of rescue. Hearing that, the class began talking to themselves, making Aizawa's left eye twitch in irritation. Trial of rescue sounds a bit difficult this time around. Kaminari said while scratching his cheek. Come on, idiot. That's what hero's whole job is. I'm fired up because of it. Kirishima said, patting the blonde's shoulders. Totally. Mina interjected. If it's a flood, then that environment's my specialty. Ribbit. Azui said with a finger on her chin. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Aizawa said, bursting their bubble. Seeing the class silenced, he continued after a sigh. As I was saying this time, it's entirely up to each of you whether or not you wear your costume. Some of your costumes probably aren't adapted to the task at hand after all. He then pulled out a remote control and clicked it. Their costumes' briefcases emerged. The training area is fairly far away, so we'll get there by bus. One or each class. That's all. Go get prepared. He finished and left the classroom. The class stood up and grabbed their briefcases and left for the changing room. Well, everyone except Izuku, who just left without taking his briefcase. The trial of rescue. This is training in order to reach my dream to become a top hero. I'll do my best. For Alex. Class 1A are currently walking towards their bus in their hero costumes. All except Izuku, who was wearing his gym clothes. Ochaco seems to notice this and walked to him. How come you're in your gym clothes, Izuku? Your costume wasn't damaged in the battle trials, right? She asked the boy, getting the attention from the whole class. All wondering why he wasn't in his hero costume. Chaco's right, Midori. Why aren't you in your hero costume? Mina asked, while Toru just nodded. When I say nod, I mean moved her gloved hands up and down. Izuku looked at them with raised eyebrows and looked down. Seeing his gym clothes, he looked back at the girls and smiled. Actually, I am wearing my hero costume, he said, and his classmates were confused. Disguise, he thought. Before they could talk, black and red tendrils began emerging from Izuku and covered his whole body minus his head. After 0.5 seconds, his gym clothes are now turned into his hero costume, hood down. See, he said and chuckled inwardly at his classmates' shocked faces. After a couple of seconds, recovered from their initial shock, then bombarded Izuku with questions from, "How did you do that?" to compliment of, "That was so cool." Izuku was about to respond to their questions, when a smug voice called out to them. My. So this is Class 1A. Said voice said. Class 1A looked at the direction of the voice. There they saw a young man with left-parted, slick blonde hair and silvery, periwinkle eyes. He was wearing a black tuxedo with 3 clocks attached to his belt, along with a blue and black dotted tie. They say Class 1A are better than Class 1B, but looking at you guy I can say that you all look inferior to us, he said and laughed maniacally. The majority of Class 1A were glaring daggers at this guy, especially Bakugo, who was making small sparks on his palms. Izuku just looked at the guy with a sweat drop. Man, this guy's ego is so large. He thought as the guy walked toward Izuku's location and looked at him from head to toe with a smug smirk on his face. Well, every one of you looks strong except this guy, the guy said, pointing at Izuku, who didn't even acknowledge his insult. 2. If only you knew. The whole class thought simultaneously in a deadpan expression. 1. The guy just continued insulting Izuku when said green-haired boy looked him and tilted his head slightly to the side. I'm sorry, did you say something? He said boredly, making the guy face vault comically. The whole class were caught off guard and began laughing, everyone except Todoroki. But you can see that he was shaking slightly. 19. The blonde stranger recovered and was annoyed at Izuku's response. He was about to talk back when he was struck by a chop to his neck, knocking him unconscious. Damn it, Minoma. I told you to leave Class 1A alone, said a girl, long orange hair tied into a high ponytail on the left side of her head. She was wearing a turquoise knee-length, over which she has a black double-breasted corset, ending just below her melons, making Izuku blush. She also sports black short pants under the 𝗬𝗄𝗄. For accessories, she wears a loose brown utility belt around her hips with a satchel attached at the back, a thin black around her eyes, and white-heeled navy blue boots with wide vamps that reach down to her toes, filled in with white slips. Said girl looked at Izuku and bowed apologetically. I'm sorry about Minoma. He has a severe case of superiority complex. I hope he didn't cause too much trouble, she said as she stood up. Izuku just waved her off. No, it's cool. No damage done. Just keep an eye on him next time, he said and smiled at the girl. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A's class president. Nice to meet you. He reached his hand out for a handshake. She smiled and took his hand. Itsuka Kendo, Class 1B's class president. Nice to me. She was cut off when a head suddenly popped out from behind her, slightly surprising Izuku. Hi there. I'm Setsuna Tokichi, said the head as she floated towards Izuku, and stopped inches away in front of the green-haired boy's face, causing said boy to let go of Kendo's hand and slightly back away while blush lightly. You sure look handsome, she said and winked at Izuku. That action caused pouting from 3 girls in Class 1A and an amused look from Kirishima. Setsuna Tokichi has large upturned, dusk green eyes with long eyelashes and long, pointed teeth similar to Kirishima's. She has dark moss green hair, collectively reaching just below her shoulders aside from a short clump that hangs in the center of her forehead, and it grows wavier and thinner the lower down it gets. She was wearing a scaly, purple mask over her eyes, and Izuku can guess that she wears the same texture of fabric with her costume. You're making him uncomfortable. Get away from him, Kendo said to the green-haired girl, who didn't move by the way. Hey, any nice to meet you, Tokichi? Izuku blurted out while looking away. He was uncomfortable from the closeness of the girl and was controlling a blush to come out from how good she smells. She's so close, he thought. Izuku was saved from his misery when Ida talked loudly. Everyone. In order to get everyone seated smoothly on the bus, file into 2 lines according to your numbers. Said Brunette informed the class. Izuku sighed in relief and looked at Kendo. Well, nice meeting you too. But looks like we need to go, he said, and Kendo just nodded while 𝗬𝗪𝗏 smiled at Izuku. Yeah, I guess so. We should probably go too. Nice meeting you too. Come on set. Kendo said as she drags 𝗵𝗃𝗲's unconscious body towards their bus with 𝗬𝗪𝗏 floating along with her, not without winking at Izuku. With that, Izuku walked toward the bus since he was the last one to enter. With a thought in his mind. This is gonna be interesting. So it ended up being this kind of bus anyway. Ida said depressingly as his effort to keep the class organized was useless. There was no point, huh? Mina said, chuckling at the tall boy's misfortune. Izuku just chuckled at his friend's depressed state. He may be the class president, but when it come to organizing the class, Ida was the right man for the job. Hey Midoriya, I always say what I think no matter what's on my mind. Azui suddenly said, making Izuku look at her with raised eyebrows. What is it, Azui? He asked the girl, who quickly corrected him. Call me 𝗬𝗲. Okay, 𝗬𝗲. Call me Izuku then, he said and smiled at the frog girl. The girl smiled and looked at him. Well Izuku, your quirk is really confusing. Really? He asked her, earning a nod. Well, I don't blame you for being confused, he said and scratched the back of his head. He thought of it for a bit and nodded to himself. You see, my quirk is called Blacklight. It lets me use the biomass in my body to create weapons on my arms. It also gives me enhanced strength, speed, durability, and immunity to all disease. He finished and saw his classmates were intrigued from this. Wow. That sound dope. I'm jealous. Kirishima said and stretched his left arm and it hardened. My hardening power isn't bad for punching, but it's not flashy. He was cut off when Izuku suddenly talked. Don't say that, I think it's an awesome quirk. Definitely a quirk that'll be of great use as a pro. Izuku said to the redhead. My quirk is flashy enough to be a popular. Aoyama said, but was easily cut off by Mina. But it'd be bad if your stomach collapsed, she said as she placed her hand on his shoulder. Aoyama just blanched at the mention of his stomach ache. If we're talking about flashiness and strength, you need to mention Todoroki and Bakugo, said Kirishima. Bakugo just looked away with a 𝗬𝗲. Bakugo's always angry, he'll never be popular. 𝗬𝗲 said bluntly. Said Blonde rose up his seat with a raging face. You beach. I'll be popular too, he yelled, making his seat Jiro flinch in the loud volume of Bakugo's voice. He just proved my point, 𝗬𝗲 said, unfazed of the ash blonde's yell. It's only been a brief while since our socialization has commenced, and yet already we have been made apodictically cognizant of your personality, redolent as it is of a turd getting steamed in a sewer. Kaminari said, not making the blonde any calmer. 𝗬𝗏. What are you saying, dunce face? Bakugo yelled to Kaminari as well. Izuku just chuckled at the explosive teen's predicament. Bakugo getting teased. That's UA for you. What a vulgar conversation. Momo said, not liking the tone of the conversation. But it's really hilarious, Ochaco said while laughing her butt off. Ian Bakugo, you're one foul-mouthed dude, said Kirishima, still laughing. Okay, everyone settle down, we're almost there, Aizawa said, stopping the conversation. Yes, sir, the class said, straightening up in their seats. After a couple of minutes, Class 1A, Class 1B arrived with their senseis, Eraserhead and Vlad King, in the facility. After a quick introduction from both sides, where 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was explaining why their class is far superior to Class 1A. That is when Kendo knocked him unconscious again. Entering the building, the two classes couldn't help but marvel on the beauty of USJ, or unforeseen simulation joint. There they met their other sensei, the space hero, 13. She explained to them how quirks can be useful in rescue situations, but also how harmful they are when used for selfish needs. Throughout the explanation, Izuku wasn't paying attention. He was having this feeling of being watched, but he could find where. That is when he suddenly something he couldn't explain. He felt nervous and scared for some reason. Unconsciously, he used thermal vision and closed his eyes to get a 360 degrees vision of the surroundings. He saw nothing in particular. Thinking he was getting paranoid, he was about to cancel his thermal vision, when in the center near the fountain he noticed a heat wave beginning to appear. He opened his eyes and looked at the direction of the heat wave. Eraserhead-sensei, we got company, he said as slowly back away. Aizawa and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 heard this and looked at the direction where Izuku was looking at. There they saw in the middle of the plaza, purple smoke began to materialize out of thin air. The smoke began to move in a circling direction and made a small hole where a hand emerged from it. Then an eye appear in the hole with an eerie aura surrounding it. Then an eye appear in the hole with an eerie aura surrounding it. 24. Huddle together and don't move. Aizawa yelled to the students. 13. Protect the students. The other students just stood there confused on what is happening, while Izuku moved in front of the class with his left hand outstretched to his side. You heard, sensei. Huddle together. He yelled at Ida, Momo, Kendo and Todoroki, who moved closer to the class. What is that? Is this part of the training? Kirishima asked, looking at the center of the plaza. Their villains began to emerge from the purple portal. Most notably, a man with grayish-blue hair that is covered with hands and a large monstrous figure with a bird face and an exposed brain. Aizawa placed his goggles to his eyes and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 cracked his knuckles. Don't move. Those are villains. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and Eraserhead yelled at the students. In the central plaza, Eraserhead, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and 13. Said the purple smoke that began to form into a person. According to the teacher's curriculum we procured the other day, Mr. All Might was supposed to be here, and yet, Aizawa narrowed his eyes behind his goggles. I knew it, so the other day was your doings, he said with hate in his voice. Where is he? Said the man covered with hands. His voice sent chills to the students' spines. We went through all this trouble and rustled up so many of us to bring along. You can't tell me All Might, the symbol of peace, isn't here. He said menacingly. I wonder if he'll show up if we kill the students, he said, and a wave of killing intent was felt by the students and they began sweating bullets. The villains. Attacking UA, said Kirishima. What kind of numbskull would attack heroes on their home base? What about the intruder alarm sensors? Momo asked 13. Of course we have some set up, but, the space hero said and narrowed her eyes at the villains. Is this the only part of the campus that they've infiltrated, or are they attacking all the others too? Todoroki asked as he looked at the villains with narrowed eyes. Then that just means they have one amongst their number who has a quirk that can do that. An isolated space away from the school building. At a time when there's a class scheduled, it may seem out of the question, but he paused and looked at the leader, which is the hand guy. They must have some solid objective. This isn't an ambush without some carefully planned scheme behind it. 13. Do the evacuation procedure. And try calling the school. These villains know how to get around the sensors. There's a chance there's an electromagnetic wave-type guy who'll try interfering. Aizawa said, 13, I'm counting on you. He then looked at Kaminari. Kaminari, you too. Try contacting UA with your quirk. Why yes, sir. Kaminari said as started pressing buttons on his earpiece. Aizawa nodded and was about to walk away when Izuku stopped him. He looked at the green-haired boy who has his eyes closed. Eraserhead-sensei, there are approximately 85 villains scattered all over the facility. If I'm not mistaken, that purple guy will use his quirk to separate us all. He paused and opened his eyes and looked at the hero. Permission to engage in combat, sensei. Aizawa looked at him in the eyes and nodded. Granted. He turned around to walk to the direction of the villains. Let's go, Vlad, he said and jumped on the railing with his scarf floating in the air as he fall. You sure that's a good idea, Eraser? 𝗵𝗃𝗃 asked him as they fall towards the villains. If Midoriya's guess is correct, then yes. It's the most logical thing to do. Aizawa to the red-clad hero. And besides, I trust them. He smiled and erased the villain's quirks. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 just nodded and smiled. You became attached to your students in just a small amount of time, Eraser. I guess I should trust mine as well. 5 The villains saw this and began laughing. What an idiot trying to jump towards an enemy, he said and pointed his finger guns at the hero and tried to shoot him. It won't shoot, he said as he looked at his fingers. Then the scarf of the hero wrapped on his torso and to his allies. They were then pulled together and hit each other on the head, knocking them unconscious. Ya bunch of morons. You can tell just by looking that's the quirk that erases other quirks. That's Eraserhead, said a villain before he was punched in the face by 𝗵𝘃𝗃. It erases quirks, said a villain with skin in a texture of stones. Can you even erase mutant shapes like us? He said as he charged forward to Aizawa, who just punched him straight to the face. Nope, no can do. It only works on emitter and transformation class quirks. Even so, he said as he sent his scarf to the villain's leg and dodged a punch from a villain behind him. Statistically, guy like you are stronger at close quarters combat where you can really excel. And pulled the scarf, making the stony villain fly overhead and landed on the villain who punched Aizawa. Which is why I've devised a countermeasure. His hand-to-hand combat skills, too, are commendable. Furthermore, we cannot be sure just whose quirk he's erased, since his line of sight is hidden by those goggles. That's why even a mass allied against him is tasting defeat. Now I see, the hand villain said while looking at Aizawa and 𝗵𝘃𝗃. God, pro heroes are such a pain. If we were just any rabble, we wouldn't stand a chance. He continued as he scratched his neck. Meanwhile with 13, Class 1A and 1B, come on students. Let's get out of here. 13 said as she guided the students to the exit of the facility. I'm afraid I can't allow that. That is when the purple smoke materialized in front of them, making them stop on their tracks. In a blink of an eye. Seems he's the one who poses the greatest threat. Aizawa thought as he kicked another villain. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. I apologize for the presumption, but we took it upon ourselves to enter UA Academy, the base of heroes, in order to engage Mr. All Might, the symbol of peace. He said formally and bowed to them. We were wondering if we might be allowed the opportunity to extinguish him, you see. Thereafter All Might. Izuku and 13 thought. Was Mr. All Might not meant to be in attendance at this juncture? Perchance, has something been altered? Well, setting that aside, 13 flipped open the cap on his index finger when the villain's purple smoke began increasing. This is my role, he said, not seeing 3 figures jump out to attack him. Bakugo, Kirishima of Class 1A and Tetsu of Class 1B. Boom. Bet you didn't think we'd be able to do you in before you got a chance. Kirishima and Tetsu yelled simultaneously. However, as the smoke cleared, the villain was still standing there and Izuku noticed a metal brace on his neck. That must be his real body. He thought and whispered something to 13, which the hero's visible eye widened and nodded her head. That was quite perilous. To be expected, though you may be mere students, you are also the hero world's golden eggs. He said as fixed his tie. It's no use, just run. Run you 3. 13 said at the 3 students in front of her. Scratter. The villain said as the purple smoke covered all of the students. And be tortured and slain. Everyone. 13 yelled at the students as some of them were transported around the vicinity. Flood zone. In the flood zone, a purple smoke materialized on the sky and opened a portal where Izuku began falling down. The flood zone. He yelled as he channeled his biomass to his right hand and summoned his whip fist. He threw his WHP to the nearby cruise ship and pulled himself towards it to avoid falling into the water. Landing in a thud, he stood up and heard a cry from behind him. He turned and saw a blur of red and white flying towards him. Without a trouble, he caught the blur, which was a girl with honey brown hair, curved inwards in a mushroom-shaped bob that reaches just below her narrow shoulders. She has a long fringe that completely covers her eyes, hiding most of her face, and her mouth is notably large. The girl looked at him and blushed at the close contact with the boy. She then looked away to avoid eye contact. Are you okay? Izuku asked her with concerned eyes. The girl only nodded. Izuku just looked at her and gently placed her down on her feet. After that he heard a voice from behind him, and they both looked at the direction of the voice. There they saw Tsuyu climbing the ship, with a girl with vines for hair and a short chubby boy with a blue scouter-like device worn on his left eye. Are you guys okay? Izuku asked the two 1B students. After receiving a nod, he looked at the frog girl. How about you Tsu? Said girl blushed a little for the nickname, yet responded. I'm okay, but boy are we in a pickle. Izuku nodded at the frog girl. He thought back what the villains said near the entrance/exit. Perchance, has something been altered? 3. Well, there goes the curriculum. Actually, if you think about it, the break-in by the media the other day must have been a ploy to obtain information. He looked at his comrades and continued. It's just like Todoroki said. They were watching for an opportunity to swoop in. And now their preparations are complete. But there's no way they'd kill All Might, said the short girl Izuku saved earlier. Izuku lowered his head. I'm afraid we can't be sure about that. They had so much confidence that they attacked us now that All Might was supposed to be here. He raised his head and looked at them with a serious expression. If they have that much confidence, they probably have a way to beat All Might. The girl began tearing up, the chubby boy lowered his head, the vine-haired girl began praying. So you just look deep in thought. Izuku however just smiled. But that doesn't mean we don't get to stop them. As he said that they looked at him incredulously. I, Izuku Midoriya, class president of class 1A, future pro hero, promise to do my best to get us out of here and reunite with our classmates and teachers, he said, giving them a soft smile, brightening up their expressions. That is when a villain interrupted them. Come back here, I'll kill you. The villains began chanting, Big Catch, all over and over again, making the short girl shake in fear. Izuku saw this and put a hand on her shoulder. It's gonna be okay. Why? Because I am here. He said to her, silently praying he wouldn't be charged with copyright infringement for saying All Might's iconic line. He may not like All Might anymore, but that line was his favorite. 20. Seeing the girl calm down, he let go of her shoulder and looked at the villains. Anyway, if those bastards have some trick to take down All Might, then he took a deep breath and looked at his companions. Then right now, we have to fight to win. Saying that, he saw them straightened up and looked serious and determined. 2. He smiled. But first I need to know what your quirks are. 1. To be continued.